contradictions or inconsistencies. Whatever it is, if you have that ability to question your beliefs, or think you do, and you have some belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, then go ahead and request on up. I have been watching other lives this evening, and if the guest roster is anywhere near the same, I think we're in for, well, quite a few more like that. But who knows? Maybe someone will surprise us. Maybe somebody who actually can question their beliefs will scroll across this live, be curious enough or courageous enough to meet the prompt and actually question their beliefs and actually request up and let us know what it is they believe and why they believe it, and maybe even answer just a few questions. Elba and Fergus asks, what other lives do you recommend? Well, a lot of them. There's some really good ones out there. Watch This Space. I bring up a lot of the hosts as questioners of some of my favorite lives. Cat DeWitch says, my main question right now, why am I awake? Oh, I don't know. I can't tell you that. Because the Batcolyte is on. We only just started.
Yo,
Hello, TOS.
I'm 25.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
I'm a theist. I believe that there is some type of God out there. I mean, I can give the argument.
When you say that there's some kind of god, what is God?
When I'm defining God, God is just something non-contingent and necessary.
Something non-contingent and necessary.
Yes.
What do you mean by that?
When I say non-contingent, it's just that God relies on everything. He relies on nothing. I mean, for example, like when we're talking about contingency, we're just saying like, for example, when we say if then Q, or if P then Q, it seems
Sorry,
that
Wall,
Q.
just to stop you real quick. I hear you about to present your syllogism. Just so you know, this isn't a debate live. I'm not here to disprove your God.
I know, I'm literally just defining it.
Right. So your definition of God is something contingent and necessary, or non-contingent and necessary, right?
Yes.
Something that does not rely on other things.
Yes.
How do you know that such a thing even could exist, let alone does?
I mean, because if you don't believe that a God would exist, then it would just cause a contradiction. Have you ever heard of the paradox of like infinitism, where it just goes back infinitely? Like, and usually most people believe that it's just more parsimonious. Even without the argument, it's more parsimonious via prima facie that there would have to be some type of all being that is non-contingent.
I'm sorry, you back up just a little bit. You used a bunch of Philbro words. While I completely understood what you were saying, I don't think you did. Can you repeat that?
Okay, it seems to be the case that it is more parsimonious through prima facie, because if we don't believe in that there's
It's
a
more
God or some type of
parsimonious through prima facie that what? You're saying on the face of
that
it is more likely what?
at base value, it seems to be the case that it's the easiest explanation to say that there was some type of being that is non-contingent, or else we would have to deal with the paradox of infinitism.
The paradox of infinitism.
I don't
What
know
is
if
that?
it's not the actual paradox name, I don't think,
So
but it
there's
just
no actual
states
paradox of
there
infinitism. It's
there's
just
an
a
there
thing.
no there is an actual paradox. I just don't remember the exact name, but
Okay, so then what is it you're actually saying?
okay, so I'm just saying that if we don't come to this conclusion, then it just seems to be the case that we'll go on an infinite chain of contingent things being contingent, and it would eventually have to end or just cause a contradiction.
It would eventually have to end or cause a contradiction. I'm not following now. What would have to end or cause a contradiction?
The infinite chain of things being contingent upon one, because if there's no contingent non-contingent being, which is just God under my analytics, then the chain will just go on forever, and it'll just be contingent things being upon contingent things. The totality of contingent wouldn't even, like, it wouldn't stop, like it would just keep going,
And why is that impossible?
because it causes the entire point of the contradiction is that if something, it just seems to be the case that if
Just
something
seems
goes
to be the
on,
case.
yeah, it's just intuitive. It just seems to be the case that
It's
when we go on
intuitive.
forever,
I'm
seems
sorry,
to
how
be
is anything about infinity intuitive?
because it seems true off of the system of my instincts that evaluates propositions just off of instinct.
Because of what? Your mic is so muffled, and
Okay,
pairing
because
that with your stop talking over me. Your mic is muffled, and pairing that with the what is the matter with you?
no, nothing, bro. But
All right,
it
I
just
think we're going
seems.
to move on to somebody who's actually old enough to have this
Are
conversation.
you ducking,
But
bro?
it seems to me like you're actually having problems. Like, first off, your mic is muffled. You can't seem to get over your lexicon that you don't even really understand as you're using it. And now you're giggling because I told you that your mic is muffled. It sounds like you're looking for some kind of argument that I'm not interested in having. I'd be happy to question your beliefs if you could actually state them without all of the issues. Oh, if you get some headphones, you're welcome to request backup. But this isn't a debate. I'm not interested in arguing with you. You could define every word you said if we could actually hear you through the terrible mic that you're using. Get some headphones, come back. Try again.
Yo,
Hello, SpongeBob. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
yeah, I'm 18.
What year were you born?
2007.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Oh yeah, I'm an agnostic.
You're an agnostic, so why did you say yeah?
Because we believe in the monkey man in the
see.
ocean.
Why does your profile say Oriental Orthodox? Are you just up here to lie?
No, that must not be me.
Cool. So, just a reminder to everybody, this isn't a debate. Lying doesn't get you anywhere. And 18's pretty young to be having these conversations, but if you'd like to try, of course. I do prefer to speak to people who have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, and are capable of questioning their belief. But I do need to make sure and thank Philly Red, both sides in Kingfisher and Morgan Le Fay for helping out with our goal. Thank you guys so much. Really do appreciate you. Yeah, I almost wish I hadn't dropped the feedback, Phil Bro. Would have been a lot easier to have a conversation if he would just fix his mic issue. But he brought in the rest. I don't know. I haven't seen any. Does anybody else with a belief and the ability to question it want to request up? I don't expect that they do. I think they fall apart at the ability to question. Digital alky, it does tend to end badly. I recognize. I appreciate your recognition there. But who knows, maybe another time. Many of them do, Raccoon. Many of them do. I feel like that first guest might have actually had a chance, if not for the terrible audio. It just made every sesquipedalian word that he decided to unleash muffled into absolute nonsense. He'd have done much better if he'd have just slowed down and put in some headphones. And burn the script, you're right. Usually the script is a problem. I'm trying to be encouraging, Raccoon. I'd like him to try again. I just wasn't going to do with the attitude on top of everything else he had going on. Well, thank you, Uzi. I do like the music. It is fun, right? Just mumbling metaphysics. Yeah, both sides. I mean, I don't know. It felt like he was just trying to impress somebody, and absolutely nobody was impressed. But I will be impressed if anybody watching has a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, and is capable of questioning their belief. That always impresses me. So if that's you, if you think you can question your beliefs, then go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to debate or tear you down. I'm not here to prove you wrong or make you look like a fool. I really just want to know, if you can question, then what is it that you believe? And why do you believe it? Me too, Raccoon. I really like hearing the thoughtful responses of somebody who's still holding on to something that they can question. Understanding why they still hold it, knowing that they can question it, is always fascinating. Hearing the process of them actually question, actually consider and think through. I don't know. I was watching a show with my wife earlier this evening, and a character in the show had a moment of self-reflection where they're like, oh, I really should have done this a different way. And I was, for a moment, I just kind of thought about it. I'm like, that was almost as satisfying. It was really good acting and writing. because it was almost as satisfying as watching the real thing, seeing someone actually self-reflect. It might be, Raccoon. It might be. It is a rarity. Even on this panel. I mean, we find a lot of great questioners, really great self-reflective and deep-thinking people who can really consider alternatives and open their mind to alternative conclusions and processes. I think we're really lucky. But guest after guest, it is a sea of unquestioning, looking for those rare gems. Hello, Kung Pao. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yeah, it's 40.
I think we've spoken before a couple of times, but can you remind me, do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yes, I do. It's Christianity. We've spoken actually on 2 accounts. I had to wait until the other account officially got closed. It's One Love. So I am one and the same. But Kung Pao got completely banned.
Well, holy shit. Welcome
Yeah.
back.
Yeah. But yeah, so I came back early. I wanted to wait until I knew it was banned because I didn't want to get this one banned too. I spent so much money on these accounts.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
What are you doing? I almost want to ask, but I also know that even saying it can be a detriment. All right. Well, I'm
Pushing boundaries.
Pushing boundaries. I know nothing about that.
Exactly. So last time we left off. I watched you too. You talk to a lot of people, and you have immense patience. So I commend you once again, sir.
Well, thank you.
You're welcome. We left off with something that Rav left me with. It was, I think, anthropocentric theory, and dealing with the appendix and over engineering, because I left my belief on everything being so perfect, right? And I guess it's just kind of in Goldilocks theory too. I think maybe that's what you brought up, is that it doesn't. There's more room than what I previously perceived to be perfect.
Yes, I remember that.
Okay, cool. So I did my studying of taking some time to find if my belief is still here.
You did some studying, and your belief is still here.
Yeah.
Okay. Your belief is still around this anthropic principle.
And the Goldilocks theory that I still believe in Christ.
I see.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, it's all right. It's all right. Go ahead and clarify a little more.
Yeah. So even though it may not be as perfect as I once perceived, and I guess we could use both the Goldilocks and the anthropic theory, that there's still room for my belief in Christ and Lord Jesus in the Holy Trinity. And as a reminder, I am a lot more metaphorical when using the Bible. not literal.
When you say you're more metaphorical when using the Bible, is that because it's the only way to make it fit with the science that you see?
That's one reason, yes.
Are there other reasons?
Yeah, there are, because it wasn't written by the hand of God or Jesus in the timeline that it was written in, and meaning like, how long it took to write the Bible, New Testament and Old, and the distance between all of those. It's and the fact that it was written through people, humans, that weren't even eyewitness. This is why I try to not look at it too literal.
So, are there any parts of it that are literal?
I would need to go back and read the entire Bible again with that mind frame to come up with an honest answer. So I don't know.
Do you think it's possible that on a closer inspection the metaphors might start to fall apart?
There is a possibility.
Some of these questions might be familiar, but it's to help remind me and the audience. But do you have a particular denomination that you follow?
Unfortunately, I don't. I don't really fit in too well with especially the bigger ones. There's like 40,000 of them under the Christian religion. 40,000 denominations, and the best I can do is like I'm chicken Perry through a few big ones. But Presbyterian, I think being raised in it, it seems like I'd lean towards that.
So you lean towards Presbyterian. Is there?
It seems that way.
Is there a particular reason or dogma that they hold to?
I'm gonna cough. Give me 1 second.
Yeah, no worries. I'll take this moment real quick to thank Cat DeWitch and Artificial Red for helping with our previous goal. Thank you so much. Absolutely appreciate you.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, no worries.
I think there's gonna be a bias there because that's just where I Sunday schooled and grew up in.
I see. So it's familiarity.
Right. And family.
Mm-hmm. It would keep you going to church with your family and being around people you've known your whole life.
Pretty much. There was a big gap, though. Like, it stopped around at 9 years old. I was sent off to boarding school. So life changed as we knew it. I went atheist at that point.
Full atheist, like no God existed.
Questioning why this, why am I here?
Right. I don't know if that would be atheist, but I get you.
Okay, yeah.
Not to quibble over a label, but does it matter to you if the story of Jesus is true as written?
Can you say it one more time? Somebody called my phone when you were talking.
Yeah,
Cut you out.
Does it matter to you if the story of Jesus is true as written?
Not as written. I don't think so. No, I in the Bible, correct?
Mm-hmm.
There's room for gosh, I'm thinking for a term. Sorry, I don't want to call it error, but misguidance or misread. I can't think of a good word for that. There's room. There's slack. There's slack for the stories.
I see. So, what is the most important part of the Jesus narrative to you?
I pushed against it for so long, and I found myself when I would fall into pits of despair, leaning back towards it, and somehow rising above it, and then becoming so blessed, and this repeated pattern, and doubling it up, and it just led me to be like, it's almost hard for me not to, like, praying for something that was just like almost winning the lotto, and just like, I got it, amongst other things, of course, but that's a big one. It's very subjective.
So, yeah, you're saying you've had prayers directly answered for you.
Yeah, some crazy ones. And I'm not talking about, supernatural or anything like that. Just directly within my life.
So, I guess my question was, what part of the Jesus story is the most important to you? And for you, it's the
okay, okay. I got you. I'm
impact of
sorry.
prayer is kind of what we're getting.
I got you. You know what? I think that the forgiveness of sin, is that a better? I think that's a better answer.
Mm-hmm. The forgiveness of sin. Is it that you feel that you have done something, or is it that you just feel generally wicked, as the Bible tells you you are?
No, I feel like I genuinely feel like within my own soul, or not soul, within my own morality code, within myself, I feel like I've done things wrong, and to be able to be forgiven, seeking salvation, creating purpose too. I think
What is the salvation from, though?
from potential damnation.
So you're seeking salvation from damnation because you feel you've done things wrong.
Yeah.
When you say you've done things wrong, is it like things that you just feel are harmful to others, or is it the things that the Bible tells you not to do?
Both.
And you feel that you need divine forgiveness for these things?
Yes, I don't. Yeah. Some some no, some yes.
If you feel you need divine forgiveness, does that come only at the end of this life, or is that something you feel like you have when you believe in Jesus?
Can you say it one more time so I get it straight?
Is the divine forgiveness something that comes at the end, or is it something you get through the belief?
I believe it's something I'm getting through the belief.
So that means, like, during this life, you feel like you're absolved of what you've done in the past, as long as you believe in the God. And
I get to carry on.
follow.
Oh, sorry. Didn't know you were.
Sorry, I was just trying to think of what else would be added to that. Just believing in him and trying to follow him or something. But
Remember how I feel, how I get so blessed in life? Like, people work 10 times harder than me and don't get as rewarded. And so I feel like forgiveness is transparent through my life. And then, of course,
you feel like the benefits you reap in life are somehow a sign of the forgiveness of God. Material benefits.
I have other things than material, but yeah. And then there's the afterlife, of course.
So you feel like you get benefits in this life as a reward for your penance to God, and so he's forgiving you and rewarding you at the same time.
Penance, is that a belief or forgiveness? What is penance?
I might have used the wrong words. Penitence.
That's again noise. I could just say I'll just say I'll fill in the gap for it. I'll just say I'll use both because just to get so we can not have to ask two questions. Both. I believe both. I believe it's asking for forgiveness and truly wanting the forgiveness too, not just doing it as a put a coin in a slot. Like that's why I'm not Catholic. Put a coin in a slot and you're forgiven. 10 Hail Marys, move along. You actually have to want to feel forgiveness, and then the belief in Christ and Jesus Himself and God Himself. Enriching my life of an afterlife with my loved ones is appealing, of course, and partly why I believe and have faith.
So by having faith and believing in God, you feel like you're forgiven and rewarded in this life by showing true sorrow and lamenting. That also seems to help.
Yeah.
And you feel like God is rewarding you in these ways. Do you feel like other people do these things as well? Like show these feelings, this penitence, this devotion? Do you feel like people do this and don't reap the rewards?
Good question, and it's a great question actually, and I want to answer it well. So, if you don't mind, we'll just take a second, if I can.
Yeah, you can take a moment to think on that.
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Appreciate everybody tapping the screen. We're at 41,000 likes. If we keep tapping, we can get a few more people in here, more than likely to question their beliefs, as Kung Pao is demonstrating up here.
I guess I have to use a little bit of a story, but I'm gonna land the plane as fast as I can. Something that drove me away. I'm a bit low church. I'm very low church actually, and for some that don't know, that means I stay away from. I don't feel like I need to show up every day to church to go to heaven. I think high church would be the opposite, where they show up, every other day when they're in Bible studies, etc. And I feel like those people are leaning more towards the social nature of it and taking advantage of it. I don't think all Christians are truly Christians. I think some of them are just using it. So the answer to your question is I don't think everyone receives it in the same way. And that would be three genres. Would be one, people that are the true followers, and they have the true belief, and they feel that they want the forgiveness, and maybe they receive their blessings in a different way, and possibly some not at all. Then there's people like me that do get have pretty content and happy overall. Life's not perfect. And then there's the other ones, the posers, I suppose, for lack of a better term, that don't.
I see. So the posers don't reap any benefit. Verily, they shall have their reward. But the ones like you, who you feel are the most devoted and genuine, reap greater rewards, and then there are others sort of in between.
Right, and I don't know if it's because of my true devotion, because I have a family member who just wouldn't question a single thing. It only triples down and I don't know if he or she is
So
doing.
you don't think that there are people then who show the same devotion and remorse as you for their supposed sins that don't reap the same kind of rewards on this life?
The posers, you mean? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying I'm saying, do you not think there are people like you who just don't reap rewards?
I,
Is that the
there
way
would
you
have to be,
class
wouldn't
it?
there? It would be a bold statement to say that there's no one out there. I don't want to. I don't think. I don't. I think that there has to be some.
It seemed kind of automatic for you to sort of, and I know you thought about it for a moment, but to sort of categorize the different Christians as sort of less and less believing or less and less devoted, so that they would get less and less reward. But if it's possible that there are those who believe fully and are devoted and pray and show true remorse, that don't reap the benefits that you do in this life, is it possible then that the benefits that you're reaping have nothing to do with your devotion, your prayer? Your remorse.
Yes. Yeah. 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 It is. Yeah, it is my hip fire answer for it, but I don't know if it's appropriate to think about it more.
Think on the hip fire answer, because I know you do, and I
Yeah.
appreciate you recognizing that's what it is.
Yeah. It's these things that make it difficult to become a Christian. I struggle to become one myself, to be honest. Life is not fair.
Mm-mm.
That's a fact. And I don't know enough if God ever claimed life would be fair. I don't remember hearing any scripture on that. And is this
But
enough to
are there
question?
scriptures about? Are there scriptures about how he'll respond to prayers, or that he'll respond at all?
There is scripture, right, on the, I think metaphorically, of course, there is scripture on him trying people, testing their faith and rewarding them in return. I couldn't quote all of them. It was Joseph, right? He really I can't remember who it was. He really went through the trial there. It was I don't know if it was a bet or whatever. I'm not going to speak on what I don't know, so I'll leave that alone. I'm going to stick to your question. Yeah, there's it's out there, and they're out there, and that is. Does it make me question my faith, my belief? It doesn't make me question my belief. It kind of does. It does, or does it? I don't know. My answer would be life's not fair. Does that seem like I'm questioning my belief?
Your answer is life's not fair.
My answer would be life's not fair.
So, if life's not fair, does that have anything to do with the way that God rewards or shows favoritism?
Instead of, just so I understand it clearly, is that because life is not fair? Does that exemplify how he treats us or puts us to test?
Is life not being fair part of him? Like if you can give him credit for the good things, then is life, is its fair related to his power, to something he can control?
It should be, I believe. I believe it should be, because as the creator, and I think we might enter free will, but where we're at now is not free will yet. But he should have an influence on it, and it took me quite some time to get to where I am. There was a lot of trial and tribulation to get to here.
If you're giving him credit, why does he not receive the blame?
I avoid blasphemy because that's one thing that is a big no.
Is that blasphemy?
I need to.
You cut out right then, Kung Pao. So yeah, it's getting harder to hear you.
I'm over.
I understand. I heard I'm overseas. That was the only thing I heard.
I am.
Oh, sure thing. You yeah.
Is it okay?
I'll mute you for a second. Come back, and if it drops you, it drops you. Come back, and give you a chance to fix that VPN. And if everybody will just tap the screen, share the live, I bet we can get over 50 viewers. I bet we could break 60,000 in just a few moments even. I think we can break that before the top of the hour. That might have worked. We'll see.
Did it work?
Seems
How am I now?
Seems a little bit better, a little less choppy.
Okay.
So
where were we?
You were telling me that you don't blaspheme. I asked why you don't blame God for why does God receive the credit but not the blame? You said you don't blaspheme, and I was asking if that's blasphemy. What is blasphemy?
I avoid it, but I avoid blasphemy. But I did watch an interesting segment on something recently that it's okay to question your religion, and in fact, it's promoted within Christianity. Some parts, anyways. There's so many. So
some denominations will claim that. Yeah.
Right. Others don't ever. What is blasphemy? I think blasphemy is when you speak directly against the Lord. Putting down, and then if you enter the realm of putting him down for his judgments, I don't know if that's good.
So if you criticize him for his actions, that would be blasphemy.
I believe so. I believe so. I think I need to brush up on. I can let this. I can walk away on this one, right? Because I am stuck now, and I can do some deeper research on it. I think it's Joseph I need to look into and get some solid foundation so we can further. We've been around this area before, and it didn't work out, unfortunately. I didn't think about looking it up again. I was more focused on these other things to look up.
Trying to remember which verse it was that describes. If there is one. But for you, it would be basically condemning God, or saying that some of his actions were horrible or evil, something like that.
Right, correct. I think it was. I swear it was Joseph, right? That the one he put he took away his kids. He gave a plague, boils, and. But now I'm just shooting from vague memory here, and that all Joseph did was double down on his faith and was rewarded. Now I wish I was one of those guys that could just remember the Bible like the back of my head, or the back of my hand, but I can't.
So for you, anything that would call into question God's judgment, would that also be blasphemy?
As it stands, I could do. I've questioning my rules and belief, I suppose, at this right here. This is as it stands. I need to research this.
I'm not trying to push you to blaspheme, so
Sure.
I do wonder if why is God so sensitive?
Now, this is the hard part. I don't believe that I would be able to fully understand the logic of God. I would believe that would be something that's incomprehensible for a mere human to try to understand. Are you familiar with Neil deGrasse Tyson?
Yeah, I've heard of him.
He's an astrophysicist. He's a popular one that Neil was it Neil guy, the science guy or whatever, that promotes science on the entertainer type. And
You're mixing two people up.
They are two different people, though. Yeah,
Bill Nye and Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Yeah, they are. They're both. They have this. They're the same type of person, right? They're out there in the entertainment world trying to promote science, right?
One's an astrophysicist, the other's an engineer. But yeah,
exactly. You can see them on panels together. It's pretty cool. Neil made a good thing about alien life forms and how unimportant we would be to them if they were able to reach us because of their technology, that they would practically look at us like at chimps. Like it would almost be not worth their time to even talk to us. I'm just using that as a reference to trying to understand the logic of God. It may be impossible.
So it would be impossible for us to understand the reason why God is so sensitive, or why he scorns a creation that he knew would act this way, or sorry, I was blaspheming for you according to your definitions.
Well, I'll give you this. I'll say that's what you're saying, and I'll just use the way his thought process.
So you think it's just a matter of his thought process that makes it so he can't be criticized, and he requires belief and devotion?
I believe it would be that if I can't understand something, right? If it's I can't even have a slice of empathy for or a POV on that harsh, it would be hard for me to answer why he did that or what he chose to do. I mean, I could use a human term. I have an uncle who's a really, really smart man, and trying to get on his playing field of life when I talk to him is just next to impossible sometimes.
So for you, it's just a matter of God's ways are higher than ours, that kind of response. But
Yeah.
his thoughts are just incomprehensible to us, so therefore jealousy and wrath and all of that is it's just his higher way.
I don't know if he possesses those. I know that they're in the Bible, but
Well, I mean, he says his name is jealous, right?
I go back to the metaphorical sense because these are written by humans.
So humans wanted us to believe God was jealous.
I believe that they're just transcribing through their belief of what they envisioned or heard or
Wouldn't
That's
that
right.
put something like blasphemy and the idea that he's somehow responding to prayer? Wouldn't put all of the notions in the Bible to question. How can anyone know these things of God if all of it is metaphor and
absolutely,
just what they believe?
absolutely. And I'm not vapid enough to not understand how that could pull my whole thing into questioning my belief. Yes.
You take the Bible mostly as metaphor. Certain things, at least as far as the salvation, that's what matters to you. Doesn't that seem to also be in question
Sorry.
if every other word, if every other supposed will of God written into the text is in question? Shouldn't the idea of Jesus' sacrifice actually being some sort of forgiveness for you be in question as well?
Yes, it should. Logically, it should. Yeah, it should. And I hope you appreciate that. I'm not trying. I watch a lot of people up here, and they try to justify
great.
themselves when they see these, when they like you when you get them in the corner, and then they just try to spin it or pivot it, and I'm not doing any of that. I'm working with you here, so I always walk away from your, what do you call this, a forum or a channel?
That works. Just
Yeah.
believe it.
Okay. Well, I always walk away with more questions and less answers, and then I go try to retrieve the answers.
That's good.
Especially when you get good faith guests.
Yeah, I really appreciate that.
So logically, to answer your question, yeah, it does. It will pull in. It's going to pull in it's going to take a lot more studying again. It just resonates still with me. That's all, and
It just resonates with you.
yeah.
Which, is it just the forgiveness part that resonates? I mean, that resonates most, but is there something else? I'm trying to avoid doxing myself, so I have to watch out how much I say about my own life experience. And so, Understandable.
right. And so it's a combination of like there's obviously a bias being grown up into it with a young mind, and then there's what I've been through, the trial and tribulations, resonating with the other religions at all. Even being half Arab, and having they're full on Muslim on that side, but I wasn't raised with them. It's just not resonating. So these are the, and then the blessings and the fortunate lifestyle I live that I recognize to be very privileged and lucky. But I think it's beyond luck at this point. So that's what resonates.
Do you feel that if you were to stop believing, that if you were to question God out of existence in your mind, that you would somehow lose these blessings as you see them?
This has happened, literally. I'm going to cough one more time. I'm sorry.
That's all right. What? Could the idea of these blessings already, could the foundation on which they're framed already be tenuous, like regardless of your belief or disbelief? Are there ups and downs?
What is tenuous?
I mean, in that sort of weak, a weak foundation, an insecure connection.
Can you say it again one more time?
Tenuous.
Yeah, I mean, sorry. Could you ask the question one more time?
The question was, could the foundations of these blessings already be tenuous? Are there ebbs and flows in what you see as blessings, regardless of your belief?
Gotcha. It happened multiple times in such a short amount of period. It's theoretically possible, but it's also, I wish I was a statistics guy. I really, really wish math could resonate with me hard, because it's just seems so highly improbable that was it. But like, it's possible. It is possible. No ruling that out. It's stuff that I've questioned. Part of the blessings come from people that are atheists.
And if they are capable of providing any of that, then why would you assume that belief has anything to do with?
Those people, I don't want to talk too much about them, but those people lack a lot of other things that I feel they have the tangible blessings. I have a bit more of the untangible.
I see. So you feel that you might be left not without monetary support, but without like family, without connections. Those things would go away.
Family, friends.
Do you feel that they would go away because of your lack of belief, or would it be because of your lack of sharing in on the beliefs and the community that all is a part of?
Most of my friends are atheists. Quite a few of them are scientists, actually. So I don't think I'd lose. I definitely wouldn't lose them. The core question here is that is if God is truly blessing me with this, or is it just the natural course of my life, anyways, and my action versus reactions, right?
Yes.
Right. Need more time to think about it to give you a better answer. Because logically, it's either one's gonna be possible. I just had some things that happened close by that put me towards faith, and I could question it again. It's been a while since I had to question it. Hence, that's why I come here. By the way, it's great. I believe that coming here. I don't want to derail the conversation. We can get right back to where we left off here, but I believe coming here with a strong belief. The questions, and especially the way you conduct yourselves, you and your panelists, non-judgmental, and it seems to be you truly do just are here to question and find out what makes me tick, in a sense, for lack of a better term, and it doubles down my faith, actually.
I see. Well, we're not trying to burgle your God. We're just trying
Right.
to see what it is that actually makes you believe what you believe. And so you're saying it doubles down your belief.
If I follow through with my studying,
I
yeah,
see.
yeah, it's why I like
Do
the
you
channel so
leave
much.
room? Do you leave room for the possibility that the opposite could happen? And how does that possibility sit with you?
Am I leaving room for my bias or unbiased? I guess when I study. Another thing I got a question. Maybe next time we speak that.
That sounds good.
Yeah,
Sounds good. I really appreciate you, Kung Pao, coming up and answering the questions openly and honestly. I do think we're going to move on, but I hope that you keep asking questions and come back and let us know what answers you get.
absolutely. Thank you for your time.
Appreciate you.
Take care.
Take care. Keep asking questions. And W's for Kung Pao in the chat. He does actually question. We're not trying to take his God from him, just trying to see what it is that he believes and why. Because he can question, because those questions are there. And I'd be very interested to see where those questions take him. But I've got to make sure we just hit 2 gift goals in a row without me thanking everybody. So thank you to Heather's Descent, to Jimmy B, to Morgan LaFay, to Elizabeth, also to Robot Heather and Inky Bubs for the previous gift goal. And if I can even get to the new list. Oh, well, it looks like it's thank you to Kung Pao. Thank you so much. I do appreciate you all for helping with the goals, and also appreciate everybody tapping the screen, getting us to 80,000 likes. That's really awesome. There's only a few of us in here tonight. Seems like an intimate evening in the Batcolyte with just 40 of us watching, but if we keep tapping that screen and share out the live, I bet we could get a few more people in here who are curious enough or courageous enough to question their beliefs. We did have somebody in queue a moment ago, and as soon as I accepted, they disappeared. But if you do have a belief in a god or gods, or a higher power or anything like that, and you can question that belief, well, go ahead and request up. I'm not here to debate or argue. I'm not here to tear you down or belittle you. I just want to know, if you can question your beliefs, then what is it that you believe? And why do you believe it? And another one down. Ghosts all. Not a soul to be seen. We had a request a moment ago, and as soon as I went to accept, they disappeared. Now I have a request I didn't think I'd ever see. Did you mean to request up? Okay. Maybe you did. Hello, 3 pips. Did you? No, didn't think so. I thought we were gonna finally get to interview the commander. That is what 3 pips means, right? If anybody's got a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, go ahead and request up. I'm not here to debate you or argue. I just want to know, if you do have a belief and you can question it, then what is it and why? Hello, real one. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Hey, good night. I'm 24.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
Correct. I'm a Christian.
Have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
Correct. Yes, I have.
Do you believe all the stories to be true and literal?
All of the narrative stories, yes.
So you believe in a 6-day creation, Adam and Eve in the garden as the first 2 humans?
Correct. Yes.
Why do you believe those stories?
Why do I believe those stories? So what I would say essentially is I believe there is good evidence to trust the validity of scripture. So while I won't be able to say like 100% factual, I'm able to prove every single verse, but I believe there's good evidence, like for instance archaeological evidence that shows many of the stories, or that confirms many of the stories of the Bible. I believe there's good scientific evidence from things like the beginning of the universe. I believe there's, in other words, I believe there's good evidence that there is a being who is a supreme being. And then go ahead.
Just to clarify, you believe in the 6-day creation as written in Genesis 1 because there's scientific evidence?
Let me narrow down on that. what I would say is I believe in the 6-day creation found in Genesis 1 because I believe there's good historical evidence that shows the Bible to be generally reliable.
There's evidence that shows the whole Bible to be generally reliable, so you believe the story at the very beginning
Correct.
to be true.
Correct.
So, in that you believe that everything was created in 6 literal days as written in that order.
Pardon?
Just to clarify, you believe everything was created in 6 literal days
Yes. Yes, I do.
in the order given in Genesis 1.
Yes, correct.
I see. So then when in Genesis 2 it changes the order, does that, like, how do you reconcile that?
Good question. So, from my understanding, the Bible wasn't exactly the entirety of the Bible wasn't exactly written in, say, a rigid chronological order. I believe that the first chapter outlines exactly what God did like on a whole. I believe chapter 2 gives more detail to what happens in chapter 1. I know that there are many scholars that try to show that there are 2 different creation narratives, but I believe they perfectly coincide.
How do they coincide?
Pardon?
How do they coincide when the order changes in the narrative? Right, when it says that there's before there are plants, because he hasn't made it rain, and there are no men to till the field. So he makes a mist come from the ground, and he makes a man. Then he plants a garden. Then he makes animals. How does that coincide with Genesis 1? You're off app, so I can't hear you.
Oh, sorry. I was trying to go look at the chapter. I was saying I don't believe Genesis 2 was written in like a rigid chronological order. I believe it explains what takes place in Genesis chapter 1.
How does it explain it when it says before there were plants, because there was no rain and no man? He makes mist and a man.
All right, can you give me the verses for that? In chapter 2?
2:5.
All right, let me just get it quickly.
Okay, while he does that, thank you guys for tapping the screen. 86,000 likes. That's amazing. If we all just keep tapping, I'm sure we get a few more people in here curious enough or courageous enough to question their beliefs. I thought I don't know if he's heard of it, Mateo. He said that
Okay, yeah.
scholars had
So what is the argument here? I'm seeing it speaks about plants. It speaks about mist. It speaks about there was no man to till the ground. Are you saying that the man would have already been created in Genesis chapter 1?
No.
Okay, so I'm trying.
I'm not asserting anything. I'm just telling you what the text said.
Okay, so the way I understand this passage is that what happens in chapter 2 explain what happens in chapter 1.
So it's just re-explaining. It's not a new story for you. It's not like a whole new, like day 8, right?
Correct.
So for you, this is still part of. This is just retelling chapter 1. But now it's saying that before there were plants, he makes mist and a man.
Before there were plants, he makes mist and a man.
before, because, this, then that.
Okay, I'm reading the passage. I'm probably not understanding.
Before there were plants,
Mm-hmm.
because there was no rain and no man. He makes mist and a man.
Yes, so that's it, basically saying that the plants were created first.
How does it say that? It says before there were plants, because this reason and that reason, he fulfills these two reasons.
Okay, we're talking about verse 5, right?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm in the King James version. It says, "And every plant of the field, before it was in the earth, and every herb of the field before it grew, for the Lord God had not caused it to rain upon the earth, and there was not a man to till the ground."
Because, right? For is because. Isn't it the same? For.
Yes.
Okay.
So it's
So,
saying,
before
hello. Sorry,
the
my.
man.
Mm-hmm.
And then what happens next?
In verse 6,
Yeah.
it says, "But there went up a mist from the earth and watered the whole face of the ground. Mm-hmm. And the Lord God formed man of the dust of the ground."
Mhm.
And then it says,
But,
mm-hmm.
and,
Right?
okay.
And then it says, "And breathed into his nostrils the breath of life, and man became a living soul."
Yep.
Yeah.
So it's before there were plants, he makes mist and a man. Right?
Before
Or
there
is
were
it,
plants.
is there something else going on?
And every plant of the field before it was in the earth, and every herb of the field before it grew, had not caused it to rain upon the earth, and there was not a man to till the ground. But there went up a mist from the earth, and watered the whole face of the earth.
So
I
he says
guess
there's two becauses. Because there's no mist, or because there's no rain, right? And because there's no man. There's two things missing before the plants can come out. There's no plants because of these two reasons. So he fulfills the two reasons, right?
yeah, probably it's probably because it's after 2 in the morning where I am, but I'm not seeing the contradiction.
You're not seeing how this says that the man came before the plants.
Not exactly.
Interesting.
There went up a mist from the earth and watered the whole face of the ground. And the Lord God formed out of the dust of the ground. So are you saying that when it says, "And the Lord God formed man of the dust of the ground," that it means that that would have taken place, or the text seems to imply that it would have taken place before the creation of plants?
Does the text not imply that? Before. While you think on that, I gotta thank Kung Pao again for helping with the goal. I think there was somebody on a private account helped there too, and I did not catch which name, so appreciate all of you for helping with the gift goal.
Every plant of the field before it was on the earth, and every herb of the field before it grew. So before the plants grew, every plant of the field before it was in the earth, and every herb of the field before it grew. For the Lord God had not caused it to rain on the earth, and there was not a man to till the ground. Okay. I guess I'll have to look at it. But are there any other questions that you have?
218.
218?
218.
All right. 218 says, and the Lord God said, "It is not good that the man should be alone. I will make him a helpmeet for him."
And 19.
And out of the ground the Lord God formed every beast of the field and every fowl of the air, and brought them unto Adam to see what he would call them, and whatsoever Adam called every living creature, that was the name thereof.
Keep going. 20.
And Adam gave names until there was not found any helpmeet for him.
So, you know what happens next. We can stop there. So, 218 says it's not good for him to be alone.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And so out of the ground, the Lord God forms all the beasts of the field and the fowl of the air. The ones he made on day 5, the fowl of the air. He made those on day 5 before Adam. But Adam's alone, and so he makes him the fowl of the air. Now, after Adam.
Right. So I don't think it explicitly says that like God formed them out of the dust of the ground after he made Adam. From my understanding, it's
It's
describing
not good for
their
him to be
creation.
alone.
Mm-hmm.
He's alone.
But do the animals help with his aloneness, or is it Eve?
Well, you read it. He couldn't find a helper from them. God did make them after he said it's not good for him to be alone.
Well, he says help meet.
It's not good for him to be alone, so I shall make him a helpmeet.
Mm-hmm.
Helpmeet. What is that?
So that the typical understanding is helpmeet would refer to his partner, his spouse, which is then made in 22 onward.
I shall make him a helpmeet. And out of the ground the Lord God formed all the animals.
Yeah, it says and, but not then.
What do you mean, not then?
So if it said then out of the ground the Lord formed animals, we would have a clear view or clear understanding that
You're saying that if it said then that would mean, does it?
Yeah. So if I'm saying if it said then,
Are you not saying, so
Mhm.
just to clarify, are you trying to say that the way it's saying and there implies that this happened already before?
I'm saying it's describing a narrative, but it's not showing the narrative necessarily in logical progression.
It says it's not good for him to be alone. Because Adam's alone, God makes the animals. And then after God makes the animals and Adam can't find a helpmeet, then he makes Eve. But it says he makes them after Adam is alone.
Okay. So look at verse 20. It says, and Adam gave names to all the cattle, and to the fowl of the air, and to every beast of the field. But for Adam, there was not found an helpmeet for him. So even after the animals were created, he still didn't have a helpmeet. So
that's right.
Eve would have had to have been his helpmeet. But it doesn't say necessarily. Well,
it does say necessarily. It says that Adam is alone. It's not good. I'll make him a helpmeet. And he makes the animals. And then it goes on to say that a helpmeet can't be found from those animals. But he's already made them after saying Adam was alone. So Adam's alone. He makes the animals. He can't find a helpmeet. And then he performs the surgery.
Okay, so the thing is that would be under the assumption that it's speaking in a somewhat logical progression, but I don't, well, personally I don't hold to the view, because
do you not notice how chapter 2 gives reasons for each of these events? The becauses and the befores.
Yes,
It tells
but this one says and.
a logical progression. If you were
Okay.
to read it in Hebrew and it were to use the same words that mean and so, as though it was the same way it was used in Genesis 1 repeatedly to show the order given, this and then this and then this. If it were the same used here in Hebrew, would you understand it then to be a progression?
All right. So I would say if it uses the exact same language, not just the and, but in Genesis 1 it says first, second, third, etc., etc. That's the cue. It to me
You're
reading chapter.
saying the ends of each of those verses when it says on the third day.
Mhm.
You're saying, so if it said that here, if the words were completely different, then characters, the same
Yes.
and, to
True.
show the logical progression.
Good point. What I would say is, unless there are other reasons to doubt the logical progression, I would take it as that. So in the case of chapter 2, I would doubt the logical progression because the same author is writing both.
Is there any possibility, real, that you're using this reasoning now in defense of a belief you will hold to, no matter what evidence presented?
I wouldn't say no matter what evidence is presented. Throughout the course of our discussion, I have seen evidence, like let's just say, of the word "and" being used in a logical progression. So if there's a good argument, I would like to believe that I would
I
accept
wonder
it.
if you'll have a different reasoning, a different way of making it make sense, if you take the time to study this section that we've talked about. If you took time to look at how it's structured in Hebrew.
Okay, that's something I could look at. Um,
Is it
is it?
possible, you said earlier that some people take it to be two stories, and I thought at first you were talking about the same thing, but you were talking about the idea that some people take it to be like a day 8 scenario, right? Like
No, no.
Adam is day 8, a new story being told.
Yes, a new new
And you
creation
don't,
story.
yeah, and you don't take it that way.
No.
My question is it possible that not only is it a new story, but a different story, implying a different creation that was merged with another creation story, which would explain this kind of contradiction?
Well, I would say possible. I can't say it's impossible, but I can say given the corpus of biblical data, I don't see it. I don't see how it could be two different stories. Um, I believe the chapter 1 gives a logical step-by-step progression, and chapter 2 builds on it. I don't think it says, Adam was created and then, the animals were created after him, and then, this. It does say and there's good reason to think that, it could be a logical progression, but given what the author has said in chapter 1, I don't think we should isolate it like that. I think we should give him the benefit of the doubt here.
So
It's
you
like
think it's a single author then?
yes, I don't believe in the, what do they call it, the multiple redaction hypothesis or something like that.
There's multiple hypotheses that posit multiple authors.
I would say Moses is the primary author. I'll put it that way.
Fascinating. Why do you think Moses is the author?
Um, Good question. I would say there's never really been a serious doubt of Moses' authorship all the way back to the earliest records we could find, to my knowledge. Um, Is the best. I think it's the best evidence that we have. The best evidence that we have, to me, the authorship of Moses in this passage was only really questioned, I believe, many centuries after. So, yeah, I believe he's the primary author here.
Philly asked a great question in the comments. I wonder if she'd like to ask it.
Yeah, I wondered if... Oh, my voice is terrible.
Oh no. I'm sorry to hear that.
Was Moses in the Garden of Eden?
No, he wasn't. I believe that these stories were passed down through oral tradition. Just as many stories of ancient peoples. So these are things that they would tell their loved ones as time essentially went by, and eventually it was written down in the time of Moses. Moses was trained, well, according to what it says in Exodus, he was trained in the Egyptian language, etc., and he was educated, and he would have written down those oral traditions that were passed down to him all the way to his time.
So do you think that the oral tradition is reliable?
Good question. I believe yes. I believe that the oral tradition is reliable. They're like what should I say? Like a people, the Jewish people, the Israelite people, they very much revered the interactions or stories or narratives that they would have had about God. So I believe that while today we when we pass down a story, etc., it would be different from them because of how well they revered it. So if there's some certain like very memorable events that take place in our lives, I think it's something that we would remember.
Well, let me ask unless Philly Red had another question.
Go for it, Cyber.
Yeah, so we have some things that are pretty significant in history that has happened, but let's focus on some folklore that we have. Where do you live?
Kind of don't want to reveal that, but for now I'll say the Caribbean.
All right. Let me look something up real quick. Have you ever heard the folklore of Paul Bunyan?
Okay, the name is very familiar. The story, not so much.
All right. Can you tell me the name of like a folklore that from where you're at?
Okay.
Here's one. Can you tell me about I'm gonna butcher the second name. La Diablesse?
La Diablesse.
Yeah, can you tell me this story, but I want you to tell it to me how your dad told it to you, and I need you to get it like verbatim.
Okay, so with the La Diablesse story, the way the folklores are here, I don't really know them like as particular stories, but I did do some reading on like I think the El Chupacabra or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
But it was not something that was when it was explained, it wasn't like explained with like a specific narrative assigned to it. But I've read about the El Chupacabra, and I've also read about there's this Mexican thing where La Loria.
But this is real quick though. This is Caribbean folklore, and I'm just curious: are you able to tell it to me the way your dad did, or did your dad not tell you?
That's the thing. My dad didn't.
Okay. Do you know if his dad told him?
I'm really not sure.
Do you know if his dad told him?
Not sure, no.
Right. And so where I'm going at is we have these folklores, we have
Mhm.
these stories that are like supposed to be told, but either they don't get told, we have no way to verify whether or not things got told, other than today, I'm Jewish, by the way, other than my dad saying, well, my dad told me and his dad told him, but I have no way to verify whether or not there was a break in that chain. I can't verify it.
Good question. Good point.
Right.
What I would say is this. In the case of the Jewish creation stories, etc. I would say that they're fundamentally different from Caribbean folklore. When we look at Caribbean folklore today, or Caribbean folklore today, it's something that probably I don't know, people tell older folks tell younger folks when the lights go out or something to that effect. It's not like something that they say that people, like children, must listen to, they must read, they must know every single detail. However, in Israelite history, in that sort of historical or oral tradition that's passing down, it's very integral to their society, because that's what they base the theocracy on, that's what they base their laws on, that's what they base basically the fundamental existence on. So getting that story down,
Well, hold on, but
Mhm.
where does this oral tradition stem from, though? This idea that this was being passed down this way.
Where does it stem from?
Yeah. Do we see this in scripture, where this is being told in scripture?
Okay, let me see if I could get a passage. Hold on, let me get my stuff. And you're asking for the oral tradition specifically for the Torah, right?
Well, just the story, yeah.
All right, let me get my stuff set up.
While he sorts that out, thank you guys for 91,000 likes. Appreciate y'all tapping the screen, sharing the live. If you haven't already, you can go, and that helps it get out to everybody who follows you. So maybe even if we tap just a little more, we can get out to the FYP of everybody and see who else is capable or courageous enough, curious enough, something like that, to question their beliefs.
Okay, so
Mm-hmm.
which I've written. All right, so let me just make sure these texts are solid. Deuteronomy 32. Okay. So it says in Deuteronomy chapter 32, verse 7. This is just one, but I think it's decent. It says, "Remember the days of old, consider the years of many generations. Ask thy father, and he will show thee thy elders, and they will tell thee."
Yeah, but if you keep reading that, they'll say, when the Most High, when El Elyon appointed the nations, when he divided humankind, he fixed the boundaries of the people according to the number of the gods. Hashem's own portion was his people. Jacob is allotted share. But that's what this is saying. This is just saying, like, hey, go talk to your fathers, and they're going to tell you about this, how Hashem ended up with Yisrael, how this happened. Right. But that's not necessarily that's not saying though that hey, you need to pass this down, because if it needs to be passed down, you don't need to go talk to your fathers. You would already know it. So this is saying, hey, if you have questions about this, go talk to your fathers. But this isn't suggesting like passing this down orally from father to son, father to son.
Well, I'm not saying it happened like father to son, but I mean, even if it's just this specific portion, I think there's good reason to believe that the fathers would have to know the information and pass it down to the person's essentially asking. No?
Well, kind of. So, do you believe? Just keeping within this passage, do you believe that there are multiple gods, or do you believe there's only one God?
I believe there's one true God. There are multiple false gods.
Well, what this is saying, though, is when the Most High, when El Elyon, the Most High, keep in mind this is one name being given, apportioned the nations when he divided humankind. He fixed the boundaries of the people according to the number of gods. The Lord's own portions. Here we get the Tetragrammaton. The Lord's own portion was his people, Jacob, his allotted share. So this isn't saying that the Lord is God of all the people. He's only God of the Israelites, of Jacob's descendants, and that the other gods were allotted other people. So other people groups belong to other gods, right? So could this be a case of the oral transmission either getting mixed up to this point to by just a general reading believe that there's multiple true deities, or did the oral transmission from here to you somehow get messed up?
Okay, so we're reading verse 8, 9, and 10, right? That's what you
8
read,
and
right?
9.
8 and 9. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
It says, when the Most High gave the nations their inheritance, when he separated the sons of mankind, he set the boundaries of the peoples according to the number of the sons of Israel. For the Lord's portion is his people. Jacob is the allotment of his inheritance. Where does it say that there were other gods that were given the other people?
What translation are you reading?
New American Standard.
Yeah, so what you're reading is a translation that comes from the Septuagint. The Septuagint translated from gods and put the Israelites in there. But if you go and you read in the Hebrew, it's going to make a reference to deities.
Okay, so you're saying Deuteronomy 32, verse the verse you mentioned was verse 8. You said verse 8 is going to mention deities in the Hebrew.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let me double check. You give birth, a God hath begotten you. You are mindful of who 18. Oh no, it's not 18, it's 8. My bad.
When the Most High gave to the nations their inheritance, when he separated the sons of men, he fixed the bounds of the people according to the number of the sons of God.
According to the number of the sons of God. Yeah. Where there are we looking for the other gods?
Huh?
Now look at it. Now look at it on the screen. I read a very different translation.
Okay, when the Most High gave nations their homes and set the divisions of humanity, God fixed the boundaries of peoples in relation to Israel's numbers. Uh-huh. Where there does it say that the other nations were given other gods?
Because it says V'hanachel elyon goyim. V'nachel is the like homing or resting. Elyon goyim, it's the nations. Elyon is God Most High, and then goyim are the nations. V'haf ridon b'nei adam yitzav gevulot amim, and setting the boundaries. So there's this higher God that is apportioning all of these nations, and then the mispar b'nei Israel, according to Israel's numbers. Ki chelek Adonai amo, and that for God's portion, for Yud-Heh Vav-Heh's portion, Israel is his nation. Yaakov Chevel Nachalato, God's own allotment. Jacob for God's own allotment.
Oh, okay. Verse 9. Interesting. So verse 9 says, for Yahweh's people is Jacob, God's own allotment. Yes, so I'm seeing that. Yahweh, God's people, or Yahweh's people is... For Yahweh's portion is the people, Jacob, God's own allotment.
I will grant you that it is a very weird 2 verses.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm I don't know if I'm just slow, if it's the time of morning.
No. Here's the deal. Hold on.
Mhm.
So, it's very clearly poetic. Look how it's formatted. Okay. The introduction, sort of the colon statement, is that there is this Most High God, this Elyon, that is apportioning the nations, that is placing nations into these homes, and setting these boundaries for the Bnei Adam, for the sons of Adam, of sons of man, human beings, and Gevulot Amim, and like sort of like setting these boundaries for all the nations. And then Lemispar B'nai Israel. That's the thing that trips me up, that I don't fully like why is it in relation to the number of the sons of Israel? I don't understand that. Maybe because Israel is telling themselves the story, and so it makes sense to center Israel. Like if Egypt was telling the story, it might be Egypt.
I see.
Key. Now, key is an interesting word. You can translate it as for, or because, or such that, or thus. So you could say because God's portion is His people, or you could say for Adonai's portion is His people. I don't like this people because it's His people. It's Amo. It's a very weird verse. It's a very weird 2 verses. It's a very weird 2 verses.
Interesting.
I don't often feel so stumped, but I think there's a lot of weird ways you can read this. But it is very clear that Elyon and Adonai are not the same in these 2 verses. I think that there is a strong apologetic to sort of make this parallel structure in like Hebrew poetry, but it's pretty clear that that it's an older tradition. And by the way, Deuteronomy is very old. Deuteronomy is like somewhere between the 8th and 9th century BCE. It's Josiah's reign, so whenever that is.
I see. So you subscribe to you believe that there were multiple authors. or redactors?
There have to be multiple authors.
Okay. Well, I do, for instance, like the ending of, I think it's the ending of Deuteronomy. I do believe that, well, I don't believe that Moses would have written, his.
Look, you believe whatever you want to believe. I'm not here to burgle your beliefs, but you would have to explain, for example, why Isaiah is completely unaware of the Mount Sinai story, which is seemingly pivotal in the text, literally. You would have to explain why Deuteronomy is largely unaware of the Mount Sinai story, so much so that Mount Sinai doesn't exist really in the book of Deuteronomy, because Deuteronomy precedes the books of Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, and Numbers. Sorry, I tried to turn off my camera. Precedes those books, and so I guess the question is, like, how would you explain all those things? And I don't think this is the time or the place to dive into that, but I think it's worth questioning. You know, if you could be demonstrated that there are multiple authors, how would that change the way that you view the text?
Oh, no, I subscribe to the view that there possibly is another author. That's what I was saying. I could understand, for instance, the closing of the book of Deuteronomy. Just some of the objections you raised in relation to Isaiah and these things. I've never heard of them before. These are very interesting. I will take a look at them.
It's not your book. It's not your text.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess the question is really, why do you need Moses to be a historically true person, even?
Well, I believe Jesus believed the Old Testament
I
stories.
understand why you need Jesus to be historically true. I
Mhm,
do understand that. I think that Cyber has a wonderful line of questioning for that.
mhm.
But I'm asking you specifically, why do you need Moses to be a true historical figure?
I'm saying because I believe Jesus believed he was true. So if a true historical figure. So if Jesus believed it, and obviously I believe Jesus, then I would have to believe Moses.
So you're appealing to Jesus's authority to determine whether or not Moses was real?
Um, at this time, yes.
Okay. So let's imagine. Let's play just a brief mind sort of experiment. Let's imagine that Jesus did not ever exist and the Christian Bible didn't exist. Would it matter whether or not Moses?
I would say yes.
Okay, why would it matter?
Um, because I do believe that the God of Moses and the narratives presented in the Torah um, represent okay, how do I put this in words? In other words, I believe they're fact. I think if Moses is not a true historical figure, um, I think we're gonna run into problems with the validity of the beliefs that we hold. Like if Moses is not a true historical figure,
Hold on.
the
Yes,
Ten
great.
Commandments. Pardon?
Great. Okay, great. Keep going. Sorry.
Yeah. So I was saying if Moses is not a true historical figure, then like many things like the Ten Commandments and the books that we believe him to write, and things of that nature, that would all, I believe, come into question. I mean, not saying that it would outright throw them out, but I think that would be a good reason to call into question these sort of beliefs. My area of how should I say interest has not really been Old Testament apologetics. This is rather new to me and very interesting, very very interesting.
Great. So you're saying that the text would lose its validity if Moses didn't exist, that the Ten Commandments wouldn't have the same value or something like that. Is that accurate?
Um, not necessarily. If
What did I
let me,
miss?
I would say it's a good argument. It's a good argument for that.
Okay, all right. So, what? Let's just say for a moment that Moses did not exist. He was not a historical figure. Um, what value, like what is like what's left then?
If Moses is not a historical figure, then yeah, I would view the Bible's description of him. So okay, you're right then. I view the Bible's description of these things as either somewhat poetic, a reference to somebody else, or else not true.
Okay, great. So either poetic, referencing someone else, not true. Is there a fourth option?
Off the top of my head, no.
Okay, when you say not true, do you think that are you familiar with any other sort of folk cultures?
Like,
For example, I think of like when I think of Aesop's fables, or the stories of Anansi, or
the spider?
yeah, Anansi the spider. Love Anansi the spider. I think of indigenous stories like the Raven stories. I love trickster stories. Um, are you familiar with any of those?
Heard the names two times, but
Okay.
yeah.
Can you imagine that there are these folk stories that are intended to teach ethical and perhaps even moral lessons?
True.
Great. Do you think that those people told those stories? Who, like, let's say for example, for the Raven, for example, this is very typical in Pacific Northwest America. Salish Sea people um, tell stories of the Raven as a trickster character. Um, do you think that they intended for Iroquois people on the East Coast to hear those stories and relate to them?
I guess.
Do you think that they were meant for the Iroquois people on the East Coast, 3,000 miles away?
Well, I'm not. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I'm not sure the history behind the stories, but I would assume that. Um.
Would an indigenous local culture tell a
Oh,
story about themselves intending on another culture thousands of miles away, probably with their own set of stories?
okay. No. No. I don't think that's. Yeah. I don't think they would necessarily want that.
Great. So, my question ultimately is, who should you ask about the meaning of these texts if Moses doesn't exist and Moses is not a historically true figure? Who might hold an understanding of what these texts meant and how they should be understood or interpreted?
Good question. What I would say is that primarily we should seek out the culture or the nation that brought forth the text. However, I would say that in 2025 we have significant technology. We're able to do archaeological research and things of that nature. And so, if even if let's just say hypothetically there are some Jewish people who do not believe, say for instance, Nebuchadnezzar, sorry, the Medo-Persian Empire took over Babylon, right? Let's just say there are some persons who deny that. Historical evidence, things like the Cyrus cylinder, I believe it is, would be able to shed some light on it. So while yes, I agree that the primary line of questioning should go to the Jewish people, 100%. But I believe that if there is evidence or archaeological evidence outside of that, we can look to that as well.
Great. I just have one more question. Thanks for saying that, first of all. It was interesting that you decided now to sort of, I'm going to use the word appeal to archaeology. Do you think that the Bible is the archaeological record, or do you think it is?
Okay. I'm not sure if I'm understanding your question right, but I'm answered how I understand it, right? So, I believe that the Bible is part of the is part of the archaeological record. In other words, it doesn't contain every single possible thing that there is, but it does give
some insights. I believe that, individuals look through there to know, or to search out or excavate particular areas. But it doesn't necessarily mean that all of history is written there.
Great. I agree completely. I think the Bible is part of the archaeological record, not the archaeological record itself. And so, therefore, we can find moments in the archaeological record where there is alignment in the text, absolutely. But we also have to trust that if there is no evidence of the archaeological record, that perhaps these elements are, is it possible that these elements are folk traditions that are people telling themselves a story about themselves in order to navigate their immediate circumstances?
100%. It's definitely possible. But I would not be too conclusive on that, because, there are many instances where critiques would have pointed to certain areas in the Bible. Like, I think, I could be wrong, correct me if I'm wrong here, I think the existence of Belshazzar was a major issue until, the Nabonidus cylinder was discovered. And there are other, basically, I think it was the Midianites or whoever it was, but basically there have been times when critiques have pointed to various aspects in the text that has later been confirmed by archaeology. So yes,
Well,
if
real
Go
quick,
ahead.
just quick question, because you brought up the Nabonidus. What did the Nabonidus cylinder say about Belshazzar? There's two important things we learned from it.
off the top of my head, I'm not sure.
So one, we learned that Belshazzar had no relation to Nebuchadnezzar. He was the son of Nabonidus.
Correct.
Oh, sorry, we learned three things. Second, Belshazzar was never a king. He was like a prince, almost kind of a co-ruler, but not quite as the same level as his dad, Nabonidus. But the third thing that we learned is that Nabonidus himself, not even related to Nebuchadnezzar, he kind of fell on the throne of Babylon. He wasn't even like in line at all to be on the throne. He just kind of happenstance fell on the throne and ended up being like the ruler of Babylon. But this is completely contradictory as far as Belshazzar with what Daniel says. And also what we learned too is that Daniel again gets things when Daniel's talking about Babylon, he's inaccurate, completely inaccurate. But and we learned that from the Nabonidus cylinder, but as Daniel gets closer to the Greek, inaccurate. And the reasoning for this is because Daniel was probably writing during the Maccabean revolt. It's probably when he was writing, and he is telling the story of, it's
Apocalyptic.
Yeah, apocalyptic, but it's propaganda for the people during the Greek invasion, saying, hey, remember Babylon. Remember those who stayed faithful.
Are you familiar with the apocalyptic genre, Real?
The apocalyptic genre of Israel?
Well, yeah, I mean, biblical apocalyptic literature
Yes.
is a very specific genre in which a time period is used to discuss the current time period. So, in large part, can you think of any other moments like Daniel is discussing Babylon, but in reality it's talking about Greece? The book of Revelation is talking about some distant time period, but in reality it's talking about Rome. Can you think of any other times that might play into the text?
Okay, before I answer this question, I need to first understand it clearly. But in relation to the previous point that was made in regards to like Linda confirmed was contrary to Daniel. am I to understand when it speaks of the relations between Nebuchadnezzar, Belshazzar, and Nabonidus? Is that because the text says that Nebuchadnezzar, it refers to Nebuchadnezzar as the father of Belshazzar? And what is your interpretation then, or what is your perspective on, if someone decides to interpret that word to mean not a biological father or grandfather or something to that effect, but like a predecessor?
Say that again.
He's asking
So I'm
about
saying,
somebody becoming the father of somebody else. Like, but there is no, like, just to be clear, well, there is no system of adoption in Judaism.
No, I'm not saying there's like adoption. It's like basically as someone who came before, like someone who ruled before.
Okay, yeah, go ahead, Cyber. Sorry, I think we got a little derailed here, but
Yeah, no, that's the point. Is the Nabonidus cylinder makes it clear that Belshazzar, or sorry, not Belshazzar, almost got confused with Dan, was never a king. That's what it says. He wasn't king. He was almost a co-ruler with his father Nabonidus. Nabonidus was the king, but he never actually was at the 1-to-1 level. He was like a step below. He was more than a prince.
Co-regent.
Co-regent. But Nabonidus still had the full authority. Belshazzar did not.
But Nabonidus wasn't present at the fall of Babylon, correct?
This is a departure from the questions about Real's beliefs. Just to be like, not.
What was the question?
It's a
Sorry.
very big departure.
Yeah.
What was the question? My bad. Can you repeat the question, please?
Oh, he's just acknowledging that we've departed from the line of questioning.
Oh, my bad. It's interesting. It's interesting stuff.
But I do
use it. I was queued up. I had to use it.
Nice.
The quest line.
But I did have a question based off some stuff that Rav mentioned. Rav mentioned that and we have issues with some other text that doesn't seem to know about the Sinai story. So this would go to suggest that possibly this father-son narrative being passed down probably didn't start occurring till much later. And if it turns out that this is the case, how would this affect your belief that Moses wrote these?
Okay, the thing is, so you're telling me grant the case that Isaiah is not aware of Sinai.
Correct.
Right. So if I grant that Isaiah is not aware of what took place at Sinai, again, that's a big grant. Then yes, I would question the oral tradition of Israel at the time of Isaiah. I think that's a reasonable conclusion. I would question the oral tradition of Israel at the time of Isaiah for sure.
What might prompt the Sinai story to be what might be the catalyst for the Sinai story?
You're saying like why would they come up with the Sinai story?
Yeah. What is like the core of the Sinai story?
Well, the Sinai story was the period in which God gave them the moral code, 10 Commandments.
Great. Where
Off the top of my head, I can't say that.
I'm gonna sing it. No, I'm not gonna sing it. Ki mitzion teitzei Torah, for Torah comes forth from Mount Zion.
That's what
Udibar
verse?
Adonai. What's that?
Sorry.
Can you give the text?
Sure, no problem. It's Isaiah 2, maybe 1, 2, 3, or 4. I don't know exactly. I apologize, but right at the beginning of chapter 2, Ki mitzion tetze Torah udevar Adonai Yerushalayim, that the word of God comes forth from Jerusalem.
That it's either 2. The mount. You said Isaiah 2.
Yes, I can look it up and make sure, but yeah, Isaiah 2, 3.
Isaiah 2, 3. And many people should go and say, Isaiah chapter 2, verse 3. Many people should go and say, Come he, and let us go up to the mountain of the Lord, to the house of the God of Jacob, and he will teach us of his ways, and will walk in his paths. For out of Zion shall go forth the law, and the word of the Lord from Jerusalem.
And that, by the way, the word is Torah. The Hebrew is Ki mitzion tetze Torah. From the instruction is Torah. It's a translation choice.
Is that latter part in so okay. It says, well, in the King James Version it says shall go forth from the Lord. Out of Zion
so,
shall go forth.
Great. It's a present progressive verb, so it should be it is in the habitual present, something that it is continually doing. Just as it always has, Torah
Okay.
comes forth from Mount Zion.
Okay, so it habitually comes forth from, but does it mean that that's where it was given? That's what you're saying? It means that it was given there?
I don't know. It feels like a pretty important time to bring up Torah coming from Mount Sinai.
I get you.
Also, Isaiah doesn't bring up Mount Sinai. He talks about the Exodus from Egypt a little bit, but not much. So it's an interesting question. And like my question would be, was that I would see that I am not convinced myself, but my gut feeling is something like interpolation, something that is post-Babylonian exile that allows the first Isaiah to sort of sum up the whole thing without doing too much work.
Interesting. Okay, it's an argument I've never heard, so I will have to look it up.
To me, it makes the most amount of sense, especially when you look at the archaeological record. I'm wondering what you think the Babylonian exile might have meant to the people at that time, and how the Babylonian exile might have affected the way in which these texts were canonized.
And it might also, too, with the post-Babylonian exile, might be a good time while we're waiting for these to be written down to potentially start this oral transmission.
You mean writing transmission? Because it was already an oral transmission.
Yes.
Because that is true. Most of the Torah is redacted during the Babylonian exile, or near the end of it.
Interesting.
By the way, what is this? Real. You're off the app. I don't know if you know that.
I'm just waiting for Thrayle to give me a side quest.
Is that what we're all waiting for? Your mission Well, first I do need to thank Philly Red, Brenna Green, Raccoon Trio, Heather's Descent, Dash, Rob, and Robot Heather for helping with that goal. I do appreciate all of you. Thank you so much. I think Rav had a question. We do have a poll in the upper left-hand corner with about a little more than 3 minutes left.
My only question is, has this conversation offered an opportunity to think of things? Look, I think I have a whole list of ways that I think are good, productive ways to read the Torah. I think that religiously is definitely one way that people do it. I think that it is also a comparative literature, an archaeological document. I think that it is poetry. It is intertextual, meaning it's in conversation with itself. I think that it is esoteric. I think that most people can find whatever it is that they want to say using it, which I think speaks to the fact that it's not really actually trying to make a definitive statement. And I guess, given permission to read the document in a way that is in a wider range than just this is what it says and this is what it means to say. How do you feel about that? How's that been for you?
Okay, so what I would say is this discussion definitely has given me the opportunity to think. The thing about it is I do have a degree in theology. That was actually my focus of study, but I focused more on Christian theology, and so I essentially I've dabbled a little bit in apologetics. So for me, while these present very, very interesting perspectives, and so that means I'll be familiar with the different literature, the different types of.
Thrayle.
Pardon?
That's an unexpected can of worms.
Unexpected can of worms.
Yeah,
When you
well,
say
I feel like I want to renege on my poll vote.
it's essentially what I'm saying is, these have caused me to think, but I do believe that there are good answers for them somewhere. That's just the way I have. Every time I've looked at an objection like it, I've seen some decent answers. So I'm gonna go ahead and be serious about it because I do believe in being honest. So I'll go ahead and take a look at it.
Band-Aid for the Titanic.
No, I know that you're probably thinking this is a smoking gun, right? But I really and truly I've seen.
Hang on.
I also
and Rev.
Sorry, yeah.
I know, but Philly's been trying to say something.
Oh, sorry, Philly. I'm so sorry. I didn't hear you.
Okay. It's okay. My voice is messed up today. Okay, this is a bit of a facetious question. But do you think it might be possible, real, that there's somebody else on this panel that has a theology degree, that has thought that there were answers for all of these things, looked into them and found that there are not?
100%.
Not in a way that can allow to maintain the kind of stances that you are maintaining. Of
course. I can clearly hear that there are at least one or two individuals that have a much deeper understanding of Hebrew than I have. But the thing is, there are also individuals on the other end of the spectrum. There are persons on both. There are persons on both sides. There are persons who defend it, and there are persons who accept it. I think it would be rather disingenuous if I just say, okay, that's an interesting thing. Let me just throw away all of my previous beliefs and hung on to it. So all I'm saying is, it's very interesting. I will take a look at it. I want to see what answers are given for it, and then subsequent to that, I'll make a decision on whether or not I hold to these positions as factual.
I wish I only want that for you. I'm not trying, like Thrayle says it best, no one's trying to burgle the beliefs. I would much rather have a conversation in which that there's argument and argument in the sense of like true, discussion. And I think that the willingness to question the belief, and I think that you should, well, I'm going to take Thrayle's line. I apologize.
Oh, we lost you, Rav. I mean, you're there, but you're on mute.
Well, yeah, I felt like I was leading into Thrayle's line, and I didn't want to burgle Thrayle's line. But
Go for it.
I hope you'll come back. I hope you'll question your beliefs again.
Solid. Look it up, and then if I do, make it in time, and I see this channel, or I go back to it, I'll see if I could, rejoin and let you guys know what I think.
That's awesome.
I think that'd be great, Real.
Let me just say, appreciate, the spirit of discussion.
Yeah.
In these.
I appreciate you being here. And
Thanks,
I'm going
thanks,
to keep asking questions. We did do a vote. We're going to go ahead and move on. There are a whole lot more questions that I hope we get to ask you in the future. But take care. That was interesting.
And I really appreciated him actually listening. There's some times when he got a little bit on the defense, which is expected, but for the most part, he was willing to listen, and I think he was trying to absorb what was being said.
Yeah, it was a very good faith discussion. I appreciated him actually taking the time to look up, to listen, to question.
I also want to say thank you to Philly and Raccoon for gassing me up in the comments. That actually really made me feel good. So thank you. And
It
Philly,
was
I hope
so
you feel good
great.
soon. Oh, thanks.
Yeah, thank you.
So I have a question. There's, and maybe this isn't the place, maybe man message. So I wrote a syllogism for objective morality. I just need to know if it's sound and valid.
Oh my. Why do you need objective morality?
I need objective morality.
Yeah, I'm not saying that we need objective morality, but I think that it's foolish when we just give it up to theists to have objective morality. I think that that's a foolish move that we don't need to do.
Why let them have all the ice cream? Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Well, it gives them a sense of it's lonely on top, but it's comforting looking down at those below. And that feeling is only for me, okay? Just kidding. All right. But in sincere, I do believe that we should have objective morality.
I believe that the law of non-contradiction, I believe that logic necessitates it.
Have you talked to Trust But Verify about this?
No, but I should. I guess the question is, do we consider the pit in my stomach a mind?
So, yeah,
there are a lot of neurons that make it somewhat brain-like and neurological. Like there's the idea that the stomach is like a second brain, and like I think the question that exists in people and the nervous feeling of is this right or is this wrong? That to me is the objective morality. It's the question itself. There is something that is outside of my mind that is in the pit of my stomach on every single day. And I feel tension constantly. I feel like I'm on edge, but that's because I'm a human and I'm on the lookout and I'm trying to do the right thing and I'm trying to, survive and thrive and do the things that humans do. great song by David Byrne. Yeah, that's sort of my. I think
What's objective about that?
Well, one, it exists in my stomach. It's outside of my mind. I'm not in control of that feeling.
I don't think my like there's a brain in my. I just think my stomach has a mind of its own, especially when I smell like good food.
Well, I'm like, did you not get like a pit in your chest when you like are weighing a decision?
Oh no, I do. I understand what you're saying. I was just kind of being facetious, but no, I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, that pressure to me is the urge toward making that decision, and to ignore that or to run from it would be amoral. To me, that is the moral question. It's like, what do I do?
Yeah.
So
Well,
if
so like,
morality is the question, what do I do? How is any of that mind or stance
Engage in the
independent?
discussion. Yeah, I think engaging in the discussion and like standing up for what you think is right, and like God
But how is
willing,
that mind or stance independent?
that's ethics. That's ethics.
mhm.
That is completely subjective.
I feel like my questions are being ignored.
No, I could not be more serious. The question itself is this thing that's in like my gut. I have this question, and the moment I answer it, it is done so from an ethical mind standpoint.
An ethical mind standpoint.
And then ethics. Yep, and then ethics get grounded in morale or in the laws of logic, specifically laws of non-contradiction.
So you're saying your moral. I'm not hearing how morality is.
Well, what is morality?
Based on your ethical.
What I'm saying is,
Well, it's what you just described was a singular. I don't know why I keep talking.
ethics are based on the ethos.
Mm-hmm.
It's almost like I'm not even necessary.
What do you mean?
Like, why am I asking questions if they're getting ignored and interrupted?
On my end, you started breaking up, so if I was interrupting you, I apologize.
My question is, what is mind independent about I make decisions? There's nothing mind independent about that.
Correct.
Well, yeah.
So where's the objective morality? You're saying ethics might be grounded in an objective framework. But how does that make morality, your decisions about these things? How does that make that?
Oh, yeah.
Objective?
I guess that. So rational systems of norms, like must obey, like the law of non-contradiction. Ethics is a rational system of norms that govern action. Therefore, ethics must be grounded in the laws of non-contradiction. So if you make a decision that ends up being contradictory to your worldview, then you just are acting contradictory to your worldview. Contradictions can't exist; they're not real. Thus, it'd just be immoral to act with your in a non-contradictory or in a contradictory way.
It would be immoral. So you're now defining morality as acting in accordance with an ethical framework. Is that correct?
Correct. Grounded in the law of non-contradiction specifically.
So is this the is this a proprietary definition of morality?
Is this like a proprietary definition? I mean, I could guess I could get you a definition of morality real quick.
I'm just curious, is this like a sandwich situation? Are we saying morality is this and we define it this way and therefore it is objective because we defined it to be?
Well, morality is just a system of principles, rules, and values that are going to govern whether something is right or wrong. But we draw to that right and wrongness through ethics.
I
So
thought
that's what I'm
ethics
saying.
was the system just a moment ago. So then ethics is like, which one's the system?
It would be ethics. And then through ethics, we come to whether or not a decision is right or wrong. And that's where the morality comes in. That would be the morality.
I just have to say, like, I'm talking about something very specific, but I mean, I think that's, yeah, anyway. What I'm saying is that before you make a decision, that is the objective morality. There is regardless of mind, there is an evolutionary quality of human beings that has a yearning to answer the question, is this right or is this wrong? So regardless of my independent mind, there is a quality about human beings that have this inherent question within them as a product of our evolution. And so that is what is objective about morality, that there is a question to begin with. And the fact that there is a question means that, and that there is any yearning toward it, is to me the moral imperative. And
I wonder why. Is it? I don't know what it is about objective morality that there's a tendency for theists and former theists to need to define objective morality into existence, and I'm curious why.
I think that part of it comes from the wisdom of knowing what happens when everyone does what is right in their own eyes, so to speak. And that.
What does that look like? When everyone does what is right in their own eyes?
Yeah, I think supremacy. I think scarcity mindset. Uh, Unkindness.
So then, what we see, you're saying,
Tribalism.
what exists?
Say it again.
What exists? The things we
How do you
see.
mean?
Like
How
when
do
we
you mean?
see, you're just talking about. Are you saying that everybody acting toward what they think is right will always lead towards those things, or are you just saying like it'll be a broad spectrum, like we see, where everybody kind of does things, and some groups do it this way, and some
Sure.
do it that way? Like, are you saying what we see is what it looks like when people just do what they think is right?
Yeah, I think that people are not having the conversation that surrounds the question. I don't think that it's ever happened. I'm not saying that it's ever happened. I'm saying that it is, maybe that's also part of the human condition, is that we just like think we're having the conversation, but like never really, just always just assuming my way.
Right.
Yeah.
Is it possible that because we see what we see, things being the way they are, where it looks like people are just acting in accordance to what they think is right, doesn't that kind of negate the entire idea that there is an objective morality? Maybe there's an objective idea called morality that we talk about, but is there actually an objective framework?
Obviously, I do not have the data to back up whether or not all people feel this type of question, but that's my best crack at it. And to answer your question, like you more thoroughly, I think, which was why is it so important to like hold this belief? I think it's more important that like people engage in the conversation itself and put themselves like to really find their ethical stance in the world and to really develop the scaffolding to be able to answer those questions. I think that's really what I'm far more concerned with. And that the ethos conversation is far more important to me, but I do think that there is something that is driving that conversation that is independent of any individual.
Well, I think, and
it's the choice to join into that conversation or not that I think makes somebody moral or immoral. Like, I think to abscond from the conversation is, I feel very comfortable judging somebody who's indifferent to that conversation.
And I don't know, me personally, I would just take it like morality is going to be grounded in ethics, ethics grounded in law of non-contradiction, and the ultimate end of moral obligation is the flourishing of rational agents, and this has to be necessarily supported by like freedom and well-being.
What was the last? Here's the bear of levity.
The bear of levity. Thank you,
Always in
pal.
perfect timing.
That
I
scared the
appreciate
shit out of me. Like, I think I just shit a chicken.
Thank you, Kung Pao. Hey, Michael, can I get your age for TikTok TOS? I'm gonna guess Michael didn't mean to be here.
I'm gonna come right back. My keyboard is glitching, so I'm not like, yeah, okay, I'll be right back.
This is what they do, folks.
Them rabbis, they just be running and running, blaming their keyboards.
They drop an argument for objective morality and then run.
But yeah, so that's my thing, though, is I believe that, like, morality is just, again, grounded in ethics, ethics grounded in the law of non-contradiction. The ultimate end of moral obligations is flourishing of rational agents, necessarily supported by freedom and well-being. And depending on how rational of an agent you are, you're going to have more moral obligations. So clearly we're not going to hold, like, a snail or a fish to the same moral obligation like monkeys or apes to higher moral obligations than we will a fish, so on and so forth.
It raises a lot of questions.
Yeah, sure.
The last thing I hear is, this is what they do. It's like, not even as I fall into the abyss.
What is the difference, Cyber, between morality and an ethical framework?
So morality is just the principles, values, and rules of wrongness and rightness. This is going to end up ultimately being societal, whereas ethics is the system of norms that govern your action.
Sorry, can you break that down further for me?
Yeah, so when we look at like rightness and wrongness, those are going to be based on society, but the ethics is just going to be the system of norms or the things that you ought to do and ought not do that will govern your actions.
I don't know, it sounds the same to me. What am I missing?
I wonder if where most objective moral arguments are going to fall apart is in the definitions.
Well, so like ethics is going to be like it's its own branch of philosophy that questions right and wrong, right? So ethics is going to be like why do this, right? And then the morality side of it is going to be like, do it or don't do it. But the ethics is going to be the deep dive into the why or why not.
Why not to do it or not do it though?
Correct. And then morality is going to be
Isn't
the
that just the
ultimate.
same?
No, because morality is going to be the action itself of doing or not doing.
So if I can articulate why I do something, that's ethics, but the actually doing of it is morality.
Correct.
These are new definitions than we had
You know,
a minute ago.
this is just talking about morality.
Okay. Morals are your own. Morals are personal, right? Your
Wait, say
personal
that
beliefs
again?
about what is right and wrong.
No, morals are
I-
going to be societal.
Interesting.
But I'm,
I
yes,
was
exactly.
asking-
That's my point.
I was asking Cyber if then ethics is just talking about morals.
Is that what ethics are?
Wait, say that one more time.
Yeah.
Are ethics just talking about morals?
Well, they're the framework for
Sorry, Bill.
determining. So the morals are the actions themselves, but the
Yes.
ethics are the framework for determining what action you're going to take.
Yes. So that the ethics is talking about the actions.
Mm-hmm. Correct. And then
So-
from there, you're going to have like consequentialism, virtue ethics, which is the ethics that I subscribe to. You just go into different branches of ethics there.
So okay.
I can give a real life example.
I feel like we're working, that's part of what I was saying before. I think we're working with different definitions and understandings of what the words ethics and morality
Like,
even mean. Crystal J gave an example in the comments I'm much more familiar with, where morals is your personal beliefs about right and wrong, and ethics would be the standard set by a group. That's what Raccoon was saying when she came up.
well, like I
Raccoon went.
can explain. I can explain. So as moral agents, right? So this is going to be the ethics side of it, right? So as moral agents, we all have an ultimate end to flourish, right? So flourish will be
No.
like the moral side, right? But in order to flourish, right, we need to have...
Why do we all have an ultimate end to flourish?
What do you mean by have an ultimate end to flourish?
I think I was using the terminology that you were using, Cyber. And I don't understand why you say that everybody has the ultimate end to flourish.
I think he said goal, but just
Yeah, it's like the ultimate goal is to...
Right. So why do you say that the ultimate goal is to flourish?
and you're using the biological definition of to reproduce and to survive. Are the two
Well,
goals.
so what I mean by is it's going to be to a state of living well or optimal realization of an individual's potential, right?
Right. So it is not everybody's goal. It is not everybody's ultimate goal to live well.
It is. It depends on what you mean by live well, right?
I mean, we live in a world where people unalive every day.
Mm-hmm.
Intentionally.
Yes. And so when we say living well, right, we automatically like jump to this assumption that they want to live on and on forever. But if their own rationalization is by living well is that they need not exist, well, they're still meeting up to this living well. That's just how they rationalize what
Right.
living well is for them. That's their flourishing for them.
Well, it is literally not living well. Because they're not living. Okay, so if we take away the living well, you replaced it with the word flourishing. But they're not
Mhm.
flourishing because they're not existing.
No, because by living well, if living well is the self-deletion, as long as through their self-deletion, they're not causing, taking away anybody else's well-being or freedom, there's not an issue with that. For example, let's say there is somebody who has cancer and they don't want to continue
sorry.
living. Oh, go ahead.
I'm sorry. I laughed at a very inopportune time. I laughed at Raccoon's comment, but we do have a new guest on the panel. I would like to dig into this further with you, Cyber, at another time, if you're open to it.
Yeah, we definitely can.
Absolutely. Hello, Enzo. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Can we talk about the Epstein files? I've been dying.
No, I don't.
That
think
is
we
a
can.
child.
We're gonna have to remove you from the panel.
Yeah. So until we get another guest up, if it's okay to continue with this.
So to save us from this conversation, which obviously Cyber and I really want to have, but
There is
others do
another
not.
guest.
Oh, there is another guest.
Well,
Okay.
I
I was
do
just going to
have
say, if
many
you
more
believe in
questions.
God or gods or higher powers, you should request up. Okay. I'm muting now.
1580. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yeah, I'm 40.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yes, I'm a Christian.
And have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
Yes.
Do you believe the stories within the Bible to be true and literal, as written?
Yes.
So you believe in a 6-day creation, Adam and Eve, as the first two humans?
Yes.
Why do you believe those stories?
It's just a preference I have.
Why did you request up here?
It was just a preference that I have, though.
Why did you request up here to be on this panel?
So I have to answer all yours, but you can't answer one of mine. Are we going to go back and forth, or what is this?
This isn't a debate.
What does it say above that?
Again,
Above that?
What does it say above it?
Again, I'm trying to have a debate here. I'm not trying
It's
to...
not, this is not a debate.
Space,
Are you
dude.
1580 on your
It
SAT and you think there's a debate prompt on the screen? Are you serious?
Oh. Well, based on what you said prior, which you did say was a debate.
There's no debate.
And I have the clip
here.
of it, too.
There's no debate
Oh my
here.
gosh.
My goodness.
I have the clip of it. Would you want me to send you it? DM?
You have a clip of people questioning.
Of you saying it's a debate. I have it.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. Do you want me to send it to you right now?
No.
Yeah,
want
you're
you
an
to
idiot.
Fuck off.
Thanks for the add-on. That was ridiculous.
Here's a clip of me saying it's a debate. Wow. When have I ever said it's a debate?
I can imagine
now,
you saying
twice.
it facetiously. Yeah. Or in a question or something like that.
Fascinating. I suppose you could probably fabricate anything.
Easy.
1580 on his SAT, and he thought this was a debate.
Verbal score of 2.
The way, never mind.
Absolutely ridiculous. So, I almost want to segue back into the previous conversation. But I don't think that's going to go.
Well, if we get somebody up,
Is that a moral action?
yeah, it is a moral action to jump into it. Yes.
So actions are morals, but not the framework upon which they are made.
No, those are ethics.
When you read the definition of morality to me earlier, you're like, I can get it. And then you read one. Did it not say that it was the framework?
Let me go back and take a look at that definition that I used.
You've heard me use the
this
sandwich before, right?
So this one here I actually like a lot better. It's going to be is a set of societal rules about, or personal or societal rules about right or wrong behaviors, whereas ethics is a broader philosophical study of those rules and justification for the principles of right and wrongness and how they should be applied in real situations. I like those definitions better.
This is more of an AI overview.
Huh?
Was that an AI overview?
That was, I went to, what's the philosophical encyclopedia I was just in?
While Cyber looks that up, there are 75 people in here. There's probably somebody who believes in a god or gods or higher power that is willing to question their beliefs. And if so, please request up. And if that is not you, why aren't you liking the live, sharing it out, meeting the gift goal?
Oh, that might be my fault.
Yeah.
Because I haven't
Hold on.
thanked Heather's Descent, Robot Heather, or Amber Lee for helping with the gift goal yet. So thank you guys so much.
Yep.
Go ahead, Cyber.
I was gonna say, and Raccoon, we might, if I get asked the right questions, we might get to why it becomes objective. We might get there.
I understand why you think it's objective, based upon the laws of logic and non-contradiction, and using non-contradiction into well-being based upon the system of ethics. The problem, as with so many syllogisms, is going to lie in the first two premises and the definitions.
Well, so yeah, we can run through that. So like P1 would be any rational system of norms must obey the law of non-contradiction. And then P2 is ethics is a rational system of norms governing action. Conclusion.
It's too fast.
Those
Okay,
are the
yeah,
definitions that are going to be called into question.
Yeah, and with that, we'll be calling those definitions into question. Then we'll just go with the get my tab here to open up. So we'll just go with ethics is the rules and justification of moral principles and the guidance on how they should be applied in real situations.
Rules and justifications according to logic. Rules and justifications.
Specifically, the law of non-contradiction.
Just a quick interruption here. Thrayle, do you see a guest in queue?
I do. This is what they do. Fascinating. Can I get your H for TikTok TOS?
Yes, 56.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
Yes, I do.
And which god is that?
Christian?
Have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
No, I haven't.
Why not?
My bad.
That's all right. But why haven't you?
I've read some of it, you know. A lot of times, same things over and over again, trying to put things to memory. I guess, just busy. You know, I have a bunch of books, other books that I've started to read and never finished either. Some books I have, but not all of them. It's like a work in progress.
Do you believe the stories from the Bible to be true and literal?
I would say yes. Only because the experiences that I've gone through in the past over 50 years. Otherwise, I would be a little more skeptical. But
so you've gone through experiences that confirm to you the truth of the the Bible stories, like a 6-day creation or a global flood?
Well, more specifically, I would say belief in like fallen angels, which kind of more concreted after my experience, it more concreted, my belief because,
So you say fallen angels, you've experienced something that tells you there's fallen angels.
yes, absolutely.
What does that mean? What is an angel?
Well, I mean, in the book, in the account, there was the angels that fell, the most famous one, Lucifer, and then there's Azazel and
Which part of the book?
I believe it's Genesis.
Well, Azazel is in the book of Leviticus.
Okay, yeah, I'm not, I'll on the first one admit I'm not good at quoting stuff like that, but I do remember hearing stories, and discussions about it and things like that.
I'm wondering where it says Azazel is a fallen angel.
Well, the goat, the one that the Jews would put their sins on and send them out into the wilderness. But they do say that he is a fallen angel. I couldn't tell you exactly where, but I've really since my experience that I had in 2016, I've really been trying to research as much as I can.
So when you say you had an experience,
Mm-hmm.
and it leads you to believe that there's fallen angels,
Yes.
what kind of experience are you talking about?
Well, first I'd like to preface that growing up in my house, my parents believed in God, but they didn't go to church. I was, in my teenage years, my younger teenage years, I started kind of dabbling a little in witchcraft and stuff, and my mom kind of had a freak out. She's like, there's no such things as demons, and this is all fake, and it's all, and I mean, she like, she, would tell me this for like years, through my teenage years that, all of that was just fantasy land, so I grew up, all through the years. I became a Christian. I grew up Presbyterian, but I became a Christian on my 18th birthday through a friend, a close friend, best friend through high school, and
Fascinating. I'm trying to find out more so what the
yeah,
experience
I'm
is.
sorry. Yeah,
You kind
well,
of give me a
that's
little
I had to
biography.
I had to preface it a little bit. I'm getting there. Um, so like as I got older through the years, I kind of what you call backsliding. I kind of dropped everything. Just started getting into my life. You know what I mean? And not really focusing on anything but my life. And in April, specifically April of 2016, I was on YouTube, and for like over a week, this video kept popping up about a ritual calling Azazel. And so I was like, I'm like, that's ridiculous, you know what I mean? And I thought it was kind of funny, and then it kept coming up, coming up. So finally, I'm like, you know what? I'll watch it for a good laugh. So I watched it, and then when I was like almost to the end of it, I started getting really tired. And this was like 7, 8 o'clock at night, so that's not normal to be that sleepy, that early in the night for me. And I was in, I guess, what they call theta state, and where I wasn't quite asleep, but I wasn't quite awake. I could hear
Okay.
what was going on. And so anyway, it happened 3 days in a row. Same exact thing.
So
Um,
for 3 days in a row,
hmm
you you was it? Did you watch the video 3 days in a row, or was it
yes,
you just had the okay?
because after the first time, the next 2 days I had this really bad urge, like all day long. I couldn't wait till
To watch it
the
again.
evening to watch it again. Because it
So
was like the same time every night for 3 nights. And
so
then I
for
got 3 visits.
so before we get to the visits,
Mm,
which I do want to understand where you're going with this. You're saying for 3 days in a row, you watched the same YouTube video
yes,
at the same time, and each
yes,
time you got tired. And
yes. And at
okay,
the, I would wake up all 3 days in a row. I would wake up at the same exact time, 1 second before the video ended, and I would see the guy coming back up. He was on his knees in a circle, and he was like sitting back up. You know what I mean? Still on his knees because he was done doing his
hmm
thing. You know what I mean? And so I had after that I got 3 visits. Um, one day I picked up
three
my kid.
three
Yeah,
visits.
yes. I know there's probably a lot of people that don't believe this.
So
I
far,
would,
all you've told us is that 3 days in a row you've watched a YouTube video,
yeah.
fallen asleep, and
Okay.
woke up at the
And
end.
all right, the first time I picked up my kids from swim practice, and I was on my way home. My 9-year-old was sitting in the front seat, and a shadow figure ran across the road in front of my truck. And I've never seen one, but that was my one and only time really ever seeing a shadow figure. And so it was like right up the street from my house before I got home. I get home, we get out, we go on my porch to go into the door. As soon as I get on the porch, it felt like, did you ever go out in a thunderstorm and you feel like electricity in the air and all the hair stands up on your neck and everything, your arms, all that? Well, that's what I felt. And this was the first time I actually felt a primal fear. I'm not a fearful person. I'm really not. Like healthy fear, I see a bear close by, yeah, I'm gonna be
Mhm.
scared. But other than that, I really don't. Um, and it was just a primal fear which I'd never felt before, and I found it a little curious. But I felt like if I didn't get my kids inside, we were all gonna die. That was exactly what I felt like. So then after that, I'm not sure. I don't remember. I mean, it was so long ago. I don't
So
remember.
fascinating. The
Mhm.
first visit is you
Mhm.
um, with your kids, and then as you got to the door, you felt a primal fear, and the hair on
Mhm.
your arm stood on end.
Yes, it was
Okay,
electricity in the air.
and you call that a visit, or
Yeah, I've never had anything. I've never experienced, a visit like that before.
was that the
You
whole
know.
experience? And then
Well, my daughter said she saw the shadow person too, and
saw the shadow person.
yeah, run across the road in front of us. And the next visit, um, he was in the basement
Who
at the
was in the
bottom of the
basement?
stairs.
Another
It
shadow
was,
person.
yeah, I didn't look, like I knew he was there. I could feel it, you know, but I didn't look at him. I didn't want to give him attention, you know, and
Hmm.
that's how I always dealt with any kind of spirits or anything like that. Anytime I can't see him, but I could feel him, you know, and I usually just don't give him attention, because that's usually what they want. And
Is it not possible that that is your imagination?
no, no, because it doesn't happen all the time. If it happened all the time, I would really question myself.
So only if it happened all the time could it be your imagination. You couldn't just have
I Either that,
moments
or
of
I think if it happened all the time, it's either your imagination or you're crazy. Like I don't think it can happen every day. I mean, it's not, I it's only dotted through my life that things have happened to me. It's not, it could happen once in a year, and then not for 5 years, or you know what I mean? Like it varies so wildly that I really can't say, it's every other month. It's not like that. You know what I mean? It's just happenstance. I go somewhere, or
Fascinating.
it's not.
You're saying that there's no possibility at all that you could be feeling some kind of anxiety at different points.
No, I don't have anxiety. Trust me, I don't have anxiety. I don't care enough. I don't.
Interesting.
I don't care enough to have anxiety. So
You don't think that there's any possibility in your mind that these experiences could be at all products of your mind?
no, because other people in my house experienced it. That could believe
what?
experience. Well, like I said, my daughter saw the shadow person along with me. 9.
She was
So
9.
she was, yeah. So she was old enough to understand. You know what I mean? She wasn't that young.
Are you sure
I'm telling you,
sure
after
she
this,
couldn't have? Are you sure she couldn't have played along?
no, because I didn't say what it was. I said, "Did you see that?" And she said, "Yeah," because I try, because I've been experiencing weird things since I was about 4. 4
She
was,
said, "Yeah."
yeah,
You said, "Did you see that?" She said, "Yeah." What then happened?
yeah.
How does that
I
confirm
asked
that
her.
you saw the same
I
thing?
asked her what she saw, and she described like a black shadow. She said, and she was experiencing after this. See, after the second time, he was in the basement, and I have cats. Okay, and this may sound silly, but I love my animals, so I was like singing.
Fascinating. I have a question for you.
Okay.
It's kind of pivotal to the whole thing here. Can you question your beliefs?
I question everything.
It doesn't sound like it.
Well, you know what? I see. The thing is with that experience is for the next 6 months after that happened to me, I got a little scared because I was like, maybe I'm losing my mind. Maybe I finally lost it. Maybe I'm going crazy. You know what I mean? Because like I said, I was raised to not believe in this stuff. You know what I mean? I thought I was actually going crazy, like, off the wall.
Did you ever
And
talk to a professional about that?
no, because I kept, I'm a thinker, okay? So I would like think about it, you know what I mean? And I would keep remembering the experiences that my family had with this whole thing. I mean, for the next year and a half after that, I mean, I was like,
What do you mean your family had? What are you talking about?
experiences. My younger daughter, she was experiencing uh, she kept coming after I put them to bed. She would keep coming in to get me and telling me that there's a black thing hanging on the wall with a triangle head staring at her. And she never did this before. Before all this happened, she never did this. She never. And I seen the same exact thing one night on top of my armoire. Only that was one time, but
You saw the exact same thing.
Yeah, it was. I saw these 2 green lights. on top of my armoire for years, you know, any lights that are normal lights in your room, right? And this was abnormal lights. And I'm like, you know, I had just gotten in bed, all the lights out, and I noticed these two green lights, and I'm like, what the hell is that? So I get up and I walk over, and I'm like a foot away. You know, I mean,
So
I'm kind of
I'm
short,
curious.
but
Um,
and then it blinked.
yeah. So
So basically, that is why it kind of reinforced for me. I hope the noise in the background isn't too bad.
no,
Kind
the
of,
the thing that the fact that you can't question any of this and that you hold it to be a divine experience, even if these experiences were somehow verified, which it sounds to me like you stopped short of questioning.
oh well, no, I've for
But
years now. I sometimes I
even
circle
if
back
they
to it, and
were,
I'm like, did that really happen? You know what I
you
mean?
circle back, you remember it, you analyze the memory, you think about it.
Yes, to see if it really happened, because I mean, it was so, you know, I mean, it was so out there, you know.
Do you not think that you could be confirming your own preconception that this is a demonic entity or something?
Well, reason why I say that is because, see, I've never, you know, when I was when I said when I was a young teen, I dabbled in witchcraft a little bit. The only thing I ever really did was like read a couple spell books, you know, like out of the library. You know what I mean? So it wasn't like I you know delve into it and I know all these things. Okay, so what
So
happened was
before you go into the more explanation, it doesn't sound like you're actually thinking about my questions. You're just kind of explaining them away with more story, and more story.
I'm sorry. I'm
I
sorry.
don't
I
think
thought
you
I thought it
actually
wasn't.
have
I'm sorry. I
listened.
thought I was answering
So,
your question.
yeah. Do you leave any room at all for the possibility that these experiences are symptoms of something else, that you could potentially have some other either condition or momentary experiences like hallucinations or delusions?
Well, I've considered that. That's what you know. That's what I was saying.
You say
I
you've considered that,
yeah, I've
but
thought about
you
that. I really have. That's why I said the first 6 months after it happened, I I thought that I was going crazy because
and how did you confirm you weren't?
I would remember that the experiences that my family had with what was going on.
You confirmed the experiences your family had. You talked about your daughter seeing things at 9 years old.
Yes, and well, there's more to the story.
So children don't have active imaginations or experience even hallucinations themselves.
Well, I mean, anybody can have a hallucination, right? But you know, when I mean,
Does it even have to be part of like a mental condition to have a momentary hallucination?
I guess.
You guess? You think it would have to? It would have to mean some underlying condition.
Well, yeah.
Why?
Why? Well, I I can only speak on things that I know, like you know, possibly being crazy or eating some bad food. You know.
You don't think heightened emotions or even, well, whether fear or excitement or even just
Sure.
falling asleep.
Yeah, but I've never, like I said, I've never really had much fear of anything, honestly. And I'm not like just saying that. I'm being
Does it have
honest.
to
Like,
be fear?
I guess not.
Do you know what memory reconsolidation is?
No, I don't.
It's based on the idea that when you remember something,
Mm.
you're not necessarily remembering that event. You're
Mm.
remembering the last time you remembered that event, which would have been not remembering the event itself. Again, it would have been remembering the time before that you remembered it. So each
Even
memory is built upon the previous.
Mod for the comment.
even with a photographic memory.
Did you say photographic memory?
Yes.
You mean eidetic memory?
Well, you know, that's what they call it. Photographic memory. You know what I mean?
Do you have a photographic memory?
Yes, and both my kids do too.
Is your memory like 100% accurate all the time, every time?
I would say no. I would say no. Nothing's 100%, right? That's a guarantee. There's nothing is 100%.
Is there
But I
a
do
testing?
believe.
Is there a testing that you underwent that verified that you had photographic memory?
Yes, when I was younger.
Do you remember the name of the test?
No, I don't. As many moons ago. You know, with me, there's been very specific things in my life that has happened in my life that, for some reason or another, I remember. You know, like I have a memory of one incident between when I was 6 and 9 months old.
I wanna stop for a moment.
Okay.
Raccoon had asked a question in the comments. I think it's
Okay.
a good one. Who ran the tests when you tested for photographic memory?
I believe it was the schools. And this would have been back in the 70s.
So it just would have been the school district that you were in.
Yeah.
And they ran tests for photographic memory.
Yes.
And your kids went through the same kind of test?
Yes.
But you don't remember for sure what the names of the tests were?
No, I don't.
If
Sorry.
it was really the school that funded it or ran it?
I don't.
Do you... I mean, you hear the obvious, that you're not remembering certain things, yet you claim to have photographic memory. If your memory is that fallible over those things, and I understand those may not be as eventful, but how is it that you can be certain that any of your memories are photographic or
Well, no, I mean,
trustworthy?
I don't. Nobody knows for sure, right? You know, you only know what you know. You know what I mean? Like, I only know what I remember.
Do you leave room for the possibility that your memories are flawed?
Yes, I do. especially when you get further away from them. You know, except for, like I said, there's specific memories I have that have run through my head so many times all through the years. You know, like I had an experience with Sasquatch when I was a small child, and I remember that. Like, you know, I still remember that.
You
You
realize
know,
that the more you say, the less we believe anything you say, right?
I don't. Hey, that's up to you guys. You know, I can only tell you what happened to me. You know what I mean? That's all I can do. Whether anybody believes me or not, they don't have to. That's okay. I'm okay with that.
I think I'm ready to move on. Does
Okay.
anybody else have questions for this guest? No. Okay. That's all right. There were more in queue.
No, Philly's gone.
Yeah, Philly fell off a while ago. She's still down there. Probably fallen asleep down there. Oh, no. Ghosts, every one of them. Well, if you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, you're capable of questioning your beliefs honestly, then go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to debate you or argue. I'm not interested in your sesquipedalian pontifications of metaphysical manifestations, though I might be interested if you are capable of questioning what it is you're even talking about.
Jesus Christ, why do you sound like that?
Hello, Aura. Got a lot of background noise there. Can I get your age for
Of
TikTok
course.
TOS?
Or
I guess not. Something about Jesus Christ and then a whole bunch of... I don't know what that sound was. Why you sound like and why you kick me. You just moaned into the microphone. I asked your age. You couldn't answer. And why I sound like is because I'm speaking. We heard what you sound like. Why you sound like. Well, at this point, you can put your age in the comments, but also make sure you come up with a muted background, because I don't need to hear what YouTube video you're watching. Oh, I see. What is going on? Ultimately doubled? I think somebody's having some issues, some self-confidence issues, perhaps, in the comments. I know, Kingfisher, I know. Jade says that Satanism. Well, Satanism's interesting. Which version of Satanism? Yeah, but of course you don't want to come up in the box. I mean, that was a choice, wasn't it?
I will never understand some people.
No, I saw it happen, Raccoon. That was mute by Mod. He absolutely wanted that. Oh, the left-hand path. That's an interesting path of Satanism to choose. Have you read your satanic Bible? And do you follow the 11 rules of the earth? I find a few of them problematic, but I can understand interpretations that make it okay. It does seem absurdist, though, and I wonder if people following it recognize it for what it is. But if anybody has a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to debate or argue. I'm not looking to tear your beliefs apart or burgle your gods, though there is always room in the shed for one more. I just want to know, if you can question your beliefs, then what is it that you believe? And why do you believe it? Keep learning, Ellie. Keep asking questions. Question even the stuff that looks fun. Where did it come from? Whose idea was it? Why did they use it? How did they use it?
While we are waiting, I'm going to start playing some old-fashioned Diablo 2.
Hell yeah. I like the first one.
I do too. I wasn't a fan of 3. I liked 4, but I think I'm about to go get my teeth kicked in by Mephisto.
Well, enjoy that. We have Orlando joining us. Orlando, can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Oh, Orlando is still joining us, apparently. Loading. If you meant to be here, Orlando, you can go ahead and request backup, but it looks like you're having a bit of a connection issue, so we'll give you round 2 if you'd like. I have played that game, and I don't think it was ever worth paying for. Not Not that it was terrible. I just didn't think it was worth a subscription.
Is this World of Warcraft?
Yeah.
So when it came out, I was in the Marine Corps and I had a roommate who played it, and he would like spend all weekend playing it, and then like Monday morning it come time for like formation, and he'd be like passed out, and like I don't know, it just kind of turned me off from it.
I much preferred, and maybe it's because I was cheap or broke, but I preferred the free-to-play games, like the Neverwinter Nights, and I really liked the Star Trek Online game, admittedly.
Yeah, that's true. I used to. It's an old game. It's like the first ever RPG was Ultimo Online. I used to play that quite a bit too.
Yes, Robot Heather RuneScape was also fun. Early days. But that's about to get us at what the fuck are we talking about?
Yeah, Thrayle, what the fuck?
What the fuck are we talking about? If you've got a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, well, that is what the fuck we're talking about. And if you can question your beliefs, well, then request on up. I'm not here to debate you or argue. I'm not looking to burgle your gods. I just want to know if you can. Well, then what is it that you believe? And why do you believe it?
And if you currently can't question your belief, ask yourself why not.
Absolutely. I might even say, like, if you can't question it, you're open to telling us why you can't. I'd be curious to ask you just that question alone. Although I have had, I don't know if they're good answers. I've heard compelling answers as to why people don't question. I think there's still questionable answers, though. Sometimes, if they're sensitive subjects, lost, unalived children, or something really deeply emotional, it is difficult to question those things, even though there are, I think.
Yeah, when I do my lives, because my lives are debates, that's actually one of the reasons why I don't allow personal testimony, because my goal is not to rip your faith away from you. I just want you to critically think. But if this story is keeping you on this side of your subscription to life, I would rather you keep your subscription to life than me attack your personal testimony.
I can understand that. I try not to attack it, but I do question it, and I push back and usually end it if it seems it's going to be a wall.
Yeah, whenever they bring up their personal testimony, I just make it clear. I'm like, here's the conditions for this, but if you bring up a personal testimony, knowing that this is why I prefer it not to be brought up, and you still choose to bring it up, just know it will be attacked.
Yeah, I understand that. Definitely when it's the reason why they continue to live. I think that's a good reason to stop. But I would question and see, this is where, like, in my mind, I want to keep questioning and I have to put the brakes on. But I do question why somebody would think that it's somehow less valuable to be in this life without that. Like, doesn't the rarity, the impermanence of it make it more valuable?
Exactly. And I think maybe that's a question that needs to be asked more often is, do people think that does that give them, are there times when they take things that should be extremely meaningful with their family and it's just not as meaningful because they're going to see their family again?
I really quick do have to make sure that I thank Elizabeth and Rob, also Diamond and Danny Grax, Heather's Descent, Aunt Robot Heather for helping with our previous goal. But yeah, the weight of personal experience on some people, I think is it's really questionable, and I get why you wouldn't use it in debate, especially if you're not trying to, like, if you're trying to be cautious of mental health and things like that. I definitely am. I try to be cautious of that too, but I also think these conversations take a slightly different angle.
These ones definitely do.
I really like questioning personal experiences, even though I recognize that to some people it can seem invalidating and attacking. I have to be cautious about that.
Well, and I'm curious how, especially when you get, with Christianity and the Abrahamic faith specifically, where how do they rationalize their personal testimony, say somebody who is Hindu, without invalidating their religion and staying logically consistent? Because I don't think you can. I think it's going to force you into a contradiction.
Absolutely. I also wonder how they can rationalize any of the personal experiences that they have with the characters in the Bible. Like, how does that relate? Which it usually comes down to either feelings or movie quality imagery of things that, sound cinematic and made up.
Yep. It's the Abrahamic cinematic universe. They don't got to explain anything.
And I try not to go for the same low-hanging fruit. The thing that sounds like it always sounds like I'm going towards, which is, are you crazy? That's not what I'm saying.
No.
Listen to people about their experiences, but I oftentimes find that people don't realize how powerful and malleable our minds are.
Well, I think that's one of the things that's so great about the Socratic method, though, is that if you feel that way, it turns into one of those, well, if the shoe is fitting right now,
that Orlando again? Orlando, can I get your age? Orlando, did you mean to join us? Orlando cannot connect. Okay, Orlando, try again. I think we have somebody else waiting in queue. Oh, well. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna accept that person up. I'm actually pretty sure what all of that means. Yeah, that one. I'm sure you do have a statement about the prompt.
One thing I want to question is, why do sneezes always come in pairs?
I thought they came in threes. Apparently you can cure them by looking at a light saying banana.
Man, every time I look at a light, it makes me sneeze. But next time I'm going to need to look at it and say banana.
Or
And
maybe
see
that's what it
happens.
does. Maybe it'll force it out. Hello, the stone. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
26.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
Yeah, hang on. Let me check my internet real quick.
Okay. Shell asks if you've ever tried sneezing with your eyes open. I'm fairly certain that that's a bad idea.
I have tried, and I've never been successful. Because I've always heard, like, if you do that, your eyes will fly out, and I'm like, no way. So I've tried it, but I've never been successful.
It sounds like it might cause a headache just trying. Hello, John Clark. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Hello, I'm 24.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
I do. I'm a practicing witch.
A practicing witch. Do you believe in a particular pantheon of gods, or all gods exist?
Multiple.
What gods do you believe in?
I believe in the Greek gods. I believe in the Roman gods. I believe
Can you turn
in
the background music off? Sorry, there's quite a bit of background music coming through.
And if my controller clicking gets too loud, let me know.
Yep. I may end up muting you if it does, but I'll say something.
Is that better?
It's interesting. I still hear it. So, John, you said you practicing witch. You believe in a certain pantheon of gods.
Yeah, I believe in the Greek gods, the Roman gods, ones I haven't mentioned. I'm West African on my dad's side, so there's a bunch of cultural beliefs in the Mandinka people that I subscribe to, and I don't let the washing of monotheistic religions over those cultural beliefs to stop my practice or my connection to my ancestors in that way.
So, do you believe in those gods as actually existing? You said Roman and Greek, and then the ones of your cultural traditions, ancestors.
I do believe that on an energetic level they are real. Yeah.
What does energetic level mean? What do you mean by not of the third dimension?
We live in the third dimension. The fourth dimension's time. The fifth dimension's a tesseract.
I'm sorry, the fifth dimension is a tesseract.
Yes.
Are you sure you have your dimensions correct?
I'm 100% positive because I've been studying this for years.
Where do you get these dimensional frameworks?
Science.
Can you tell me what the word dimension means?
It's an area of space.
An area of space. So one area of space, two areas of space. Is that what that means? We're in
Well,
the three areas
it's a
of
quantifier. It's a quantifier for an area of space.
It's a quantifier for an area of space.
Yes.
So, a quantifier for an area of space.
That's
And
what I
you're
said.
saying that there's. I'm speaking. So you're saying that there's.
And I responded.
Yeah, I'm still speaking. I don't know why you're getting so defensive at this point. So there's a fourth.
I think you're trying to be
area.
gaslighty.
How am I being gaslighty?
I think you're trying to be.
I'm literally just repeating back what you say and then
Exactly.
following it with a question.
Exactly.
I'm trying to make sure that I understand. Does that bother you?
Yes, that's why I said something.
Why does it bother you that I'm trying to make sure I understand? Would you prefer?
Because you're trying to be
run on
gaslighting.
assumptions?
Hold on. Can you give us a definition of gaslight, please?
No.
Why not?
Because I'm not here to play semantics with you, Cyber.
So why are you here, John Clark?
To tell you what my beliefs are. What is...
Well, then I don't know why you would do that. This is a panel where you would question your beliefs, not just tell me things. If you can't be here for the prompt, then you can't be here.
And I don't think he knew, or they knew, the definition of gaslight.
No, I don't think they did. That was very strange. But if you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, you're capable of questioning your beliefs, then go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to gaslight you, or debate you, or argue. I am just here to see if you can question your beliefs. It's interesting how many people get so angry at the mirror when the mirror is held up.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I just don't know why that last guest just got so defensive. That was wild.
They didn't like what they saw in the mirror. I mean, the only way that I could have been gaslighting them is if they were gaslighting me and they heard gaslighting and the repetition. Near mirrors merely mauled by meerkats. That's a fun one, both sides.
That is something I will not be repeating.
I love tongue twisters and alliterations.
Think we lost Rav.
I think we did. He's probably passed out. He often does. Comes up here to fall asleep. Just waiting for the next believer to be capable of questioning. Sometimes he'll wake up, just ask a question. But I think we'll set him down here in a minute. Maybe his presence is intimidating all the believers out of requesting up.
As soon as you set him down, he's like going to wake up. Be like, where am I?
He does that. He does that almost every time. He'll type not sleeping and then request back. Wow. He's just swinging at everybody in the comments. Why the hostility there, John? Hello, Nonami. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I'm 39. Thank you for asking.
Mm-hmm. And do you have
How are y'all doing tonight?
Doing all right.
I do have a belief, yes.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
I do actually, but I kind of want to answer the question of that's over here. God, why?
Mm-hmm. I'm asking you questions along those lines. So right now I'm asking you which god you believe in.
I don't have a name. It's not a standard god of any religion. It's my concept of God that I believe in.
A concept of God?
Yes.
What is your concept of God?
Well, the idea that I used to figure it out was I stripped the concept of interpretation and labels and kind of just went with like the physical characteristics of what the concept of God is, right? Across most religions, sorry, I'm really nervous. My voice is probably shaking.
You're good. You're doing awesome.
Thank you. Thank you. Across most religions, there's kind of a theme of being all-seeing and being present that is commonly accepted as the popular definition, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes and no. It depends on the god.
Yeah, but I'm going with like the general popular definition, and well, we know what religion is the popular one, at least in the U.S.
Is your God going to be in accordance with that popular definition?
It is going to be in accordance with the definition of all-seeing and all-present, yes. Because it's just the fabric of reality.
Oh, I see. So it's not necessarily a god so much as it is just the...
it's not an anthropomorphized god. Yeah, it's not a humanized god.
So for you it would
Go
be
ahead,
all present and all, you said all knowing, because it knows everything.
Like my table. God's in the table. God's made of the table. The table's made of God.
But it wouldn't be any of the other attributes that people often ascribe. It wouldn't be like all-powerful or all-loving.
No, because physics are what it is. Observable reality is my basis for my religion in the first place.
Why call it God?
I think the reason I chose to align it with the label is because it does fit those two defining characteristics. Otherwise, I don't think I'd probably have aligned it with the label. It's all seeing and, all present. There's the one assumption, of course, that is truly just belief, and that is that there is some fundamental level of awareness, might not resemble a human's, but in all of matter.
Mm-hmm. So, you think there might be a fundamental level of awareness, like a consciousness?
That, you know, where the particle is aware that it's this and not everything else. Like it could be something as simple as two fields coming together, you know, and that creates the awareness of, oh, I'm not that because it's pushing back on me. Did that clear things up, or?
Go ahead, Thrayle.
So, actually, you go ahead, Cyber. I'm sorry, I had a mind thing to deal with.
Yeah. So, and some of these questions might sound condescending, and that's not what I'm intending to
No,
do. I'm just trying to
you're
get.
fine. I have no problem with questioning my beliefs.
Okay. So when you say like two fields coming together, say against a table, does the table have an awareness to say, oh, there's two fields coming against me?
The matter present in the table does, but it's not like I'm gonna be able to tell one way or the other whether the table itself does or whether those individual particles do. Um, so there's that kind of drawn line, you know. It's not like I have all of the answers for everything. It has to align with physical reality, or I can't fit it into my belief system.
Why do you need a belief system with
Oh, that's actually a
consciousness?
really good
Well, I mean, yeah, why a
question.
system at all?
Yeah. I thought about that too because I was, you know, agnostic for a long time. I didn't have anything. But I was thinking about what the belief system was physically, not what we create with it, but what it is in our brains. And I thought of that region of belief not being used in my brain and how it would atrophy if I didn't use it. So that kind of started me on the, well, these things are we're physically capable of these things. These are areas in our brain that we use. If we're not using it, like anything, it's going to atrophy, and who knows, maybe plaque could be released and it could be detrimental to my brain, you know. So I decided that I needed a religion just to practice utilizing this part of my brain.
So you use religion as an exercise for you, for a part of your brain you are afraid may atrophy.
Yeah, because religious belief isn't just a belief, it's something physically happening in your brain. It's a biological response that we're evolved to have. It's helped us to survive. You know, it's not imaginary, it's not insubstantial. It's there for a very good reason.
What reason?
Religion has helped us to transfer information across the ages. It's helped us to keep stories alive that warn us about dangers when we couldn't communicate that data across wide expanses of land otherwise. Like evolutionarily, it's been very advantageous for us in a lot of different ways. It's also been warped and used, you know, for not so great reasons, but those all came about later after we had already started making up stuff and believing things for regulation and
Do you not
whatnot.
think that we can gain the benefits without the, well, I guess is that what you're trying to do, is gain the benefits of belief without the fairy tales?
yeah, I don't want the dogma. My my religion, quote unquote, is based purely on science. It's just literally, this is how we observe physical reality to work, and this is what I'm going to believe. And I
Are you not adding, though? Are you
I
not
am
adding to the
I
science?
the only thing I'm adding is the belief that matter could be inherently aware as a fundamental property, as opposed to something that is created through the complexity of our systems.
What evidence would you have that would show that matter has some sort of consciousness?
What evidence do you have that it doesn't? That's my hard starting point. Making an assumption one way or the other is a leap of faith.
Well, isn't that like saying to somebody with a god, like I mean them saying that what evidence do you have it doesn't exist? Is that where you root your belief? Is that how you question it? Couldn't I say the same thing of fairies, dragons, and
Yes,
the
absolutely. Absolutely. You can. Um, it's just that there's no science to point away from it either. Um, if, like, that's the thing. There's science pointing away from fairies and towards other explanations. There's science pointing away from God and towards other explanations. If there's
What
science pointing towards there being an explanation opposed to consciousness just being an inherent property of the universe, then I would have to change that belief, but I haven't found that.
what is it explaining?
The fact of awareness at all, the fact of our consciousness, of anything's consciousness.
So you're
We
saying that
only
there's no scientific evidence that points away from our consciousness being explained by an underlying fundamental consciousness of everything.
there isn't anything actually that points away from it. They haven't even explained fully what our consciousness is completely tied to. They're looking at quantum mechanics and low density matter and stuff to figure out the last remaining parts of or the mechanics of consciousness in the human brain. The complexity of our consciousness absolutely arises from the human brain. We can see that, but the awareness itself, not the processing of the inputs or anything like that, just the awareness that they're there. We don't really have an explanation for that that's very good right now.
That's
And
very
it's
good
certainly
right
not
now.
one, no, and it's not, well, we don't have a solid explanation, period. We have theories in quantum physics that, again, do not point away from consciousness being absent and point more towards it being present.
What are you talking about? Point more towards it being present.
Okay, so you look at the smallest, God, I can't remember the names. I'm horrible at details. The smallest, like, piece of matter, the 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 wave formation that when we perceive it, it collapses into, I think, quarks or something like that, right?
quarks are the smallest?
Yeah. So we've got that wave function that collapses into what
Collapsing
that
of the wave
smallest
function.
particle is.
You're talking
Yeah.
about a collapse of a wave function. Are you
Yes,
talking about
I'm
a double
talking.
slit experiment?
Yeah, yeah. It's based off of that double slit experiment. Absolutely, yes. Um, Now, what we observe there is that wave function responding to observation.
Are you sure it's
We don't.
responding to observation?
Yeah, yeah, it is responding to observation. They've already tested it and proven it that observation
How did they prove that it was
from the
observation?
eyes is collapsing it, because they
How
did
did
double blind testing and everything like that with
and they
it.
proved it was from
They
the eye? Which
Yeah,
experiment
yeah,
proved it
the
was
eye
from the
collapse.
eye?
It's not the only thing that collapses
Can
it.
you
Our
tell
whole
me?
body
No,
does, you
no,
know.
Nami. Can you tell me which experiment verified that it was the human eye observing it?
No, because I don't hold details like that. That's not how my
Is it
memory
possible that
works.
you're not? Is it possible that you're misremembering something?
If you have information to correct me, I would be happy to hear it, Thrayle. Absolutely.
I'm not here to teach or tell you you're wrong.
No, I
I'm
know.
questioning
And
to
yes,
see if you can
absolutely.
question.
I could be misremembering. Absolutely. But I'm not. But I'm not, because I've checked the facts over and over and over,
Is
because
it
it's a religion I'm building. I want to get it right, you know?
is it possible that in these papers, when they talk about observing, they're referring to the instruments coming into contact with these?
No, they're talking about what the the eye shoots out physical matter. That's what touches it and interacts. There's protons and
Can you tell me
photons
what
and everything
physical
that
matter is
interact with
shot
it.
out by an eye?
I just did.
What if photons are shot
Like
out?
the photons and the protons are not
Protons.
protons. The photons, I think, are what it is. Photons are
My-
the light.
Oh my.
That's how we bounce things off and see things.
Are you sure? Like echolocation, but our eyes? Are you sure
It's
that's how
not like
it works?
echolocation. No, it's not like echolocation. I'm not 100% sure on how it works exactly, but I have the basic concepts down for it.
Is it possible that you are mistaken here? I mean, I know I asked that a moment ago, but it's feeling
Well,
each
of
time
course. It's possible that I'm living in a dream and all of this is a hallucination, you know?
But it's you're fairly confident that our eyes eject photons and that those
Well, it might
interfere
not be
with
photons.
wave
Like I said,
functions.
I'm not good with terms and definitions. I know the concepts of the science. My short-term memory is trash. I pull from long-term memory. I'm neurodivergent. It's just I don't hold terms, names, small details very well, unless I have them like right in front of me. But yes, there is something physical that comes out of your eyes and interacts with the environment around you.
And
That's
you
the
think
whole
that's
point.
collapsing wave functions?
That's what the science is actually showing. Yeah,
You're
if you go
saying
and
that's
look
what the science, and I'm really like, that's when I always ask, like, what scientific document, what evidence, what science are you referencing? If you just say that's what the science says, I mean, that's kind of a blanket
I'm not
catch-all.
going to be
It's
able
what
to
the Bible says.
I'm not okay. I'm not here to educate people on quantum mechanics. I'm here to, question my beliefs.
Right. Is it
Could I be
possible that the
wrong?
beliefs...
Absolutely.
Yeah. So the beliefs you're building using science and quantum mechanics, and I, again, understand what it is you're saying you're doing with the building of a religion to exercise that part of your brain, using science to kind of leave out the dogma. But I wonder if you're possibly becoming dogmatic in not just science, but potentially pop science. that may be
Well, yeah, it is
mistaken.
absolutely that's basically personal lore in the religion because we don't have any proof for it. What I do have is observable reality that is interacting with us like it's aware, because when
Like it's
you
aware.
yeah, because they respond to environmental factors. You can't respond to an environmental factor
What do you mean
unless
they
you can
respond?
sense the influence, or
What are
if
you
you can
saying? Matter
the smaller the
responds.
quarks and stuff like that. Yeah.
Oh, going back to the double slit.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, everything. Well, no, it's not just that. It's everything. Everything responds to everything. There's a reaction and
Cyber
there's,
had asked you a
an
question
action
if it
reaction
was.
and all of that.
Yeah, Cyber had asked you a question if it was possible that it was the instrumentation that was interfering to cause that collapse. If you were to
I
look
know
in,
there was some talk about that, wasn't there?
if you were to look into the science and find out that that was what happened, that it was the way that they had to measure this had nothing to do with human eyes, but with, well, I believe it was lasers. Is it possible that those could cause the interference?
Yeah, I don't see why not. And if it was proven that way, then of course I would alter my beliefs in accordance with the findings, Because, yeah, the interpretation could absolutely be wrong.
What if you were to find out that when scientists talk about like the observation, because when they're doing these tests to observe, and when they're talking about like the observations, they're actually referring to the test as a whole, which includes the instrumentation being used.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I hear what you're saying. There's different factors in there that could be the influencing one apart from the human. That could be a very human centric assumption they're making. That's a good point. Thank you guys for bringing that up.
Yeah, well, the point is that they're not talking about like, yeah, it's the fact that the tools are going in when they're doing these things, depending on what tools they're using that affect these particles that cause the wave functions to collapse.
Yeah.
So how does this affect your worldview now?
Oh, I gotta go study more.
That's awesome.
I gotta go learn more.
And that truly is awesome. And I think we both appreciate your willingness to question your beliefs.
Well, the whole thing is built on questioning, I thought that's why you guys might find it kind of interesting, because that's how I built it, questioning everything.
And I can appreciate that. I can. I wonder if you looked into that need for religion with the same rigor, would you find that it actually is there? Do we actually need it?
I just, it's your brain is just like anything in your body. If you don't use the parts of it, they atrophy and stop being usable to you. And I did not expect a genuine, like, somatic, like, you get what I'm saying? Like, the actual experience of a religious experience when I did it, because it's just like, I just wrote down the basic science and I was like, I believe that. And then I had a religious experience. It was crazy.
When you say you had a religious experience, what do you mean by that?
It was very, I don't know if I can, it was very similar to dropping a tab with no synthetics though, just what the brain naturally did. It was the emotions were high, and it was a little bipolar too, because it was like an extreme revelation basically about my own life and like all of the influencing factors about what built me and made me how I am. It basically pulled up massive pattern recognition and long-term memory and like smashed everything together.
That's fascinating. And
Yeah,
you
it
gained
was
that just
interesting.
by writing down what you understood to be the science and saying, I believe that.
It was that, solidifying it and exploring the idea of belief in general. Yeah. And it was like I was standing in my kitchen and I don't even know what triggered it. It was probably something ridiculous, like something I saw on the fridge that just created the association in my brain, and everything just clicked and the wider pattern recognition opened up, and so did all of my like emotions and everything, and it just streamed right out. It's very similar to what people call channeling.
I'm curious, if you were to go through the process again, draw different conclusions, and still believe in them at the end, do you think you could trigger the same experience?
With a different set of belief?
If you came to, through your rigor, your study, your research, come to believe whatever that is, whatever that conclusion is. Do you think if you say I believe it, if you feel like it's something you accept, do you think outlining it could give you that same experience again?
It's something I could definitely test for, but I don't know that I would want to do it. Like, that's how
Right, this is
unsettling of an
hypothetical.
experience it was. But I think it might be possible to recreate it. Yes, but I'd have to know. It would, because like the brain works through associations. I was in my kitchen and something triggered that. So it would be like a matter of matching up the right environment during that time, because that's what happened. I don't know. It's really hard to explain. It was just like a bunch of associations linked up that I wouldn't normally think of myself.
Right. Does it matter to you if what you conclude is true or not?
At this point, not on the belief of whether matter is aware. That's the one thing that I like intentionally chose to shift and believe in that I have no proof of. That's like the one dogmatic thing that I allowed myself in there.
Wow.
Because it shifts the personal perspective of the world around you. And I wanted to experience that, you know?
So it doesn't matter if it's true or not. You just hold to
No,
it
because
because it.
I did it for the experience of the belief. Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I don't know if I have any more questions, Nonami. I appreciate you coming up and answering the ones you did. I think
I
I'm ready to move
appreciate
on
you
to the
guys
new
having
guest.
me. Thank you. Yeah, absolutely. Can't
Thank
wait
you.
to hear them. Thank you.
An interesting approach to religion, choosing to construct your own framework for the experience for exercising that part of your brain.
Yeah.
I wonder why adding something intentionally wooey is favorable. Is it necessary even?
I think at a subconscious level, it's just hard to let go of a belief of something greater than.
Yeah, I can understand that.
Hello.
Hello, is it Jaina? Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yeah. 22.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Not necessarily the word, but when I think of belief in general, I would say I fall under a omist point of view.
Did you say an omnist or Thomist? I didn't hear it, you cut out.
Omnist.
Omnist. Do you mean like a common thread through all religions that you believe is true?
Yeah. Yep, that's exactly how I see it. So, basically...
Have you studied all religions?
Kind of mosaic, a little bit. And I do follow clergy, Christianity as well. And then any other belief like Hinduism or Taoism, or I don't really.
He's not cutting out for me.
It's probably cutting out. So basically, only 2 religions I follow.
It was
for
Christianity
the
and
omnist part. Oh, Christianity, like 2 divinities of Christianity. So, like Mosaic law and which is, I don't know. I guess there's a higher standard of Mosaic law, and then there's a lower standard of Mosaic law, and then there's just Orthodox Christianity.
So when you say Mosaic law, what do you mean by Mosaic law?
Well, there's the Jewish religion, and then there's the Abrahamic divinity of it, which you could be just under Abrahamic law. But I don't really know too much about that. I just follow it. My belief is it doesn't even, it just goes through that. It doesn't follow it. It just takes it as a base understanding of what you could be talking about.
Do you?
Go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to ask, do you believe that Abraham was under a Mosaic law?
I'm not so sure who Abraham is. I think he's like some guy that up. Really? That's who I think Abraham is. And then it just became a law.
Did Abraham,
like,
do you know why the Mosaic law is called the Mosaic law?
No, not at all.
Do you know the name of the person whom the Mosaic law was revealed to, was given to?
Nope. I've just skimmed through basically those texts and pinpointed out basic synonyms and phonetic understandings through that bull crap in my understanding. Like they got Book of Mormon, and they got it's a
Septuagint.
Septuagint, which is and then they got the Torah, and then
Yeah,
which is I believe it's a Mosaic thing.
who was the Torah revealed to?
Oh, I have no idea.
Have you ever heard of a
I
person
just think
named
it's
Moses?
Muhammad. Oh, okay. Yeah. Moses. It doesn't. I'm just trying to explain what Omism is a little bit, and that's kind of it. I don't really
So-
believe in that word God, except for somebody who could be another being of higher power, and literally actual like understanding of physical power, physicality of it. Not really any pseudoscience or dark energy, dark matter energy,
Oh
of what
my. Okay, hang on.
the
just a
universe could be looked at as.
Hang on just a moment. I got to make sure real quick to thank Heather's Descent, Shell, Robot, Heather, Rob, and Ms. Bear. Thank y'all so much. I appreciate you for helping with the goal. So, to you, Omnist, and how are you spelling that? Just to make sure we're using the same word here.
The Tarok?
Omnist. Is it me? Am I cutting out?
No.
Oh, M? No, not to me. I just hear cyber.
Okay, so
That's
did you hear
about
me
it.
ask how you're spelling the word omnist? Just to make sure we're using the same word, talking about the same thing.
Yeah.
Omnism.
I said OMNIST.
OMN. Okay. So, in that you're saying it's a belief that there's a common thread amongst all these other religions, but so far you've only listed like 2 religions.
Yeah, that's the only thing I really follow is those 2. Orthodox Christianity and
Mosaic law, you
faith.
said.
Okay, yeah.
I'm sorry, what was the other one?
That could be that. I wouldn't consider following it. That's just what I looked at, but yep.
What was the other one?
Like Coptic Christianity? Coptic
Orthodox
Christianity?
Christianity and Coptic Christianity. Those are the 2 that you follow.
Yeah, like I was saying, I don't really follow it, so it might be hard to question what Omism is. And to me, it might be hard to question it.
Why?
Because you're conscious, you're just conscious, and that's what forms belief. It's like you look at a dog, and the dog has standards to its living.
You're conscious and that forms belief. You look at a dog, it has standards to its living. What the fuck are we talking about?
Okay. It doesn't equate necessarily. So I would say, what is my belief? Probably nothing.
Oh my.
So why'd you request that?
Try to explain Omism a little bit.
Omnism, by the way.
If I can't explain other faiths, then maybe not.
It seems
There's a
interesting.
faith.
It seems interesting to claim that there's a common thread amongst all religions. To name 2 very related religions, and then say that there's a common thread, but not really be able to point to what that is. Um, how is it omnism if it's two religions and not all?
Oh, you mean if I can only relate it to them?
Well, and I
Yeah, I
also
guess.
think.
Go ahead.
Well, I was going to say, because you say you follow both religions, but I think it's important to notice, how do you follow both religions when they have things that are fundamentally different?
Yeah, I'm lost there. I don't follow them. I study them, so they don't have anything really in common. One is pagan, and one is Gnostic.
Wait, what? Which one's pagan?
If you look at Mormonism, both of the Coptic and Orthodox, those are both Gnostic. And then, but a Mormon Christianity and versus a Orthodox, that would be pagan versus Gnostic.
What does Gnostic mean to you?
It means northeastern transitioned.
Oh my.
And then they
Gnostic
became
means northeastern transitioned.
Then they became
Oh man,
the clergy.
my theology master's degree is ripping itself right now.
What does pagan mean, Jaina? Is it Jaina or Jaina? How do you pronounce your name?
Pagan. The name is Kanakanian.
Okay.
I can't ever. I misspelled it actually.
So
But that's how it's said right now.
where did you get your definition of Gnostic?
Historically, it's not even a definition. It's just a belief of the definition. I mean, if I look at Christianity, it originated in Egypt, so then it became Abrahamic, and then it's all Roman.
Do you think Christianity came
debated.
before? Do you think Christianity came before Abraham?
No, nothing came before Abrahamic belief, because that's like saying Hinduism. That's just believing there is gods in general. That's kind of what Omism touches on. But it's not necessarily saying there is a God, is what the end of that was.
What?
So, Christianity, if I can relate it, then one is saying, I got a sky father, and another is saying that there's no evidence other than it could be a possibility.
What?
I mean, it doesn't even equate to a belief. It's just
they're just words.
It's like a skepticism.
What is skepticism?
Yeah, it's just skepticism.
What is skepticism?
Being suspicious, being
a skeptic.
Outwardly delirious about an opinion.
Outwardly delirious.
Possibly.
Are you sure the words you're using are the right words you mean to use in most of these sentences?
I would say, yeah. If they come to mind.
If they come to mind.
Yeah, I don't really focus on it because it just clouds the judgment. And it's like, language is a transliteration in general, so, I mean, if it comes to mind, it comes to mind. Yep, so
sometimes
skepticism
words just kind of come out. Skepticism, I think. Do you mean skepticism?
Yeah, you could be a skepticist in belief.
Oh my. Is this deliberate?
What does that mean?
Okay, I think I'm ready to move on. Appreciate you being here.
Yeah, no worries. Thank you for your time.
Oh my.
Oh my sweet child of Mary.
Please, please, please start asking questions. Oh my. Did you see it? I mean, sure, you can be a skepticist. Oh my.
I was about to troll him a little bit and ask him if he could tell me about the Abrahamic god of Aleph Bet Het.
Aleph Bet Het. Oh. Hello, Look Rosy. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
My age for TikTok purposes is 40 years old, man. 41, actually. I just had my birthday the other day, so yeah.
Happy birthday.
41, man. Yeah.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
Yeah, definitely some form of a higher power, man. Like, I would say, and dude, I don't know if you remember me, but like, we've had this
I hear your
conversation
voice,
before.
and I know you. I remember already.
Yeah. So like, let me reframe my sentences to maybe make it more coherent. Okay. So basically, I believe that there is a fundamental thing. There's a fundamental something or other. You can't even call it something, right? It's just something that is, right? That all belief systems are held in, man. Because what does it mean to believe something, man? Like.
Okay. So there's a fundamental thing that is, because all beliefs are. You're already kind of trailing off from the question, right?
All right. So like, what's a belief, man? Like a belief would you agree that like it's sort of saying something that you believe but you do not know?
What does the word belief mean to you? When I say, do you believe in a god or gods? What does belief mean in that to you?
So I would say no, that I don't believe in a god or gods, but I believe, like, I would say that I know that the fact that the only thing that you can really know is the fact that you are here right now experiencing something, you know, like you can't deny that, man. You know what I mean? Like, it's just obvious, man. Like, so
the question is,
belief is secondary, man. Like when we introduce
so
all
the
these
question
things.
is, what is belief? And the answer is, you can't deny that you're here.
No, you can't deny that you're here, but that's not a belief, man. That's like a felt experience.
So what's the word belief mean?
So I would say a belief is like to postulate like something that you can't like at the moment know directly, and then you have to form some kind of like yes or no answer to whether it exists or not. Okay.
Do you postulate a god and a yes or no answer?
Sorry?
Do you postulate a god and a yes or no answer to that?
So I would say that things are, man. They're just is stuff, man. Like, and the only thing that you can really know is the knowingness, right? That is beyond belief, man, and beyond concepts of language, right? that's basically just a felt experience of like existence itself, man. Like I would say, if anything is God, man, that's what God is, man. You know, like because my definition of God is the all that is, man. Like
So
the
that's your definition of God.
yeah,
You believe that a God is all that is.
all that
Why would
is.
you
Like,
use the term God for all that is?
I don't know. To be honest, I don't prefer it, man. But I think that's the closest thing that I can relate to some of these scriptures that talk about, you know, there being an Almighty that is omnipresent and things like that. Like I think that omnipresence, man. Like I mean, like think about it. Like how can God, like even an omnipresent God, man, make something that is separate from Himself, man? Like I don't see how that do.
So
To make something up.
why do you need it for there to be a God that lines up with scriptures?
No,
Why
I
do you need
don't.
for it to make sense?
I don't, man. That's the thing, man. My God, like, is beyond scripture, man. Like, so my
So
like
then
what I'm
why
talking
use the
about.
term God if it's not a character from scriptures? Why give it its name?
Mainly because of the fact that you asked me whether I believe in a God, and I said, like, I was just trying to equate the closest thing that I could say to what a God is basically that, man. Like, is the fact that something seems to exist, man. Like,
Right. So for you, it's there's no God. You don't believe there's a God, but you believe everything exists and we just exist. And so you equate the term, for the sake of the conversation here, God, to everything that exists.
yes, I would say so. Yeah, I would say, yeah, I would
So
say,
if it's not really your belief that a God is everything that exists, or that everything that exists has some omnipresent mind that is in some way responsible for our creation, or cares what we do, then why would you even consider it to be God-like? Like, why make that the thing to question? Actually,
well,
a better question
I would
might
say
even
that
be,
there is godlike properties, man. Like, I would say that, like, the thing that knows everything to exist is all things as well. Is all, like, there's no separation between all that exists, man, and the thing that is knowing it to exist, man.
there's
So
no separation between all that exists and the thing that is knowing it to exist.
yes.
What does that even mean? The thing knowing it to exist. What is that?
So basically, it's beyond a concept, man, because you can have many experiences of different belief systems and different ideologies, man. Like, right, and the word belief, right, kind of entails like something that you don't
What
know,
was the
man. So if we're
question
gonna,
I just asked?
what's that?
What was the question I just asked?
Okay, so do I think that belief entails a god?
That wasn't quite what I asked, or even close.
Is that what you're
So
roundabout?
no, not really, Lekrovsky. Here's what I'm curious about. Do you actually? Well, here's a better question. How long have you been an atheist?
I'm not. I wouldn't call myself an atheist, man. Like it's not that I don't. Like, I don't know what. Like, how do you define what an atheist is, man? Like, you know what I mean? Like,
Absent
like,
belief in a God.
absence of, like, but what's the definition of God though? Like, so are you talking about the scriptural gods or like
Sure.
what? Like, yeah. Okay, so if the scriptural gods are concerned, man, I don't believe. Like, I would call myself
So
an
why?
atheist in that
So
sense.
why don't you believe in a God?
Because of the fact that I don't know. Like, see, that's the thing. That's the thing as well, man. Like, I mean, like it would take a knowing, man. And I'm well, like, what I'm suggesting is that the knowing that you can have and experience, man, is beyond the description of the classical, like, scripted, like the scriptural gods, man. You know what I mean? Like, so I would say that that's what the scripture is pointing towards, man. But it just does a bad job at doing it, man. You know what I mean? Like, So something
So
like
you
you can
think that
imagine.
it's pointing to that? Why do you think it's necessarily pointing to that? Again, trying to marry scripture with what exists. Why do that?
So I don't try and marry scripture. I don't think that there is like sin, for instance, man. Like I don't think that there is a place called hell. Like
No, you implied that
I
it
think
was describing a God concept that you think fits your not God concept, but
so
your
what I would say more of the like Vedic traditions, man. Like if you look at the gods and what they talk about, man, they talk and Buddhism, man. Like I tend to lean more towards like the idea that there's something fundamental that is basically something that you can experience and know, and somehow escape the world of belief, man. You know what I mean? You no longer need to believe because you
there's
can know.
something that you can know, and
Yeah.
that won't be a belief. And the thing that you can know, do you know it?
I don't know it now, man. I've had,
So it's
I've had experiences of it, but like I would say that basically it's
how do
the
you know the
knowing.
experiences that you've had are of this thing you can know?
Well, that's the thing. I don't, man, because I'm back where I am right now, and I'm postulating like the idea of something, right? And it's not the idea or the words, right? It's the felt experience of it, man. So what I'm trying to say is that right now I'm not having the felt experience of it, but having the felt experience of it will prove to you that there is something that you can know and feel as the thing that is prior to all forms of existence that basically exists for eternity, man. Like in this moment, man. Like, you know.
So I don't know, Lacrosse. It sounds like you're just saying that things exist and existence exists, and eventually you can know
Yeah,
that
but no,
exists.
but
And if you know
what
that
I'm trying to
exists, you're
say,
still speaking.
what I'm trying to say is that you can have a felt experience of that, man. You can have a direct encounter with when you
With
recognize
existence.
that. Yeah, so when you recognize that your
So
belief systems and trying to believe in concepts and different things that people tell you, right, is never going to get you there, right? It's always going to be a description within. It's not going to be the actual felt experience, man. You know?
you cut out there. The actual felt experience.
So
so
there is basically the mind, right? Belief systems,
existence,
and there's many different
every
belief
time
systems, man.
start talking. I think it's almost intentional, if not for the fact that you keep lagging out. Yeah.
There's just belief systems, right? But there is something that is prior to those things, that is knowing it, man. Like the container for the experience to believe in anything, man. Right? Is the fact that you are knowing yourself to have a belief, man. You know, like I don't know how else to explain it, man. Like it's basically
the container. It's really a lot of just words. There's a lot of words going on. The container for knowing yourself is just allowing yourself to have a belief. I don't even know what you're saying at this point, Lacrosse. Like,
no,
so
so basically, what I'm trying to say is that like the words that I say and the words that I point towards this thing are not it, man. It's not what I'm talking about.
What you're talking about, right?
The words aren't the words are somehow being observed by the thing that I'm talking about, and that even gets you closer to the fact that what is it that's watching you, man? What is it that's watching and knowing everything?
Why do you think that there is a thing watching and knowing everything?
I just think, how could anything exist without it, man? Like, how could anything exist without some kind of like?
Why do you
like? I mean, it's obvious, man. It's something that is only being covered over, right? Like by thoughts and concepts, right?
How is it obvious?
It's obvious because you exist, man. You exist right now.
So because I exist right now, then therefore something's always watching. I'm not sure how that makes any sense.
Well, it depends on how you define yourself, man. How do you define yourself, man? Do you define yourself as like what the changing forms of like beliefs and sentence structures and things that appear within consciousness, or do you define yourself as the thing? Or do you? No, it's not define yourself. It's know yourself as the thing that is beyond that, man.
What are you defining self as now?
So I would say self is everything, man. So the self is all that exists, man. But I would say that it's. I would say that it is not the appearances, man. The many exist within the nothingness, man. Okay, so the many.
You said okay at the end. I had to say no, because what? The many exist within the nothingness.
Yes.
What does that even mean?
So it means that basically there is everything, right, that exists. Okay. And everything that exists within the nothingness, man. That has no form, no descriptive qualities, man. Okay, right? There's nothing that you can say. There's nothing that you can reduce it to become part of the forms, man. You know, you can't play
What
those
is the
games,
nothingness
man. You know?
that you're talking about?
Awareness itself, man. Consciousness.
Awareness
itself,
is nothingness.
Yeah, yeah.
So awareness is nothingness, and somewhere inside of that, everything exists.
Yeah, well, because
What sense does that
for the awareness to have a felt experience of knowing itself to exist, it needs to have some kind of form, right? And this is where we get into the duality of existence, man. There is light and there is dark. There is high and there is low, right? These things.
Stop for a moment. Are you actually here to question your beliefs, or are you just kind of giving a sermon of idealism?
No, what I'm saying is that I don't have beliefs that needs to be questioned, man. Like I'm saying that, like.
Then why do you request
like, so what I'm doing, man? I'm basically just suggesting that there is something beyond belief, man. You know what I mean? Because belief entails a not knowingness, man. You know what I mean? Like.
Can you do me a favor real quick? If you look over to the left side of your screen, can you read what the entire screen says?
Okay, Batcolyte, can you question your beliefs? What is your belief? Why do you believe? Yeah.
So are you able to listen? Are you able to question your beliefs, or are you just here to preach?
That's not preaching, man. It's just suggesting that, like, beliefs, like that's the thing, man. Like, all beliefs can be questioned, man. You know what I mean? Like, because like the very definition of belief, man, is like something that you believe that you don't know, man. Okay. And what I'm trying to explain is that there is only one thing that you can definitely know, right? And that is knowingness itself, man.
Do you think when we give definitions of words that we use the word in the definition?
What do you mean by that?
Can you give me your definition of belief again?
So belief would be something that I lean towards, man. That is something that is not known by me, man. Like something like a polar opposite of like things that could be a many different abstract ideas that could be, right? And a belief is to set your preferences towards one side of those, the plethora of things that could be reality, man. You know what I mean?
Did you see how you used the word belief in your definition that you were given? That was a very long definition, but you used the word that you're defining in the definition.
Yeah, so I was just stating what a belief would mean to me, man. Like, okay, so So basically, it's that you have things that are unknown, right? And there's a set of things that are unknown, man. Like many different things, right? It would be a belief would be a leaning towards one over many others, man. You know?
A what? A belief. A belief is a belief leaning towards. A belief is a belief.
No. It's that there's possibilities, man. There's a realm of possibilities of like what's true to choose as a belief, right? And when you lean towards one over another, that becomes a belief, man. Like that becomes something that you believe, man.
When you lean towards a possibility, that is a belief. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
That was a much more concise way to say it, right?
Mm-hmm.
So a leaning towards a possibility is a belief. And you're leaning towards a possibility that there is a consciousness in everything, or that everything is consciousness, or that everything is self, all one self, that is inside of nothingness.
Yeah, correct. Pretty much, man. Just sum it up. Yeah. I would agree with those terms. That they don't define the experience, man. Like, but it points towards what I'm talking about. Like, yeah.
Do you have reason to believe that, to lean towards that possibility, or is it just a feeling?
It's more than a feeling, man. Like, it's actually something that can be felt, man, by people, man, just through the practice of observing what the mind is and what it is not, man. Like, you know, like have you ever stopped and looked at like, okay, why is it that your mind, man, right? You call yourself your mind. Yeah.
So your reason for believing this, you said, is more than a feeling. You've somehow reasoned away that everything must be self within a nothingness.
Yeah, I would say that logically, man, like you can kind of like move towards that description, even in the realm of form, man. Like I think that
form
is the lead towards that as well, man. Like
when you say the realm of form, what are you talking about?
Hey, and real quick, I'm gonna hop down. Thanks for having me up, Thrayle.
Appreciate you, Cyber. Take care.
So I'm talking about like the realm of beliefs. Like we follow something called logic, right? And logic is like the ability to deduce like.
So the realm. Sorry, back up. The realm of belief. So the realm of leaning towards possibility.
Yeah, so I would say belief, man, because the word belief to me means that you don't know, man. Like it's something that you believe, man. Like, you know, like does that not like have the same like quality of like when that word belief hits you, right?
Can a belief be something that you do know? Can you both believe something and know something?
I think that beliefs can appear as a knowingness, man. Yeah, definitely, because like the knowing knows the belief as well, man. You know what I mean? Like so.
No, I don't know what you mean when you say the knowingness
like
knows the belief.
The illusion, man. I mean, like that's the ability of the formless, man, is to take on any reality, man. Like any belief system that you adopt, man, you take on and it becomes a reality, man. Like so, it's the ability.
No, I don't know what you mean.
You don't know what I mean?
Infinite of the everything to become anything.
No,
yeah, so it sounds like Lacropsy that you speak in a lot of deepities. You have a lot of thoughts on these things, which is it's all leaning towards this idea of an existence within a self, all sort of imagined together, without really explaining it in any way. Just kind of.
Right, but don't you see my point? My point is the explanation is not it, man. I'm saying that it's only when you go beyond explanations, man.
Lacropsy, I've got to stop you. I've got to stop you.
Yeah.
I think I'm ready to move on. I appreciate you
Alright.
being here, trying to answer
No
the
worries, man.
questions. but
Lovely to come up again.
Mhm. Take care, though.
See you,
I
dude.
hope that you keep asking questions. I just don't feel like you're hearing the questions more than you're prepared. I mean, prepared to just say things. And I don't feel like we're communicating. I feel like you're just kind of trying to teach everybody this idealistic way without thinking through whether or not it's even the conversation that we're having. My goodness. My jar is buzzing. If anybody has a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to debate or argue. I'm not looking to burgle your gods. I am, however, looking to see if you can question your beliefs, and if you can, well then, what is it that you believe? And why do you believe it? Thank you, Shell. Appreciate you. Let's see who else we might have in queue. Mhm. And if you are in queue with a belief in God or God's higher power or something like that, and you can question that belief, well, be patient. There's every chance I'll get to you. Especially if you throw one in chat right now, that'll help me know. I'll go right for you. Yeah, that's not what we're here for, Jane King. We're here to see if you can question your beliefs, and if you can, then what is that belief, and why do you believe it? Hello, Brandy. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Brandy, did you mean to join? Jason says the music is louder today. There you go. Hey, Brandy, did you mean to join us? Probably not. Well, that's all right. We'll set you down.
Hello, hello.
Hello, Zaidan. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I don't know what TOS means, but 36.
Do you have a belief in a god or god's higher power or anything like that?
Of course, Christianity.
And have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
Twice, yeah. I don't have everything memorized, but yeah.
You've read through it from beginning to end twice?
Yep.
And do you believe the stories within the Bible to be true and literal?
It depends on the context of the stories. Like Jesus spoke in parables. Doesn't mean the parables necessarily happened.
But do you believe the 6-day creation, Adam and Eve in a garden as the first two humans?
Well, when you say days, what do you mean by 6 days?
What I mean by day doesn't matter. Do you think the interpretation of day changes
Well, the reason I asked that is there's different takes on what that whole thing is. Like,
sure,
are they literal like 24-hour days? Because in Peter it says a day with the Lord is like 1,000 years, and 1,000 years is like a day. So that's where people get that whole the Earth was made in 6,000 years old thing.
Sure. So I'm asking you what you believe.
Oh, I don't know.
Oh, I see. So you don't know if the Earth was created in 6 days or 6,000 years, or.
Well, right. It just says days, but it doesn't give a specific meaning to what a day means.
Do you believe then that the order of creation is accurate if the length of time is not?
To some degree, yeah, because it's kind of interwoven, like it's kind of layered. So some things seem like they happen in sequence, some things seem like they kind of happen within tandem.
Can you give me an example?
Well, like the thing it says, "Let there be light," right? That's like the first thing, but then it says like the next thing is, God looked over the deep, and it's like, well, wait, light was first. How was there water? And it's like some of these things can happen in tandem. Just because they're written a certain way doesn't mean that that they necessarily have that the way they were written doesn't necessarily mean that it's in sequence. Does that make sense?
So you're saying that the water might have been there first, and then he made the light.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's not real clear. That's why there's debates and things like that.
So you're saying it's not clear when it says that that God created light, and then that he flew over the deep, and then separated the water from the water, and then like the end-thens aren't clear at all.
Right, because it's just given a sequence of things in an order, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it happened exactly that way. Does that make sense?
It doesn't quite make sense, no. I'm not quite following how you get that it's not in order the way it's written.
Well, I'm not really trying to read the Bible right now, but if you want me to pull it out, I will.
So if it's not in order, and the days aren't days, what is the purpose of the story then?
Well, like I said, I'm not like a biblical scholar who's got but I'll read it this way. It says, "In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. Now the earth was formless and empty. Darkness was over the surface of the deep, and the Spirit of God was hovering over the waters. And God said, 'Let there be light.'" But you're like, wait a second. You say he created the heavens and the earth. Was there not light in the heavens and the earth? The thing is, like, the heavens, what does that encompass? Does that include like space, stars, planets? Is it like a second dimension outside of our reality? Because I'm saying it's not like super clear exactly.
Why are you adding so much if it just says what it says? Why not take it for what it says?
Well, because obviously it doesn't come out that way when you read it.
What do you mean?
Well, clearly he's not going to create the heavens and the earth without light, and then at the same set, "Let there be light" right after. That
is mistaken. What if it's not? You have "in the beginning God created." What if it's not that? What if it's "when God began to create the heavens and the earth, being formless and void"?
Well, they found the Dead Sea Scrolls, which dates back far enough that they thought, well, these must have been mistranslated over time. When they found out, it's actually one for one. That the Dead Sea Scrolls, even though they're thousands of years old, they still are exactly the same way it's written today.
What language were they written in?
Hebrew.
Okay, so do you speak Hebrew?
No, but I can Google the meanings of words if I don't know the Hebrew word meaning. But I'm not going to sit here and do the whole Bible that way.
I'm not asking you to. My question wasn't about whether the whole Bible is mistaken. It's about your translation in English. And I was curious if there was any possibility that if it said, "when God began to create the heavens and the earth, being formless and void," if that would change the meaning, if instead of, in the beginning God created the heavens and the earth.
Well, I mean, I haven't like pulled out every Bible and compared and went back and looked at the Greek. Like I'm not, because I'm not a biblical scholar.
I'm not sure why you're talking about Greek. We were just talking about Hebrew.
Well, one of my point is getting at is I haven't gone back and done the footwork to make sure everything's translated a certain way or properly. And technically keep it on faith that the translation's correct. When I've been
Which
told.
translation do you read?
Well, as I said, I've got multiple ones. That's why I compare. There's like the King James, the New International Version. What's the other one I have? New Living Translation or something like that. But they're all basically about the same.
Is there any chance that those three happen to be about the same, but if you looked at others, they would vary wildly?
No, I mean they're pretty close. I mean they're all within like a few words difference. I mean it's like saying the same thing differently. The cat ran up the tree, the cat ran. Like it's got the same meaning, but it can be said differently.
Are you absolutely sure that's how it's throughout the whole book and every translation?
Well, no, because like I said, I haven't gone through every single Bible and every scripture and everything and compared.
Do you leave room for the possibility that you could be mistaken, that the original Hebrew could mean something different than what you have in front of you?
Well, I mean, I guess, but that's why you have to trust the people who went and did that.
Why?
Well, it's the same reason I trust scientists when they tell me things. I don't go back and do the studies and redo the experiment. I just take their word for it. Read the study if I decide to take the time.
You take scientists' word for science.
Well, yeah, sometimes, yeah. I mean, like I said, I don't have time to sit here and verify everything they do.
So you just trust the translators of your translations. There couldn't well, I mean, sorry, you say you don't know if there could be others.
Well, I mean, they're not going to be like wildly different. Like I said, the cat ran up the tree, the cat ran. Like the meaning's still the same. Just because it might be phrased slightly differently doesn't mean it's now completely
What if
different.
one says the cat ran up the tree and the other one says the cat ran to the tree?
Well, up the tree and to the tree are two different things.
You don't think there's any possibility that translations might be varied in that way?
No, No, people have gone back and, like I said, I'm not a biblical scholar, but they've gone. Trust me, there's tons of people who spent their life work doing those kind of things, and they all say that they're basically exactly the same. They might be slightly phrased differently, but the meaning extrapolated from is the same.
There's no differences between biblical scholars' opinions on translations, which ones are good, which ones are accurate. There's no differences at all.
Well, yeah, like I said, there's small differences in phrasing, but the meaning
None of
that you
them
read is the same.
contest certain translations. There's no full field of biblical scholarship where people debate and disagree about what the meanings of different phrases and passages are.
Well, they maybe interpret that, but translation and transcribing are different.
Translation.
Okay, so translating from the Greek, for example, in the English, you're saying that a bunch of scholars would argue on how that translation occurs?
Yes. I would say that biblical scholars might disagree on how different words and different phrases are translated.
Yeah, I mean, any language, a word could have dual meanings depending on the context of the word that you're using in the sentence.
So if that's the case, then could that not be throughout the Bible? You have your King James handy. Is that the one you said?
No, I've got the New International Version.
New International.
I don't know where my King James one is. I apologize.
That's all right. I might have been able to demonstrate a difference between the two.
Well, I mean, if you've got a particular scripture that you can pull from two different Bibles that conveys what you're talking about, then I can discuss it better.
Are you familiar with Genesis 2, the new order given after he's given the order of creation in Genesis 1 of what was it, light?
Well, 2 is.
I'm still speaking.
Yes.
One was light, firmament, plants, sun and moon, animals, man and woman, and then 2 gives the order of man, plants, animals, woman.
Okay.
You've seen that difference before.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It doesn't necessarily, because things are written in order, doesn't mean they happen in order.
Right. So even when there's reasons given for things to happen in the order they're given. Like in 2:5 when it says that, well, it depends on your translation, doesn't it? When it says before there were plants in the field because it had not rained and there was no man, God makes a mist come up and then makes a man before there were plants, and then makes the plants and then makes the animals.
Right.
That would contradict the previous chapter where plants were made on day 3. But going forward, if you're in the NIV, you might see some excuse made for why it also says that animals come after man. Though that wouldn't be present in a Hebrew translation or in the King James.
Okay.
Do you understand what I said?
I mean, you're saying that. What?
Not only the contradiction here, right, where it says that man is made before plants and before animals, which contradicts Genesis 1, where plants and animals come before man.
Let me see. Where is that at?
I just told you it starts at 2:5.
Well, 2:5 says, no shrub of the field had yet appeared on the earth, and no plant of the field had yet sprung up, for the Lord God had not sent rain on the earth, and there was no man to work the ground. But streams came up from the earth and watered the whole surface of the ground, and the Lord God formed the man from dust of the ground and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life, and then the man became a living being. And you said, where was the other one that contradicts that?
No. That contradicts Genesis 1, because that says before the plants, because the rain and the man, he makes the rain and the man, well, mist and the man. That one says that the man comes first, and Genesis 1 says that the man is several days after the plants.
Let me see. Genesis 1 is in the beginning, God had created the heavens and the earth. Yeah, Genesis 1, in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. Now the earth was formless and empty. Darkness was over the surface of the plant. Let there be light, separated from light and darkness called day. Okay. And then God said, let there be an expanse before the waters.
Probably skip ahead to 9.
To 9. And God said, let the water under the sky be gathered to one place and let dry ground appear. And it was so. God called the dry ground land, and gathered waters he called seas. And God saw that it was good. And then God said, let the land produce vegetation, seed-bearing plants and trees on the ground, on the land that bear fruit with seed in it, according to various kinds. And it was so.
The land produced vegetation, plants, bearing seed, blah, blah, blah. God said it was good. And morning is the third day. And then God said, let there be light.
So you've got plants coming before man here. And
right,
then
but
the next chapter, the
but
plants
2:5 said, and no shrub of the field had yet been appeared on the earth, and no plant on the field had yet sprung up, for the Lord God had not sent rain on the earth, and there was no man to work the ground, but streams, blah, blah, blah. And then watered the whole surface of the ground. The Lord God formed man from the dust of the ground and breathed in his nostrils.
You read it already. Yeah. Before there were plants, he makes the streams come up in your translation. It's mists in many of the others. So he makes the streams come up, and then he makes the man. Before the plants, he makes the streams and the man.
Well, that's like it's not a contradiction, because remember.
How is it not a contradiction to say in one chapter the plants come first, and in the next chapter the man comes first?
Well, he's just describing what happened in a single day, but then it gives you
so
the
fact. Plants happened in the same day as Adam.
But hold on. The first chapter is talking about what the this and this, but then 2:5 says when the Lord God made the earth and the heavens, right? And no shrub in the field had yet appeared, right? But this is just simply stating that this order came. It's like macro and micro.
How is it micro?
Because he's given individual steps of what happened, and then on 2:5 he's reiterating when God made the earth and the heavens. Huh?
Before there were plants, that because there was no rain, plants, because there was no rain, and there was no man, he makes the mist come up, or in your version it's streams, and then he makes the man. Mist and streams, are they the same thing?
Okay, look. So 1:11, right? God's saying, then God said, let the land produce vegetation. So he's talking about him creating vegetation. 2:5 is now backing up. It said, when the Lord God had made the earth. So it's going back to where it said, in the beginning, in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. So it's restated. Now this is when God made the earth and heavens, there was no shrub on the field and had yet appeared. It's starting backwards. It's starting back over.
There's no shrubs before there was, and in yours it says no shrub.
Well, it's reiterating.
Appeared.
It's reiterating
what?
Yeah.
What is it reiterating? There are no shrubs yet, and make a man.
Okay.
Before there are any shrubs. I
Follow
followed already. There's
no, you're
no
not.
Shrubs.
You're looking at a sequential that everything that comes out that has to be next. 2:5 is reiterating back when God made the earth and the heavens. So starting back over. So back when he created the heavens and the earth, there was no shrub of the field, right? But before that, this is talking about when when God is creating, he's saying, I made the earth and blah, 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 and here's some shrubs. And then it goes back to 2:5. So back when he was first created it, before there was any shrubs.
Before there were any shrubs, because, right? For means because, right?
Huh?
Does for mean because here? For the Lord God had not yet made it rain, and there was no, right? Does that mean because? What does for mean? F-O-R.
When the Lord God made the earth and the heavens, and no shrub of the field had yet appeared on the earth, and no plant of the field had yet sprung up. So it's talking. Right. So it's
next word.
Okay, so it's like this. I'm baking a cake.
What is the next word? What is the next word?
For the Lord.
For. What does for mean there? What does it mean?
I don't know. You tell me.
You don't know what the word for means? For the Lord?
Well, you're the smart one. You were going to tell me, I thought.
So you don't know what the word for means? I've asked you.
No, I don't know as you tell me. I'm telling you, I'm stupid. Educate me.
I see. It's going to go. Then I think I'm ready to move on.
Well, you can't tell me either?
I can. That's the sad part. I'm not here to educate you. I'm not here to tell you what to believe or what to think or how to do it. But when you're going to get defensive and shut down, it's not going to be productive anymore. It's literally not dodging. I just saved you. if anybody has a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, and you can question that belief, then go ahead and request on up. 4 means because, Sidon. Because. I think you might go read some different translations and see what happens in that verse amongst those different translations. You got 3 to work with. There's more. Yep. I am enjoying the loot this morning, though. It is pleasant. We do love the loot. I wonder why people still think it's a debate. I haven't tried it yet, both sides. I'm actually interested in it, though. I just am lazy sometimes, overwhelmed sometimes. I haven't tried it, though I'm interested. Yeah, some people are interested in fighting. Your model is predictive. I'm definitely gonna have to test it. Both sides say I'm really interested. I imagine it's pretty good. In the meantime, for does not mean because. He said, for the Lord God, because the Lord God had not yet. What do you mean? What do you think for means there? That would be a much more interesting conversation than hear me say what it means. But your defensiveness couldn't let you answer. My cue for a while. Good morning, Legion. I'm gonna guess you didn't mean to request up. We probably caught you sleeping. But if you did mean to be here, of course you're welcome to come back. And if anybody does have a belief in a god or God's higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning that belief, well, you're welcome to request up as well. Hello, Blaine. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
33, sir.
Did you say 43 or 33?
33.
33. And do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power, or anything like that?
Well, I feel like the Earth is its own ecosystem and it's its own higher power, and we're just a part of it. It sounds a little weird, but
The Earth is its own ecosystem, and it's a higher power, and we're a part of it. That's what you said. So you're saying that the Earth itself is How is it a higher power?
Well, if it can produce things the way it does, wouldn't it be its own god? The way it produces things. So if a god's definition was to create, so wouldn't the earth be the ultimate creator?
How does the earth create?
You tell me. Look
I don't know.
around.
I don't know, Blaine. Is the earth doing the creating?
I mean, we take down its creation, so I would say so, yeah.
What do you mean when you use the word creation?
Like everything, like trees, plants, fungi,
So, things that exist.
off the earth that we live on also. And we're created like the alternate. Like,
why do you use the word created? Creation.
I don't know, to be honest.
What does that mean to you?
What does it mean to you?
What it means to me doesn't matter, Blaine. I'm just curious why you use the word.
What it means to me matters?
Yes, because you requested up to question your beliefs, right?
Not exactly. I was kind of
why?
joining here to have a conversation. It wasn't just to question my beliefs.
Oh. Well, do you see the prompt on the screen?
Yeah, but
I'm
you
asking
don't
to
want to
see
have
if
a conversation about things? You want to just prompt things?
you understand that I'm trying to see if people can question their beliefs, and if they can, then I ask several questions, among them, what is your belief and why? But
This just
if you're not open to having that conversation, Blaine, I'll move on to someone who is. Thank you, though. If anybody does have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, it's like I never said that before, then go ahead and request on up. What is that capability? Is it curiosity? Is it courage? Is it doubt? Is it open-mindedness? Is it a myriad of different attributes that all lead you to the ability to question? Whatever it is, if you've got it, then go ahead and request up. Is it moxie? I don't know why I just had to say that word. If you've got the moxie to question your beliefs, then go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to debate you or argue. I just want to know, if you can question, well then what is it that you believe? And why do you believe it? Hello, Poe. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
28 today.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Oh, I bounce around, but I guess I'm agnostic overall. So I don't know what the fuck's going on.
You're agnostic. You don't know what the fuck's going on.
Does that make
you say you're agnostic, does that mean that you believe something's there, but you don't know what? Or does it mean that you just don't know what is there, if anything could be?
Yeah, I
The
don't know what's
second.
there, if there is anything, or there isn't.
Hmm. Can you think of
I
what might convince you that there is a God?
honestly, I don't know. Probably something I see or feel internally, or like maybe even a dream.
A dream might convince you that a God exists.
If it's strong enough, a dream made me believe in like alternate dimensions and shit. Because if it was so real.
Do you currently believe in alternate dimensions?
I think so, yeah.
What do you mean by dimension?
I don't know the correct word, but like there's multiple worlds, like layered, I guess. Like when we dream, we might just be. This might be a dream. That's what I mean. Like we might be in a different dimension.
Layers.
Yeah, like multiple, bunch of
Like a
shit stacked.
sandwich.
Probably, yeah.
So there's multiple layers of things. What are the things that are layered?
Worlds, universes,
Layers of universes.
dimensions. Maybe I think that's the right word.
Why would you call them dimensions?
I think it's because what I heard, and yeah.
And what is it that leads you to believe that there are layers of universes?
Maybe a lot of YouTube videos.
You keep covering your microphone. I didn't quite hear you. I think you
Oh shit,
said
sorry.
YouTube videos.
Yeah, I think I said that. Yeah, like a bunch of YouTube videos
So YouTube
about
videos.
science.
I see. Is there any possibility that those could be wrong?
There's always a possibility because I don't think anything's certain.
I see. So from YouTube videos, you've come to understand that there's layers of universes like a sandwich. And you said that you had some dream that caused you to believe that that is true.
Yeah, I think I had a dream that was just super real, and it made me think that when I was dreaming, I was actually in another life. That was the real life, and then I woke up, and this might have been a dream. So it probably not like a sandwich, more like a ocean, and all the everything's just mixed together. And
I'm not sure how an ocean
I can't.
isn't also a sandwich.
Yeah, that's. I'm just trying to find a better analogy. I'm not sure.
It's all right, Poe. Everything turns out to be a sandwich in the end. So you don't have a belief in a god or gods. You don't know
No, I'm
what
sorry.
would convince you except maybe a dream, because a dream could convince you of alternate realities or dimensions.
Yeah, because this might be a dream in itself.
Do you question your dreams?
Yeah, when I get them.
So if you get a dream that convinces you of a god, would you worship the god that your dream convinced you of, or would you question that?
I don't think Jesus would like that. I'm kidding. I would question it all. But if I believed it, then yeah, I would worship him. I would be
So you
do
think
everything that God told me to do.
you think that if you believed a god existed of any kind, you would worship it?
Yeah,
Does it
probably.
matter- Does it matter if the god is evil or not? As long as it's powerful.
Totally, yes.
So you're willing to submit to the will of any god, evil or otherwise, if it exists?
Depending on my outcome, I guess. Like afterlife.
Interesting. Do you believe in an afterlife, Poe?
See, that's another I don't know. I don't think so, honestly. I don't.
I don't know is a fine answer. But you don't think so.
If I have to like answer yes or no, then I'm probably say no.
Mm-hmm. What I believe doesn't matter, and you do keep being muffled at the beginning of your questions or your sentences. I'm going to ask you a question from the comments because I actually like it a lot and really appreciate the questioner. What utility does the term dimension provide that unknown or imaginary does not?
It might provide a chance for people to understand what uh, help people understand. Because I feel like they know that word from movies and shit.
I see. So do you think that it ends some kind of credibility by saying dimension?
No, I think it might be more words to do the same thing. But I watch Rick and Morty.
Is that what you believe? You believe that there are different realities like Rick and Morty?
Yeah, probably. I believe so.
Why do you believe that? Just because of dreams and YouTube videos?
Yeah, because it resonated when I seen it. And the dreams that I had was kind of like when Morty woke up in the army base, and he was the train ticket dude or whatever. It's kind of ridiculous.
Mm-hmm. Poe, I appreciate you coming up here. I am looking for someone with a little bit, well,
Yeah, I got you.
more coherent
He's up.
belief, but I appreciate you. I do. I
Yeah.
hope you keep asking questions. And if you do come up with some firm answers, bring them back. We'll question those. But take care. Well, at least he got some I don't knows, and he's questioning whatever it is. Yeah, I think if we've got another guest, I'd like to move on. So let's see if there's someone in the queue. I hope he is thinking. Before I bring up anybody else who's in queue, if you do have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, well, that's who I'm looking to talk to. If you are that person, then go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to debate or argue. I'm not looking to tell you that you're wrong. I just want to know if you can question what you believe, then, well, what is it that you believe in, and why do you believe it? Hello, can't remember. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Very, very well said.
I didn't hear you.
My opinion.
Still can't quite hear you.
Like someone. But it's
I
not
asked
always
you your
fun.
age.
Okay.
Did you hear me ask your age? I guess not. Well, you're welcome to request back up. That was a little strange. Catfather Sebastian says, welcome to the show. Hello, pirate. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
49.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power?
Which one?
Any. Do you have a belief in any god or gods, a higher power, or
Yeah, I'm
anything
not
like
agnostic.
that? Why don't you let me finish the questions?
I was
Is there
just
some
joining in.
reason? Okay, because if you
Sorry.
let me finish
You're
the
speaking
question,
quietly.
yeah, like right now I'm speaking. If you let me finish the question, you'd find out what the question actually is, and then you could
Yes,
respond
sir.
to it a little more accurately. Okay, great. So, do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
Yes. All of them.
Which? Oh, I see. You believe in all gods.
Not to be. I'm not messing with you either.
So you believe in all gods that have ever been mentioned, written about,
No,
discussed, believed
your
in?
word was higher power.
I said, or anything like it. You said you believe in all of them.
Higher powers?
So all higher powers. What is a higher power?
So do you believe that we're
Oh my.
Okay. I don't know where are you starting right now, or have you been into anything? I just
What was the question I just asked?
Yes, I believe in all higher powers.
What is a higher power?
Mentally higher than us.
Something mentally higher than us.
Or physically, or emotionally, or something we can't physically do on our side.
Something capable of something we're not.
Correct.
And that would be a higher power. Can you
Correct.
give an example of a higher power that you're referring to?
So can you move that? Can you move that soda can across your room with just about thinking about it?
So you're saying that you believe things can do that?
Correct.
What things do you think have the ability to, in
Well,
this
we have
case,
the power.
perform telekinesis?
We have that power. So I don't want to be like one-sided here. Like, I mean,
Yeah, I'm not really thinking you're actually interested in questioning your beliefs.
I can question mine. Do you?
Why did you request up here?
Because I found it interesting because I've been through a lot.
So, when I asked if you believed in a higher power, you said that you believe in all of them. Then I asked what you meant by higher power. You said something like telekinesis, controlling a soda can across the room. And then you said you believe that we can do that. That we are. So we are the higher power. Is that what you meant?
Yeah, we are separate. Well, okay, sorry.
So,
that word "we" is probably the worst problem I could say.
I don't know if it is, because you said that a higher power is something that we can't do, and then later said that it is something that we can. So it seems like you're kind of contradicting yourself just in by defining higher power as something we can't do.
Well, okay, define power, please.
I'm not here to define the words for you.
Okay.
So if you're saying you believe in a higher power, I would assume you know what you mean by that.
Higher than myself.
What does higher mean?
Has more power than I do.
So
if I can do it, they can. Or it can, or whatever.
It. Is there a particular it you have in mind?
Which one would you like to talk about?
You remember the first question I asked after your age was,
correctly,
do you believe in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
So belief. So okay.
Do you have a belief in a god or something?
Oh yes, I'm a Christian man.
Why were you afraid to talk about that from the beginning?
Well, part of the religion is fear, correct?
So part of the religion is to avoid giving honest answers to questions on panels
No,
of
it's a fear
questioning
of
beliefs.
power above you.
You're afraid of a power above you, so you don't answer my questions honestly.
Oh, honestly,
That's boring.
that's part of the religion as well. Always answer the questions honestly.
So have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
No, that's an honest question there. That is just too much book and too much transcript. Yeah, there's too many lies in there.
There's lies in the Bible.
Yep.
Why do you think there are lies
It's been translated too much. And I don't believe the people that had the money to print that Bible had our intentions on their side.
Do you believe any of it?
Oh, a lot of it, yeah.
How can you believe any of it if you think it is told by people who are lying?
I don't know. Your parents lie to you. You believe in them, right?
I'm not quite sure what you mean. So you believe do you believe some of the stories from the Bible? Are there certain ones?
Oh, there's always good intention.
Are there certain stories from the Bible you believe?
I guess if I put it that way, is like I think it's a good storybook.
Are you drunk right now?
No.
Are there certain stories from the Bible that you believe are true?
Everything we talk about is trivial. I'm not
true. Are there certain stories from the Bible that you are dodging literally every question?
I'm not trying to knock you off the horse.
Nope, you're just literally dodging every single question because you're afraid of them for some reason, or you're just wanting to waste my time. Either way, I'm bored with it. This is some of the most dishonest dialogue I've had all night. But welcome in to anybody who's just joining us. We're not here to debate. I'm not here to argue. I am just here to see if you can question your beliefs. And if you can question your beliefs, then what is it that you believe? And why do you believe? Excellent timing as always, Noctis. I wonder if is it that time? It's a little early for poetry. Maybe you believe in a god or gods, a higher power, or something like that, and you're curious enough or courageous enough to question that belief. If you do, and that's you, well then hit one of those boxes on the screen, or with the two little people next to your chat, either one will send me a request. Let me know that you're interested in questioning your beliefs. And then I'm not going to argue with you. I'm not going to debate you or try to prove you wrong. I'm just going to ask you if you can question what it is you believe and why it is you believe whatever it is you believe. Yes, absolutely, Noctis. Read the prompt before requesting. I actually get a lot of people who request who don't read it until they're up here, until I'm asking them if they can read the prompt. It's unfortunate. Yes, it was Cat the Witch. My mistake. Your name was right above the comment. Barfing Toaster hopes that we someday have a guest that speaks through kazoo. I'm not sure that I do. I don't feel like they would last very long. I'm not sure that I want to listen to 18 or more bursts on a kazoo when I ask, what is your age? Both sides saying if these kids could read, they would be mad. Maybe. What is that a quote from? Cat. Cat was in Alive last night, where the guests sounded like Charlie Brown adults. Wah, 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 wah. Wah, 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 wah. Wah, wah, wah. Somebody's gonna clip that. I shouldn't have done that. Oh no. Yeah, both sides saying I understand that. That's when I know it's time to end the live, is when the guests start sounding like that, one after another. When it's one, maybe. But when it's every single one, that might be me. Broccoli Hair says, smug atheist. Who's a smug atheist? Are you self-identifying? Raising your hand? We do get quite a few smug believers and non-believers. But we're not looking for that. We're not looking for anything contentious. If you do have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, you're capable of questioning that belief. Well, then, go ahead and request on up. Oh, Rob. I had just seen you in requests and thought that it was a mistake. Hey, Rob.
Hey, oh yeah, I didn't want to come up. I was
Okay.
leaving actually. Hey, have a
Oh,
good night, Thrayle.
well, I
Have a good
appreciate
night.
you,
Take
Rob.
care. Hey, have a
Have
good
a
night.
good night.
Thanks. Thanks.
Appreciate you, Rob. W's for Rob. We've seen him question his beliefs. Broccoli hair. Not sure who you're referring to there. Are you in a fan club? Seems like you just have a whole lot to say about yourself. I hope so too, Victoria. It's good to see you. Hello, Chester. Can I get your age for TikTok
Good evening.
TOS?
I'm 36.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power,
Yes, sir.
or anything like Catholic? Have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
No, I haven't.
Why not?
Because it's not a requirement. It's not a requirement to read your Bible. All you need to,
You're very muffled right now. So hard to hear you.
yeah, excuse me. Sorry. The only reason I was muffled was because I was trying to match your energy.
Why are you trying to match energy? What do you mean by
Because
energy?
you were sitting here talking like this.
I'm sitting here talking like I always do.
Oh, I've never met you before. But
Well,
good to meet you.
So, Chester,
Yes.
now that we can hear you, why haven't you read your Bible from beginning to end?
Because I've never had the need to read the Bible from beginning to end.
You've never had a need to read it?
Yes, that's right.
Do you believe that the stories were all true and literal?
Yes.
So with the 6-day creation, Adam and Eve in a garden, those stories are true?
Yes, they are true.
Have you read those stories?
I've certainly read a lot of the stories, yes.
Have you read Genesis 1 and 2?
Yes.
And you believe those to be literal as written?
I believe them to be true.
True, what does that mean, if not literal?
What do you mean by literal?
Was the earth created in 6 days in a particular order, as described in Genesis 1?
Yes.
Really quick.
Yes.
Really quick, I'm going to talk past you. It's not to be rude. I just got to make sure and thank Ira, Heather's Descent, Shell, Hannah, and Everlasting Godstopper for helping with that goal. I do appreciate all of you so much. So, you say that the 6-day creation as written in that particular order, that's true. That's
Yes.
what happened.
Yes.
And in Genesis 2, when it describes a different order of creation, is that also somehow true?
Absolutely.
How is it true if they contradict?
How are two things simultaneously true when one account doesn't seem to agree with the other? That's the question you're asking.
I'm asking.
Is, well, I mean, that's a question. I'm happy to believe that is true. And yeah, what is truth? That's the question. What is true? Because I'm assuming you don't believe either of those. Do you believe either of those?
What I believe
stories are
doesn't matter,
true in
Chester.
Genesis?
Chester, what I believe doesn't matter.
Fair enough. Yeah, so I believe that both of those are true. So now
Right.
I have to explain to you how that is the case, because you're going to consider there's some kind of contradiction, or there's something that's just not right there.
Do you know what
Like
contradiction
logical
I'm
sense.
even talking about?
Well, you can talk about contradictions all you like.
Do you know which contradiction I'm referring to?
We know the two stories of Genesis.
Mm-hmm.
So yes, yeah. So what is the contradiction? There is contradiction in storytelling. It's not a contradiction in truth.
What do you mean?
The truth is that God is above man and man is above woman. that is essentially Genesis. That is
That's
what that is.
You're saying that's
That,
what it is.
that's the truth of
It's
that.
just specifically about God being above man and man being above woman. That's all it's
Yeah,
about.
and surely
So
it's about
where do
Cain
you
and
get
Abel.
that? Where do you get that in Genesis 1?
Where do I get that in Genesis 1?
Yes.
You're gonna have to. I'm gonna have to pull my Bible out now if you're gonna have to look at this. I don't know how far Genesis 1 goes before we get to God creates man. Which verse are we talking about?
So you haven't really actually read these.
Of course I have. I just don't know the verses. I listen. I already explained to you. I haven't read the Bible from beginning to end, but I understand certain passages. I've been to church. I've listened to this. So yeah, ask a lot of ask anyone, have you read your particular book from man? Yes, absolutely. There'll be Christians who say yes, and there will be like, okay, now which verse was this in? It's a lot of it. It's very difficult to read, and a lot of people can't remember it. So,
Which version of the Bible do you have handy?
I don't have any version of the Bible handy. Would you like me to bring something up?
No, it's fine. So if
You want the King James Bible?
it's up to you, Chester. It's what you believe.
Well, I'm trying to tell you what I believe, but you don't seem to accept it. You need me to bring a Bible into it. So should I bring a Bible into it, or does the Bible matter?
I don't know, Chester. Does it matter?
Well, I think it does.
Okay,
I'm
so
not
it
sure
seems
if
like
you
it
think it
matters.
does. Does it matter to you?
Chester, what I believe or what matters to me doesn't matter to this conversation if you haven't gathered that already. This is an examination of your beliefs, right? To see if you can question your beliefs, as the prompt says.
Yeah, I can question my beliefs.
Okay, so we were talking about the contradiction in Genesis 1 and 2, right? And how it says that in Genesis 1 that he creates things in a very particular order in 6 days, right?
Yes.
And do you remember that order?
No. And neither do you, because you.
I actually do.
This is the problem.
I actually do, Chester.
No,
It's
you don't.
light.
You
No,
don't. You're
I'm
reading
telling
it,
you.
and
I'm not looking at anything right now. I'm telling you because I ask this question constantly, daily, repeatedly. So I do know
so
the
tell me.
order. So
Tell me
Chester,
then.
I do know the order, and I'm trying to. If you'd stop interrupting me. So I was trying to tell you. It says in Genesis 1 that he creates light, and then firmament, and then vegetation, and then sun and moon, and then animals, and then man and woman, in that order.
Yes.
Okay. And then in Genesis 2, at 2:5, when it says, before there were plants in the ground, because the Lord God had not yet made it to rain, and then there was no man to till the field. He makes a mist come from the ground, and then he makes a man. This was before the plants, which seems to contradict the first chapter where it says that the plants came first.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't.
You say it doesn't?
I say it doesn't, yeah.
Okay, how?
Because I said it was written by men.
So because it was written by men, what?
Because it was written by men. That's what exactly is what happened.
So because it was written by men, everything is true, everything is false. What are you trying to say? I'm not hearing how that explains the different orders given between the two chapters.
I would say everything is true, yeah. Yes. I would say that these are men who were true of form, true of character, and wrote
Which
the
men?
truth. The men who wrote the Bible. Yes.
We're talking
That's what
specifically about. We're
that's what
talking about
Christians believe.
specifically about Genesis 1 and Genesis
Yes.
2. Is that multiple
And
men
we
or
know, and
one?
who wrote those? Who wrote Genesis?
Who wrote Genesis?
They were true men.
Who were the true men that wrote Genesis?
Yes. Who were they? Were they true or were they not true? So okay, there's a faith element of that.
What is faith?
There's a faith element that
Chester, are you drunk right now?
depends what you mean by drunk. I've had 3 drinks, and I've had.
Drink some water, Chester. We might be able to have this conversation when you're a little more clear-headed. That was pretty clear. Oh, I dropped him a moment too soon. Look at who was in my queue.
Good morning.
Hello, Dr. Josh. How you doing?
I'm well. How are you?
I'm doing pretty good. Better than Chester, apparently.
That was a very confusing 5 minutes I just spent listening to that.
I try not to assume alcohol right away, but the time zone fits.
I mean, why doesn't it contradict? Because men wrote it? Maybe you just misheard the question.
No, I'm pretty sure it was. He says it's an hour before New Year. That's great, Chester. Happy New Year. Drink some water. I forgot what day it was in the future, apparently.
Hey, Thrayle. Hey, Joshua.
Hey, Sebastian. How you doing?
Hey, guys. I'm doing great. How are you?
We're doing fine. Well, I'm doing fine. I don't know. Joshua just got here. I haven't seen him in weeks.
Doing well.
Great.
من سوريا يا أخي بارك
Hello,
الله فيكم
good.
ممكن تساعدوني؟
I'm sorry. We're not here, I don't think, to help you out in the way you want. I don't think you really approve of what we're doing. We're asking people to question their beliefs. So if that's something you can do, preferably in English, then you're welcome to request backup.
I feel kind of sorry for you today, Thrayle. So many strange and rude people, too. I'm sorry for you. I've been listening.
Been a ride, hasn't it?
Yeah. Really has. And I knew that the last one wouldn't end. Not this one, not the weird camera thing, but the Catholic.
Yeah.
Yeah, I knew that wouldn't go well.
We do tend to get an interesting mix of Australians about this time of morning when they're all getting ready for bed and.
Oh yeah, it's that time now.
I don't know what it is about alcohol that gets people so geared up to question their beliefs.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Michael, can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Oh, apparently not. Apparently nobody has a belief left in God or God's higher power or anything like that. I mean, I used to declare victory about this time when no one was requesting.
That's funny.
But it occurred to me that it's really not. It's kind of the opposite. It's kind of a loss if no one's left questioning.
Mm-hmm. I mean, have you ever thought about like doing a new topic, or do you want to keep this? I guess I kind of asked you.
New topic. I mean, we could do. Where'd it go? I've got it here somewhere. What the fuck is God?
Yeah, Yeah, but it's
But these
kind of
really
similar.
just kind of pop up when someone won't answer a question.
Yeah, or what the fuck is a soul?
Yeah,
Like,
what the fuck is soul? Yeah, there's that. Or what the fuck is afterlife?
right?
Like the zombies.
That's cool.
But they all boil down to the same question. It all comes back to whether or not you even can question your beliefs.
Yeah.
Because we could bang our heads against the wall all day long, and if they can't question their beliefs, if they're 10 toes down, like they say, then where's the conversation even going?
Right. And it's surprisingly many people you have to ask, especially today, I think, that you have to ask them to read the prompt. Because they, yeah, you know.
Yeah, I think the mermaid's distracting them.
She is kind of distracting.
I think the most distracting thing about the mermaid is how is she in the room with all of those other people floating in the air like that?
Yeah, and there's also an alien, right? So have you ever had, like, I wasn't here like half year ago, for example. Have you had like, do you believe in an alien prompt or topic to talk
I've
about?
never used it as a prompt, but I'll question it when it comes up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's another belief. Do you have a belief that we've been visited by aliens, Catfather?
Visited? Oh, interesting question.
I mean, to believe that they exist is fairly trivial.
Yeah.
Thanks for being here, Josh. Sorry you didn't get to question the wild Catholic with the man who wrote it, so therefore it's true.
He just wanted to ask that one guest something.
Well, Dr. Josh specializes in Old Testament studies, so yeah.
Oh, cool. Kind of like
He's a
Rav.
great guy. Kind of like Rav, but a different approach. Different angle.
Cyber
I
too
really
is kind
appreciate
of
it.
has a lot of knowledge. I like Cyber.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Cyber's got a lot of knowledge too.
Yeah. So about aliens, I don't know if they have. You asked me if they have visited.
If you believe it.
Earth. And I'm not sure what I believe, to be honest. But I do believe there are something out there, just like mathematical, in the universe somewhere, probably some civilization. But maybe we would never know. But it would be cool one day during my lifetime if we discover something with science. If it's something out there. What about you? Do you believe we have been visited?
I don't know.
Great answer.
It was almost like I was ready with it, huh?
Right, I know. What about the universe? Do you believe there are many civilizations out there on planets?
I don't know. Seems unlikely that there wouldn't be.
Right. Just so many stars and so many galaxies.
But I don't know.
Yeah.
And I'm not
Me neither.
pressed to know. Like, I want for there to be different civilizations, different
You wouldn't think it would be
peoples to
interesting?
interact with. Yeah, it'd be really cool.
Yeah.
I think a Star Trek like future would be really cool for us in more ways than one. But I don't know that there's anything like that there, and I don't have a reason to believe that there should be, especially as anthropomorphized as Star Trek made all of the aliens. Sure, that was mostly due to limitations.
I'm sorry, Thrayle. I haven't seen Star Trek.
Oh. In the older series and original series, they tend to make a lot of the aliens just kind of human, but with slightly different features. Still 4 appendages and a head.
I see.
That's probably due to the limitation of what they could do, right? You can only put so much makeup on an actor.
Yeah.
Hello, Christine. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Of course, I am 37.
And I think we've spoken before, but can you remind me if you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yes, we have spoken previously. I am an atheist. However, I do kind of ping pong between atheist and agnostic.
I see. So you ping pong between believing there are no gods and just not knowing if there are any.
Pretty much.
Where do you stand right now? Is it more that there are no gods or that you just don't know?
My stance in this particular moment is isn't.
And why do you believe there is no God?
Because if there was a God, then he would be taking out a certain person.
I see. So if you think that if there was a God, then there'd be something or someone less evil in the world.
I guess so, yes.
Mm-hmm. And I'm trying to clean that up. But I know what you mean, I think. So, if that person suddenly met an end, or if they simply stopped having the ability to affect your life in any way, would that tell you that there was a God suddenly?
Absolutely not.
Is there anything that might convince you that a God does exist?
There would be a so if there was something that a God did exist, it would be a physical manifestation.
So if you saw some physical manifestation that you could only attribute to a God, then you would believe in it.
Mm-hmm.
Would that make you worship it?
Correct.
You would worship a God just for existing?
What is the point you're trying to make?
just seeing where you stand on if a God existed, would you worship it just for existing, or would there need to be some other attributes or trade, something that the God can provide?
We're just
Okay.
curious to see what you feel about it.
Yeah. Okay. I can appreciate that. So my belief system is a system where there is what do you call it? The scientific machinery. So there is a scientific so there is a scientific belief. Well, not belief, but there is a scientific probability that certain things have happened where the Bible have shown that certain things have happened, but there is no scientific belief. So whether you want to believe or not, I am of the belief that if you can prove it, it's true.
You're of the belief that if you can prove it, it's true, but there's no scientific proof for the Bible. And that wasn't my question, though. It was about, if you'd worship the God just for existing. If the biblical God were proven to you to exist, would you worship it?
Well, it's the same question once again. If you can prove it, then yes, I would believe it.
Well, I'm not just asking believe. I'm asking about worship, praise, adulation.
Regardless whether you want to believe or have adulation, my point is that there is a difference between Yes, continue.
Well, I'm curious, Christina. Are you clear-headed right now? Have you been drinking?
I believe I'm clear-headed.
Okay. If a God, if the Christian God, for instance, existed, would you personally want to worship it? Or would it need to be something more, something different than that God for your worship?
Well, my biggest issue with the my biggest issue with the worship that you mentioned is that there is a number of scriptures that have been omitted. So if you are to make a definitive conversation, then you need to include everything, not just what has been included.
Yeah, I don't know if we're still having the same conversation, Christine. I appreciate you coming up, I do. But I'm not hearing that my questions are really being answered. So it's kind of like you're talking past me. I'm going to go ahead and set you down. But I do
I
appreciate you being
apologize.
here.
I will drop. Thank you.
That's fine. Thank you so much for being here, Christine. I do appreciate you trying. And I hope that you keep asking
Thank you.
questions. And maybe another time we'll get to ask you some more. But I do need to really quick thank Donna B, Shell, and Freya for helping with that goal. I really do appreciate you. And we do have another guest in queue, I think. We'll see if they're still there. It's almost like if you don't accept somebody up right away, they scroll right along. But hey, Infamous stuck around.
Hey.
Can I
Hey,
get
what's
your
happening,
age
guys?
for TikTok TOS?
21.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
Well, actually, I lack the belief in any type of god.
You lack a belief in any type of god. Why is that?
Because of the lack of evidence.
Can you imagine what evidence might compel you to believe in a god?
Or something supernatural that science can't explain.
Can you give me an example of something like that that might
Or
convince
maybe
me?
if I see, like, for example, if I see someone flying, some being like fly, and science can't explain why they can fly, then I would, you know what I mean? Like,
So if you saw somebody like Superman or Hancock just flying and land in front of you,
yeah.
would you believe they were God, or would you just believe suddenly in a God somewhere else?
Well, I would believe in the supernatural, but I wouldn't come to the conclusion that they're God or the creator of the universe. But yeah, just if you get what
So
I
you're
mean.
saying even to get close to believing in a God, you'd need to believe in the supernatural, and for that you'd need to see something that science can't explain.
Yeah, like, because, for example, if you read, like, you know, the Bible, you read like the Noah's Ark and stuff like that. It happened because God can defy science, right? But you would have to prove that even happened in the first place. And stuff like that. So if I see something that's supernatural and I can understand that I'm not hallucinating or it's actually happening, then I could believe in something like God or yeah.
If a God were to somehow present itself to you, and you believed in it, would you worship it just because it existed?
Well, it would depend on what it tells me to do. Like, if it told me to do something really bad, like unalive my child or something, I would not do it, honestly. And I would probably even ask why, you know. So, yeah.
So it depends on the character of the God.
Well, yeah, exactly. Like,
can you imagine a God that you might want to worship or praise?
Well, I could, in a sense, if it's a really good and like just God, but like, once again, it depends on what type of God you're talking about.
Do you think there's too much evil and suffering in the world to a god like that to exist?
Yeah, there's too much evil and suffering, and there's stuff like natural disasters, you know, cancer that people have to deal with, and like they don't have any control over that. So yeah, I think like that if God was all powerful, he could stop some of these things from happening, but yeah.
I see. And do you define supernatural as something science cannot explain, in your view?
Well, yeah, supernatural is what can't be like tested by natural means.
Thank you for the answers.
Yeah, no worries, man. Do you guys, like, if you mind me asking, do you guys have any beliefs or?
I tend not to answer that question only because it turns these conversations more towards debate than
Oh no, I
examination.
don't want to debate it. I don't really
Yeah,
mind.
no,
I
I
just like,
understand.
yeah,
I don't have any beliefs of that nature. But
yeah,
if anybody else does, if anybody watching has a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, you're capable of questioning your beliefs. Well, that's what we're doing here. Not debating or arguing, not trying to convince you that you're wrong. Just seeing if you can question your beliefs. You define infamous. It seems though that, without a belief, there's not a lot to question. But I would wonder, do you feel that there is any certainty that there are no gods, or is it simply that you lack belief, as you stated?
well, I've read these books, right, and I've seen evidence, and I sometimes thought like maybe God doesn't want to show us evidence. Maybe He wants it to be faith-based, right? But when you understand like the psychology of people, and you understand why people make up gods, and there's not just one god, there's millions of different gods. It almost feels like it's no possibility of a god existing when you understand where gods actually came from, or the concept of gods.
So for you, it seems almost impossible for a god to exist because of where the concept derives.
Yeah, and before like the Abrahamic gods, there was many different gods. There was Zeus, there was all types of gods. So we can understand why people make this up, and yeah.
So because we can understand why people would invent gods, and we've seen evidence of people doing it before, then it makes sense to you that any god someone references now is equally made up.
Yeah, and I'll say like, if I was to believe in God, I would simply believe in just as the fact that He made the universe. I wouldn't believe in a aspect of worshipping Him or like having the devil or something. I would just believe in Him making the universe, and that's it. That would be my belief if I believed in God.
Okay, impersonal God, right?
Yeah, just someone who made the universe. Or doesn't even have to be a being, like just some sort of cause for the universe. You could call it God or whatever, but I don't think God would have to really worry about us worshipping Him or sending us to hell forever. That doesn't just make sense to me.
Does
And can I just
creation?
say, yeah,
Well,
you go ahead.
I was going to ask, does creation make sense to you? Does the idea that there is a beginning seem
No,
necessary?
creation doesn't make sense to me, and I don't think there was an actual beginning or there wasn't a state of nothingness. There was always something. Even before the Big Bang, there wasn't a state of nothingness where God existed and then He suddenly created everything from nothing.
Does it matter to you if a God exists or not?
Well, it doesn't really matter to me because I just see it as like I have this life, and if I'm gonna pass away one day, and that's it. I'm not gonna know what's gonna happen next. I'm just gonna cease to exist. But if there is a God, like it doesn't really make a difference to me, to be honest.
Does it matter matter to you if what you believe is true or not?
Well, yeah, I'm interested in the truth, and that's why I read all these books and stuff, because I'm open-minded. I don't want to just believe. I'm not atheist because I'm not rebellious to God. I'm atheist because I don't see any evidence to believe in a God. If I saw evidence to believe in a God, I would. I just care about the truth. I'm not subjective, I'm not biased to one God or no gods. I just want the truth, that's all.
I appreciate your answers, Infamous. I really do. It sounds like you can question your beliefs just fine. You just don't have a belief to question at the moment. So, while I do appreciate you coming up, I am looking for anybody who does have a belief in a God or
Can I just say one more thing? I just want to say to people, I think many theists, they don't question their own beliefs, and that's why they're almost stuck in that,
Dogmatic?
Yeah, because I've asked someone who's a theist, right? I would ask theists, if God would do something really bad to unalive, let's say grape someone or whatever, or do something really bad, would you still follow that God? And they don't answer yes or no. They'll answer God would never do that. So you can understand that it's like a conditioning. They can't even fathom the fact that God could do something bad.
I
It's
understand.
yeah, if you
We
get
see
what I
that
mean.
happen all the time. Yes. As we question, we see a lot of people hit a brick wall where the questioning has to stop, where their reflection of what God is or can do just stops, and they hold
Yeah.
to what they've been told.
But
I appreciate
yeah.
you, Infamous.
One more thing I'll say. Look, I respect everyone, and if they believe in something, even if it's not true and it makes them happy, I respect that. So yeah.
Appreciate you.
Appreciate the way you think, man.
Thank you,
See ya.
Infamous. W's for Infamous in the chat. He's definitely able to question. Let's see if we've got another believer in queue. Hello, Twixama. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Twixama going once, going twice, and moving right along. If anybody's got a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, you're capable of questioning that belief, well, go ahead and request up.
I wanted to ask him if he ever believed in God in his life, but did he say that?
I didn't ask, and that should have been a question to ask.
Yeah, because then you could ask what maybe made him lose that belief.
And that is questionable.
Yeah. We do look after someone with a belief in a god or gods, or something like that.
Are you trying your hand at a segue?
No, not
Harry
really.
would be proud.
You have a skill for that, the segue.
I just know what I want to talk about, and
yeah,
it's pretty easy if you know what you want to talk about. Let's see if we can't. Well, I don't know. We took this guest earlier. I don't remember honestly because all the guests kind of run together after a few hours, and we're at hour 7.
7. Wow.
I don't know if this guest was questioning or if they were obnoxious. I don't remember. They're in the queue, and now they're gone. Oops. I went to
Which
go
one?
accept, and they disappeared.
I've been watching today. Which one was that?
Pirate.
Pirate? Okay.
Yeah, it was early. It was very early. I don't remember how it went, but no, they disconnected. They backed out of the queue.
You usually start a little bit before I wake up in the morning here in Europe.
Oh yeah, the time I'm starting would be 5 or 6 a.m. for you.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
or 6, 7, I think, around that time.
Still very early.
Mm-hmm. Oh God, I said 6, 7. Please don't. And people.
You did. You said it. But yeah, we're just sitting here waiting for a believer. If any believers have a belief that they believe they can question, well, I believe I'd like to question you. If you believe you can do it. If you do have a belief in a god or gods and you think you can question that, hit one of those boxes for us and let's see if you can negotiate the request system. Then we might even be able to negotiate what questioning even is. Something like that. Just kind of stream of thought. I know what I want to say. I want a believer to come up here. It's kind of
Did we run out of the believers on the horizon?
on the horizon. I don't know about that. There may still be a believer with a belief that can question that belief.
Yeah.
If I say belief enough times, then it'll lose meaning. And then no one will believe in anything.
True.
Believing becomes unbelievable.
You asked a guest earlier if knowing is the same. Something about believing in something and knowing something, if it's the same.
If you can believe and know, or if they're
different.
Yeah.
Yeah. What do you think, Thrayle?
I think it's like many things going to come down to how we define the words. So many might see belief as something you don't know, and so you say belief to hedge. But I typically see it as an acceptance that something is true, whatever proposition or idea.
Yeah, like I believe I'm going to wake up tomorrow morning.
To accept it is true that you will wake up tomorrow morning. Yeah.
And I see knowing a little different. That's like you just know something certain. Yeah.
So knowing would be taking that belief and having some kind of evidence or reason.
Yeah, maybe, but also, you know, the evidence and reason for believing I will wake up tomorrow is just based on past experience, right? So I can't say I know that.
You don't know it.
No, not for sure. Not 100%. So
does anybody know that they'll wake up tomorrow?
No, I don't think so. So that's probably kind of like a belief, maybe.
So it might be a belief.
Yeah, but with backup evidence.
So then what's something that you can know?
I can know that I see the world around me from my view. I know that I exist.
How do you know?
I knew it.
As soon as you put your own brain in it,
I'll probably summon Cat now. Probably. So, I just take it for granted I do exist in this world, on this planet and stuff. But yeah,
there you go, brains and jars.
That's something at least I feel I know. But yeah, you know, that was just example of things you feel you know. Like, do you
So
know you exist?
Is knowledge a feeling?
No, I don't believe that. I don't believe that. We need to change the prompt now to question the questioners. Just kidding.
I haven't done that in a while.
Yeah, I do have a couple of questions for you actually too. If you want to change it up
Yeah,
within.
we can do that for a minute while we wait for somebody with a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that to request up. There we go.
Nice. Okay, I can start with the one thing you sometimes ask, like that last guest, about what would it take for you to believe in a God? What kind of
I have a
evidence would you
stock
need?
answer I really like.
Okay.
My favorite answer is God only knows.
That's a good one. Yeah.
If a God exists, it's the only thing that knows what will convince me. I
Right.
can think of all the different things that might convince someone and then question those things. So if there's something that would actually come from God, if it existed, would have to know it better than I do.
Yeah. And I mean, if the like the Abrahamic God existed, it would probably know if it's all knowing, like what it would take to convince you. It would know you and know what it would take. So why don't they show it to you?
I must not be one of the chosen elite.
I don't know, man. I mean, chalk and cheese have the days left to you, you know.
I think we're at 39, 40, somewhere around there.
Yeah, and I think I'm around 100 because he told me the other day I have 109 days. I think it was a week ago or something.
What happens in 109 days for you?
I don't know. He didn't say.
He didn't say what happens.
No, he just said I have 109, and you had like 46 or something.
Yeah, the countdown's getting close. Apparently, I'm supposed to become a preacher of some kind.
Scary.
I don't
But
know
okay.
what I'm going to end up preaching, but
I don't know. But what about scientific evidence proof? Do you think that's a way we could ever prove a god or a higher power?
potentially, if there's something there to measure, to observe, then I imagine science might be the way to do it. The question is, why have we not been able to measure or observe anything that indicates a god yet?
That's a good question. But what do you, like that previous guest, supernatural, that word, what do you think that is, in your view, supernatural? What the fuck is supernatural?
What the fuck is supernatural?
Yeah.
Supernatural would be things beyond the natural. Anything that is not just unnatural, but no, perhaps unnatural is the word.
Yeah. But not like divine, right? That's not the same. Do you think?
Is it divine? I'm not even sure I have a definition for that. That's gonna that's going to definitely depend on who's using the word.
Yeah.
And I don't tend to describe things that way unless I'm being facetious, sarcastic.
Oh. So holy maybe is, or godly is that something you?
Again, not something I would use unless I'm being sarcastic, or if I'm
Yeah.
describing a flavor of a food item, and even then I'd be somewhat facetious in the use.
Right. Okay, I have one more for you. One more. If you could have the ultimate answer, whether or not there is a God, whether or not there is an afterlife, and what happened like before the Big Bang and what caused it or something, would you want to know, or is it good to just live with the mystery?
Oh, the mystery is a good thing, but I
Yeah,
might
but
want to know.
yeah,
I don't know what I would do with the knowledge. That's the real question. What would I do with that knowledge?
I mean, you would just know, right? You would be,
And
like
then
we.
what?
Then
How
you.
much better off would I be? How much better
Yeah.
off would I be than anybody who had a spiritual experience and just knows there's a God? If I
And
just know there
would you
is a
live your life differently? Like, that's yeah, good questions.
I don't know if I would live my life differently. I'd like to think that I
Mhm.
wouldn't, but if I knew all the answers,
It's hard to say now. Yeah.
it is hard to say. Like, how do I know that I wouldn't want everyone to know
Mm-hmm.
whatever it is I've learned? Or how do I know that whatever it is I learn wouldn't compel me to not want to tell anyone?
Right. And do you believe in an infinite universe? Or
I don't actually know on that. I don't know which way it goes there, if it's finite or infinite. I don't have a reason to believe that there is a necessary beginning. I haven't
right.
seen why there must be, though I can understand some of the arguments that lead or indicate that there might be. I don't see them as definitive. So,
Mm-hmm.
an infinite universe doesn't seem to be impossible.
No. Infinity is hard to comprehend, and maybe we think about it the wrong way. That time is something we don't really understand, and yeah.
So can I get your age for TikTok too,
Hello.
Alice?
Hi, I'm 35 years old.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
Yes, I definitely do.
Which god do you believe in?
Um, they've given God so many names. I don't even like to name my God because he has so many names, but he is the creator.
He's
And
the creator. Is he a creator from any particular scripture or doctrine?
heaven and earth, and we look for him beyond ourselves. If we look deeper, we'll realize that he's within us and that we
Okay,
inherit.
so you're kind of just speaking past me. Is there a reason why you're not answering my questions?
Yes, because I was raised to believe in one God, and I was raised under one religion, and I was raised to read one book.
And what does that have to do with you not answering my questions?
I'm sorry.
Do you believe in that God from that one book?
He's beyond that one book, so no.
I see. So you believe in a God that is somehow beyond a book, beyond the God that's described in, I'm assuming, the Bible?
Yes, definitely.
But it's not that God.
It's supposed to be the same God, but he's way bigger. He's greater than.
Do you believe in Jesus?
I do believe in Christ.
Do you believe Jesus died for your sins?
I believe that he came to show us that we are greater than what we know. He showed us greatness.
He showed us that we are greater than what we know.
That's the purpose of
What
him.
do you mean by that?
That we have capabilities beyond our natural understanding, and
What
he
does
was.
that mean?
So basically, I think he was a testament to the God that lives within inside of us, showing us that we have the power to
There's a
overcome.
God that lives within inside of us.
Yes.
What is it you're calling God?
We were formed from the Creator, meaning that we are also creators in that image. Let us create them in our image. We're more
Okay.
than one.
So you believe the stories of the Bible to be true?
Some of them, not everything, because it was, a lot of it is manipulated.
A lot of it is manipulated.
If he didn't come to me himself, I wouldn't have known this knowledge.
What do you mean he came to you himself?
Dreams. I had dreams since I was a little girl.
How do you know that your dreams are actually communications from God and not just you?
Because they always come true. They always came true.
What do you mean came true?
When I was a little girl, about 4 years old, I noticed that my mom would ask me every day what was my dreams, and I didn't understand it. I would tell her my dream, and it took me about until I was like 10 to realize that every time I had a dream, it came true, and it was happening like over and over, and it still happens. When I have a dream, they're premonitions. I don't just sleep and dream like regular people. I have premonitions, and they always come to pass. They still do. So I have enough evidence.
Can you give me an example of one of your premonitions that came to pass?
Okay, for example, I had a dream that my mother, I was about 7 years old, I had a dream that she was walking with a cane like my grandmother who had had a stroke. I told her about it. She got upset. Needless to say, time passed. She did end up having a stroke, and she was pretty young. Nothing we could have done about it. And my grandmother is not even kin to my mom. That's on my dad's side of the family, so it's not genetics. And she had a stroke, and she was walking with the cane, the same cane that I described in my dream. And she always told me.
How far apart were these events?
I'll say about 2 years later, she had it.
You were 7 when you had the dream, and you were 9
so when I was about 8, and I was like, oh, that's why she was asking me what was my dreams, because she knew.
Ezreal, is there any chance that you are misremembering your dream or misattributing that?
No, not life events like that.
So just to clarify, you leave no room for the possibility that you could be mistaken.
Impossible, because it was life-changing, life-altering.
Why did you request up here, Ezreal?
Because you did stated that you are supposed to be a preacher, and you also stated that you were not sure of what.
Yeah, are you serious?
Well,
somebody in the comments has predicted that I might be a preacher in 30 days or 39 days.
Okay, so I wanted to ask you, do you have a belief system?
Israel, about the dream and the thing that happened to your grandmother, was it? Could it be the dream be a coincidence, or
Well, it's a possibility. It's just the fact that my grandmother she had already had a stroke, so I had already experienced what it was. And then I told my mom, I said, Mom, God showed me
okay?
that you have a stroke like my grandmother had a stroke, and you're going to be walking with a cane. It's going to be this color. I described everything to her. And my mother got angry and said, there's no way God would show you a dream like that because I'm never going to have a stroke. I'm way too young. Your grandmother is way
Okay,
older
okay.
than
But
that.
hold on. But how does the dream prove to you that this God is real?
Because that's not the only one. It's like premonitions. Like I predicted my mom, she had this thing where she wanted to be surprised every time she got pregnant. My dad and my mom, they were preachers, didn't want to know the sex of the baby until it was born. I always had dreams of the sexes of my siblings, and I told her, I said, I'm sorry you're having another girl. It's not a boy this time. God told me in my dream. And they would get upset. They wanted a boy so badly, but they kept having girls. And I predicted them, and as well as when I grew up, my sister, all the sexes of her children and my own, I knew in dreams like what I was going to have, and I would be disappointed. They were like, you can't, it's just a dream, you can't go by that stuff, you're just having a dream. No, they were all accurate. I'm talking about 100% accurate. And I dreamed about a lot of things like humanity, and the fact that a lot of people don't realize that we have the source of God within us. We don't realize that he's not trying to sit on top and look down on us. He wants us to look within ourselves and to be the best version of ourselves. And basically you reach a godly level. That's all he wants. He is not there to judge you and to chastise you and crucify you like what we read in the Bible. He wants you to look within yourself and know that you have capabilities that you are not aware of unless you look inside yourself and believe it and unlock those capabilities. We are our own superheroes and don't realize it.
Okay. I think that's maybe the longest answer to a question I've ever heard. I don't. Thrayle, do you have any more
I'm
questions?
sorry, I didn't know it was a length on a question, but I think we all should question our beliefs. What are they telling us? How do we know that it's fact? Because even scientific theories have been debunked. Even things that have been written and taught in school are not being taught anymore because we found out they were not. They were just educated guesses. So science is not a good source to prove if there is an existence of a God or not. The Bible is not a good source because it's missing a lot of information. The source is within inside of yourself. I'm done.
So, do you feel satisfied with the sermon that you've delivered?
I don't think it was a sermon because it was pretty much neutral. It went against both science and the Bible. I'm not trying to go against the Bible. I'm just saying that we are looking to outside resources for
What the
what we
fuck does this have to do with questioning your beliefs?
Can you question your beliefs?
Yes.
Are you
How
just
is
saying
it
yes?
that you, how is it that you question your beliefs, Israel? You have these 100%, I'm still speaking, you have these 100% accurate predictions that you don't question at all. How are you questioning your beliefs?
I question my beliefs because you should question everything.
Can you question Can you question your belief that you have these predictions that are 100% accurate?
Yes, I have. And that's why I know they're accurate, because I did question them. I did set aside and say, you know what? Maybe I'm
So you
crazy.
can't question them anymore.
Well, it's
You've
to the
already
point that
confirmed
I
to
can keep
yourself that
questioning
your
if I
bias
want
is
to.
accurate.
I can keep questioning them. I still do question them. I do every time. I never stop. I want to know if my dreams stop coming true. I do it all the time. I continue to do it because you have to.
But you just said that you did question, and now you know you that is true.
As human, we have weaknesses. We have our own feelings.
Is it possible that your own feelings and your own thoughts have biased you to believe that you have these accurate predictions, as you said?
Yes, it's very possible. That's why I continue to question them. So far, they have not failed, and I still believe it. I'm not saying that is a fact that someone can use as a scientific fact. Of course not. But my own accounts, my own personal experience, to me, to my knowledge, and me, still even today, if I have a dream, I always
You think that you fully predicted at 7 years old that your mother would have a stroke?
I didn't predict it.
And that the cane was going to be a certain way, and you claim that you remember specifically her using this cane later.
Yes.
You don't question that belief. You don't question if that prediction was a prediction or if it was a misremembrance. You don't question if there was any inaccuracy there at all.
It was actually a nightmare to have that dream, and it was a nightmare when it came to reality. So there is.
How do you know that you've remembered these events in the proper order?
Because I cried. So
crying somehow solidifies the memory.
No, being traumatized solidifies the memory.
So
I'm
what
sure
is it?
traumatic.
What is it that assures you that this memory is accurate? Do you know what memory
Well, her
consolidation
medical
is?
records.
I see.
Her medical records, being that my grandmother had her stroke first, their medical.
Do you leave any room for the possibility that you could be mistaken?
That's impossible, and
So that is the same kind of dogmatism that you were talking about with Christianity or non-believers, as you were giving your sermon a few minutes ago. It is unquestioning. You're not questioning your beliefs. You want other people to question their beliefs because they disagree with you, but you don't actually question what it is you've concluded because you're absolutely certain.
Well,
it's impossible for you to be mistaken, for you to misremember, for you to misattribute a dream as a prediction. It's impossible for you to even consider the possibility that you could be mistaken, and that seems rather dogmatic. It actually seems frightening. Why is it that you're so certain that you could not be mistaken?
Okay, because I do have a lot of siblings, and we're different ages, but I have some older than I am. So when I told this dream that haunted me, everybody was upset with me, including my mother. After my mom had her stroke, she told me, she said, "You were right. Your dreams always came true." And I blamed myself. I thought it was something that I did to cause this to happen to her. I thought I could have been cursed. I was a curse. I thought it was my fault, and I dealt with that for a long, long time, believing that I had somehow contributed to this event. I was just a child.
And so therefore it had to be a prediction of supernatural variety. It couldn't have been a coincidence that you thought about your mother using a cane and then later she had a stroke. There's no room for that possibility at all.
Because of the cane.
This is dogma. This is absolute dogma. You're not actually questioning anything. You have no
Oh yes,
consideration for the possibility that you could be wrong. It's frightening, and I'm bored with it. If anybody actually does have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, you're capable of questioning your beliefs. That's not how you do it.
Sorry, I kind of zoned out.
I appreciate you.
Thanks.
It was meant to make you zone out. It was meant to make you just be compelled to believe whatever she believes, because she doesn't care about questioning her own beliefs, just about questioning others.
I saw it coming. She said, "Preach it," in the comments before she came up, and yeah, she was talking about you and becoming a preacher. She was like, "Preach it." So, but now she got to preach, so yeah, there's that.
Yeah.
And both sides said something good in the comments. He said, "All I have to question is how right I am." Did you see that?
Yes.
Yeah, it was fitting. Yeah.
It seemed like the only question that she really had to ask.
Yeah, right. But I feel bad for her, actually. I feel like she's been, brainwashed.
I try not to make it that far, but yeah, it's possible. I mean, she's convinced herself of something that she absolutely cannot question. And the moment you present it, like I even presented it as, "Oh, but you can question this," and she agreed. And I was really expecting some pushback the second time.
Yeah. Many times they say, "Yes, of course. I question all the time." But then,
as soon as you present a question, they have a ready response that's just going to argue with it, not actually think about it.
Yeah, and I didn't really feel like she was answering my questions.
Yeah, well, like both sides says, we weren't really having a conversation. We were interrupting her narrative.
Yeah, true. It's
Our
true.
questions got in the way of her storytelling. But if anybody does have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, you know what to do. There's those buttons on them screen right there. Them boxes, sorry. I might be getting tired. Push one of them buttons if you want to come up and question your beliefs.
Maybe you need another coffee with the blueberry.
I'm sipping on a different coffee right now. I know it's it's absolute bats for me, but
It's what? It's bats?
bats for me.
Yeah.
I'm not drinking blueberry coffee right now. It's
just a bats coffee.
I'm drinking
Batcolyte.
I don't want to advertise.
Right.
I'm drinking a canned energy drink that tastes like coffee.
Nice.
Because I couldn't step away long enough to make a cup. Honestly.
Oh.
We've had a lighter load of questioners tonight, so.
Yeah.
So many of them fell asleep up here.
Mm-hmm. And did you fumble away the brain and the bat? I mean, I haven't seen her today.
I haven't seen Kat this evening either.
I think that's the first time
here
I've
when
not
I
seen
went
her.
live. Yeah, she was here right at the beginning, but I have not seen her since. She wasn't up on panel. She was in the chat.
Right.
But we do have, I see a Huggy down in the comments. I see a Candace. Welcome in, Candace. Good morning. I see a few
Morning.
joining us. I see Magical. Welcome in.
140 people and not one believer?
Not a single one. Not one with the
Wow.
courage or the curiosity required to question their beliefs.
Yeah, we're not here to attack you or argue or debate. We just want to see if you can question your beliefs. Why do you believe?
Nice. Do you,
Thanks.
did you ever have a belief?
Me?
Mm.
Yeah, I grew up a Christian. I was a Christian for 25 years.
Wow.
Mm-hmm. Grew up in a Christian family.
Was it a particular denomination or something just open-ended?
Kind of open-ended, but I would say maybe Protestant or something. I don't know what they call it. In Norway, they call it like charismatic or something. Yeah.
Charismatic.
So many different.
But not not Catholic.
No, not Catholic.
And did you actually believe that God was real, that Jesus saved you?
Yeah, I did. I grew up. I got indoctrinated with it, reading the Bible and stuff, going to the church as a little. Yeah.
What do you think was the biggest factor that helped you leave or question?
I think we talked about this once before about how I questioned the hell. That was the first questions I got. Like, do we really believe that it's either Jesus or hell? Like he saved us? Yeah, that was the starting point for me.
So for you, the biggest question was about hell. Was it about the punishment of hell, the length of hell?
Yeah, just like the eternity of hell. That's what at least in my community and family, we believe in an eternal hell.
What was the...
It's horrible, I know.
What was the biggest question, I guess, about an eternal hell that you had?
I guess I didn't find it. I started to question the fairness of it. Is it really fair to punish people for not believing in that religion I grew up in? I mean, I only became a Christian because I grew up in it. You know, my family was Christian, and yeah. So yeah, the fairness of it, and I asked my father if do we really believe Jesus is the only way, and he said, yeah, the Bible says it's a small path or something. You know, I don't know the Bible verse somewhere in the New Testament.
Path, yeah.
Yeah, narrow path. Yeah. It was like, yeah. I was like,
So because of the narrow path, it just seemed to not fit for you, or
it just didn't make any
seem
sense to
unfair?
me. Yeah, it seemed unfair. Didn't make any sense to me, and that's when I really started to question everything. about my beliefs. I wish I kind of maybe found this live, but it was like 10, 12 years ago, so it's before TikTok. This would be a good exercise for me back then.
What do you think? What kind of question do you think would have benefited you most?
Back then,
yeah,
that's a good question. Benefit. I need to get back to you on that. I think that's a good question.
Perfect timing. Karina, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Hi, how are you? My name is Karina.
Hello.
Hey, what's going on in your question?
Karina, I asked your age.
What do you need to know my age?
I see.
TikTok TOS.
That's all right, Karina. When you fix that echo in the background, get some headphones or something, or turn the external speaker off, then you can come back up and tell me your age.
You heard that? It was bad.
It was a very bad echo.
Mm-hmm.
But once you do that, Karina, and get rid of that echo, come back, tell us your age, then we can actually question your beliefs, if you can question your beliefs. And if anybody else watching has a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning that belief, go ahead and request on up. I'm not ready for poetry quite yet.
I think I know a good answer now, Thrayle. A good question back then for me that would benefit would be if I believed what I believe because of where I was born and who I was raised with and stuff.
That is a good question.
Yeah, maybe that's why I never questioned it, So that would be a good one.
What do you think, Candace? What question would have benefited your deconstruction before it began?
Oh, hey.
Is Jesus real?
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Straightforward.
Yeah, get to the crux of it, because that's what everything is based upon, is that salvation.
Is he really real? That would be a good question. Were you a Christian too?
Oh yeah, I was a crazy Christian. I was on fire for Jesus. Oh, thank you, love.
Damn.
Talking about just a couple of months ago.
Yeah, actually, that's why I came up. I wanted to tell you, my brain and processing stuff is crazy. It's
yeah, I would love to hear your story. Did you grow up Christian?
Kind of, sort of. I grew up going to church as an outlet, but my life was a hot mess. But I got really serious when I got pregnant at 16, and then I fell away, and then I got really, really, really on fire for God, in my 40s. So that's actually what led me to realize that Jesus isn't real, is because I was so reading scripture and studying scripture. If you watch my videos on TikTok, I think it's so funny. If you go 20 videos down, it's all Christian stuff. Hundreds of Christian videos that I would make.
I do follow you, so it's weird that I haven't seen them pop up yet.
But because I haven't been making them recently. I mean, they're all old Christian videos, but yeah.
The algorithm knows you won't like them, Cat.
Okay, they know.
I have seen a few of them.
Oh, you have, Thrayle? So here's the thing, though. My daughter
Cool.
is like going into labor. Like last year, I got the call on New Year's Eve that her water broke, and so I had to fly to Texas on New Year's Eve. It cost me $1,600, and I flew to
Oh.
Texas. But I was praying the whole time, God, don't let her have this baby. Let me get there first, right? Now she's pregnant again. She's literally going into labor. She's 3 centimeters and ready to have the baby, and so I'm taking a flight at like 3:20 in the morning. I got to get there. Again on New Year's Eve, right? And it's so different this time because I'm not pleading with God for something. I'm just like, okay, if I get there, I get there in time. If I don't, then I accept it. And it's the strangest feeling. Like going through something similar again, but not pleading for God to intervene.
Yeah, and like, why would God intervene on that particular, the timing of it, and not people praying for children who is suffering in the world?
Yeah, I know. And it was just a year ago. Like it's crazy that just last year I was literally pleading with God. And now I'm like, God's not real.
That's very recent. I mean, I lost my faith over 10 years ago, but you said 2 months?
It's been like a compilation over the last 6 months, but the last 2 months for sure is when I've come out
Yeah,
of the closet.
yeah, it's a journey of, yeah.
Ooh, Lady Huggy, that is a good question. Could praying be a false sense of control? Oh my gosh.
That's a great question.
That is really profound. Like, yeah, true. I think it could be.
Well done, Huggy.
Yeah.
So, can I ask Candace, what's the biggest downside of losing your faith, you think?
Oh, not having hope to give people.
Right.
That's a good question. Like, Jesus was the hope that I could give somebody. And now, like, the world needs hope and I don't know what to give them anymore.
Yeah. That's like the main sign of my old church. I still drive past it, so I see the big sign on the church. Or in Norway we call it menighet, but I just say church. And that says there is hope out there, and then welcome to, Sundays, and
Yeah.
it's like their main selling point is the hope.
But think about it. Like, if you, like, before, if I met somebody that was struggling with anything in their life, I would say, well, pray to Jesus, cry out to Jesus, and there's an answer for your problems. And now I'm just like, well, twiddling my thumbs. What do I say? Give them money.
Oh yeah, God always needs money.
Money always makes things better.
Yeah, my parents actually sold the house I grew up in because they couldn't afford it, because they wanted to still give money to the church, so they sold our home and then started renting instead. Yeah, I was like 6 and my sister was like 12.
That's crazy.
And that's crazy. I just found out about it like 3 years ago or something. I was shocked.
Yeah,
I mean, yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, you go.
I was going to say there was a time that, like, I was tithing faithfully, right? And I got behind on my electricity, and I went to the church to ask just for help. And they told me, like, I'd have to go through all this rigmarole. I had to, like, I had to go in front of the board. I'm like, dude, I just need a couple $100 to pay my electricity because it's gotten ahead of me. Now, mind you, if I had not been tithing and just paying my electricity, I never would have gotten behind. It's literally like almost the same amount. And so I'm like, you can't help me just this once? Like, I'd have to wait. They said it would at least be like 2 to 3 weeks. I'm like, this is crazy. And they didn't even give me a definitive yes. And I've been tithing to this church faithfully for years.
Yeah. Wow. It's crazy.
It is.
Cat the Witch, it's not really a big deal in Norway. It's our atheists, or but there are some Christians and some Muslims.
And some traditional pagans. I've
Yeah,
interviewed
that
a
too,
few.
of course. Yeah. Norse pagans.
I always find it interesting how very different the practice is from Nordic Norse pagan versus an American Norse pagan, and sometimes very similar practices. But
Do you remember that lady who was up here? Like, I think her name was like Fairy something.
Butterfly.
Yeah, something like that.
Butterfly
Warlord? Yeah.
I loved her. Yeah.
Yeah.
It was a very
He was
great interview.
from Norway, in the north in Norway.
Yeah. It was an interesting interview, but it was
interesting.
memorable. It's rare that I remember somebody's name, beliefs, and everything without them being on panel with me. But no, I absolutely remember Butterfly Warlord because it was such a unique conversation.
That's why I remember it too. It was like a couple of weeks ago.
What was it about? I'm sorry, I missed it.
She was a Nordic pagan polytheist from Norway, and her beliefs were very traditional, and yet she was still open to being wrong, to questioning them. So it was a refreshing conversation, but it was still very traditional Nordic, and I don't come across that very often. A lot of times they're in the reconstructed version, and hers is still reconstructed, but it was a different flavor.
Nice. I have so many questions for Norse pagans and with practicing that kind of, I guess, faith in what they believe, because I'm intrigued by the way they view magic. I guess what I would call magic or spirits or.
Is it? Do you want to like explore it for yourself to start? No.
I just like understanding what they go through. Yeah.
I see.
Oh, Karina's back.
Maybe we've got no echo this time. Karina, are you with us?
Hi, how are you? I'm sorry before.
Hello.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
I hear you and myself.
Okay, because I'm in the forest.
I'm in the forest too.
Oh, okay.
Turn off one of your speakers, honey.
Okay, my speakers.
Yeah, if you've got an external speaker, if you turn that off, it'll help. TikTok will drown us out if it's coming out of your phone, but it won't. If it's
No, it's not.
External.
Can you hear?
Like coming through the car or something.
No, I am not in the car. Okay. I am living in the house.
Cool.
12 bedrooms and whatever it is, okay?
It's a big house, Karina.
Yeah,
So I'm still hearing my voice echo back, and that's going to make this conversation very difficult.
Yes.
Do you have headphones?
No, I am hearing you right now on the speaker in my phone because there's something going on. I don't know the weather. Sometimes it's getting difficult for my Wi-Fi in my house.
We're getting all the explanations.
I'll call you from Telluride.
Okay, but the speaker, hon, can you take it? I don't even know what to say.
North side is difficult. I'm sorry.
Is there any way you can turn the speaker down and still hear us?
No, the speaker is off.
I see.
Last time you said to me the speaker is off, is fine. But the point right here about what are you talking tonight for
Yeah,
getting the conversation?
So, yeah, we've been talking about it this whole time. We're here to question beliefs, to see if you can question your beliefs.
Karina, just mute up because that echo is really bad. So just mute up when you're done talking.
Okay, it's fine. 1 second.
Okay. Well, while Karina tries to figure out
Oh,
where the mute
cricket
button
for
is,
me.
I'm going to go ahead and thank everybody. Oh.
Wow.
Hell yeah. I'm going to really quick thank everybody for tapping the screen, sharing the live. We're up to 144,000 likes, which is amazing. I bet we could break 150 within the hour if we really tried. I do appreciate all of you doing that, though, and it helps bring more people in here who might be curious enough or courageous enough to question their beliefs. So, Karina, do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that? That was the question we were trying to ask in the very beginning.
Okay, power gap is between us inside our cells and our soul and our spirit.
I'm not sure what a soul or a spirit is. And the echo is
It's
going
whatever
10
you
times
talk.
worse.
Okay, I know time being insulting. And your brain and everything what it is. And God is the person between us and inside our soul and our spirit.
Okay, I'm muting you for just a second because I've got questions to ask, and I'd like to see if we can get a little further here. You're saying that God is a connection between our soul and our spirit, and I'm not sure what a soul or a spirit is or why you think they're connected. Do you think you could help me out? Could you tell me what a soul is?
It's because the day when you're born, you touch the spirit and God and the spirit going to the universe.
The day I'm born, I chose a spirit. What is a spirit?
Is what you're talking right now and who you are and I and are and everybody ours.
A spirit is... I'm sorry, I'm a little lost still. It's what we are.
Yes, our soul and our spirit.
Our soul is a spirit. Karina, are you saying that our soul is a spirit?
Yes, it's one. It's two separate for, I don't know why, but our soul is this spirit in one. Going
the
be.
soul and the spirit are one.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure
And
what
everything,
you're saying a soul or a spirit is.
pardon me,
Oh,
everything,
I'm still
what
not
is
sure
you,
what you're saying a soul or a spirit are. You're just kind of saying they are each other. A soul is a spirit is a soul. But what is a spirit or a soul? Like, what are they? Oh, you'll have to unmute. I muted you so I could get the question out. That echo that's a lot.
Yeah.
when you pass away, your spirit is your soul, is one. And God said this in the Bible. I'm not Christian, I'm not Catholic, but I am the person know what's going on, going to be coming in this universe. Soon as possible, see nobody open his eyes what's going on and going to be coming here.
I don't quite think I know what you're saying anymore, Karina. I honestly have no idea what any of that meant. I'm still not
I feel
sure
like
what the
there's
soul is.
Okay, my questions. You are religions. What is your religions?
What we believe doesn't matter, Karina. We're seeing if you can question your beliefs. And
Okay,
so far you've said you believe that there's a soul and a spirit, and God somehow is the connection between those and us.
in our body.
The body. So God is the connection between the soul and the body, and a soul is a spirit, and a spirit is a soul. But so far, I'm still not clear on what that is and why you think there's something connecting it to a body.
To our brain, into our mind, into the soul. And the point here, if our body when born and is the baby inside the belly, that's when the spirit coming inside to us for get energy. If the baby don't be there, and coming in, out, and grow up, when the time the humans people thinking, what is the memory right here? The memory is powerful. The memory is God.
What
That
memory
is
are
what
you
I'm
talking about?
The memory. The memory is just like our brain.
What memory?
When everything, yes, I am SARS, the communication, and getting the life for spirit and soul, the soul spirit. And I am see before. I am see before when the person die and the soul coming outside the body.
It's kind of hard
So,
to understand what you mean.
So I
What you're
think what she
saying.
just said is that she's seen a soul come out of a body when
That's
unalived.
that's exactly what I thought I heard.
Okay, thanks.
What is it you saw come out of the body?
it's our spirit. It's the same.
Yeah,
It's
okay.
two separate
You've said it's
things.
a soul. You've said it's a spirit. But I'm asking, what is it you actually saw? Like, can you describe what you saw?
Well, the point I answer when ours like it's similar. Okay, I'm going to be give an example for electronics. It's similar. You have the telephone, and the telephone don't have any more Wi-Fi and service. That's the point.
So if I'm understanding correctly, you're saying that when you saw what you say you saw a soul come out of a body, it was like a phone losing its service.
Yes.
Okay, so do you
For you
actually see?
understand me, okay?
I'm getting there, but is there something you actually saw come out, or did you just see like a body turn off?
No, when the body and people I am close and see it before because I'm working in hospitals, can see God, the light. Some people see the dark. Some people.
Do you know that they're actually seeing something, or are they just saying they see it?
Yes. When the God or angels show up, or family members show up, and the person pass away, say, "Oh well, is my family here? I can live in, take it easy." And some people, when the dark coming in, shaking the body is so unbelievable. It's something the body, when the person pass away, is different.
Yeah, I'm hearing you say that there's a difference when a person passes. I'm not sure how you've determined that difference is
Well,
something external, something
okay.
that leaves, or is it just the body shutting down? How do you know the difference?
Oh, the difference is like when the person, when feeling take it easy pass away, everything the body is like healing still when pass away. But after that, when somebody is a murder or whatever it is badly, the person, the skin turn like green or so white and suffering. This is weird in the skin. I'm
You're
working
saying,
in.
Karina, you're saying that the
Mhm.
skin turns different colors sometimes.
Mhm.
It gets
Mhm.
green or pale.
Mhm. Mhm.
And I'm hearing you. You're saying that there's a physical change in a body whenever the person unalives, but I'm not sure how you're saying that there's a soul, that there's a anything separate from that body tethered by a god. Can can you clarify that there's something there, or could it just be that you're seeing the changes a body goes through naturally when it turns off?
Okay. In my point, I don't know circumstances in my life. I am grow up in South America, and the point I'm working in hospitals. And my first job when a little girl is working in the place when preparation the bodies and everything. Mortuary, yeah. And the point is like sometimes the people there not like it. I am like so younger, like 16 years old. And I am do the flowers things there working. And these people, and I can feel it, and I am bring candles and say, no, these people do his job. And this is where I am learning when the body, uh, in the mortuary, I'm learning when the body, and I see auras, spirits, and I'm so younger, I'm like 17 years old. And I'm be telling you, this is like my life's open the world different. How is this in life and soul and spirit? You know
I'm not
what I'm
quite
talking
following
about?
anymore, Karina, not anymore.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I was trying to follow. You were talking about working in a mortuary and seeing bodies and having feelings, but I'm not
Yeah.
sure if perhaps I don't know. Maybe I'm missing something here. But really quick, let me just say good morning to Morgan. Good morning, Morgan.
Good morning, Thrayle.
Morning, Morgan.
Good morning, Candace. Hi, Cat Father.
Hey.
Did you have a question that might help clarify for us, Morgan?
I assume you're a native Spanish speaker, yes? Karina?
Karina, you still with us?
I follow her for a little bit, and then she goes down another rabbit hole. I'm like, wait, where are we going?
Yeah, her English is really good. Your English is
Yeah.
great, Karina. But do you speak Spanish?
Yes, I know. I'm speaking Spanish, but my English is
great.
And my family is in Germany. and I have my blog, Circumstance, all history from German people. And I don't know, circumstance in life. Some people talking about errors, spirits, and whatever it is. I answer everything. I'm connected for the universe. I'm not trying getting my logo here where I'm do. I'm the regular human person. That's my consideration right here. And suffer whatever it says in life.
Okay. Not sure that I followed all of that, but you learned
okay.
English from Europeans and your family's also in Germany.
Half German.
So I'm not sure how that any of that helps. Karina, I'm still trying to figure out, and maybe it's in the way I'm asking the question, but what is the thing that you've seen besides changes in a body at unalivement that convinces you that there is a soul?
You talking to me or to that person?
It's to you.
Oh, okay. The point right here, everyone coming from the soul and spirit when it's in the belly, the woman.
Everyone gets a soul or a spirit when the baby's in the belly of the woman. I've heard you say that part already. But what
For
is
you
it that
understand,
convinces you?
connect me? No, connect everybody.
No.
Everybody
What is
coming
it
in the
that-
same.
What proof or evidence convinces you? Can you tell me what you've seen that tells you there is a soul?
Everybody coming from the same in the Bible for more the history, more the how call it 15 years in the world and the universe when God creation the woman and God, but
Karina, do you believe the Bible? You've said earlier you're not Christian.
Okay, the Bible right now it disintegrate.
It disintegrates. It falls apart.
Yes.
Okay. So you don't believe the Bible.
No, not right now.
But you believe in the souls and the spirits and the God, and that God made
Yes,
man and woman.
yes. I'm present in my soul in dreams, how everything going be, and I'm not eating mushrooms, no do drugs, no alcohol, no nothing. I'm be telling you, I'm powered for a little bit, and I'm learning every day. Sometimes I'm be honest, I'm going to the Christian church for praying.
You pray to the Christian God even though you don't believe in it.
No. But I am like trying the, I don't know when I'm going there. Sorry. I know how the temple of praying. And sometimes I'm praying in my house and everything. But I'm thinking God is between us inside our soul and our spirit.
God is between our soul and our spirit. We still don't know what a spirit is, but you think it's something that disappears.
It's you.
When
What are you talking? It's you.
What do you mean it's me?
It's you. It's everybody when move your mouth, energy in the brain.
There's energy in my brain, but I'm not sure what any of that has to do with a soul. How do you know that the energy in my brain isn't just energy? If it is,
soul and spirit is 2 and 1, and it's between us. For every human is in this universe.
Karina, is it possible that there are no souls?
What did you say again? Excuse me.
That was a shocker.
No, can you again, please? I cannot hear you. What did you say?
It's okay. It's okay.
Okay.
Is it possible that there are no souls? That souls don't
Yes,
exist?
yes. You
That's the-
are, and God is inside to you in your brain.
Pero Karina,
God is
pero
coming to
espera.
us. Okay.
Es posible que no hay espíritus. Es una pregunta.
Okay, tú eres un espíritu. Tú eres un espíritu.
Sí.
It's like the send the soul, what I am say.
Pero ¿qué es?
Nosotros somos una esencia de Dios en el universo y manipulamos todo lo que es en este universo si no lo podemos hacer. ¿Entiendes?
Mm-hmm. So she's saying that we are all a piece of God.
Like part of the universe, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yes.
So we're all like connected, is what she's trying to say. I heard her say that earlier too when she said,
The way that I'm understanding it is that God is like the soul is a piece of what we consider God. Does that make sense?
Yes, but God is inside the ours, inside our spirit, in our soul.
and I guess, Karina, how do you know that God is in this spirit or your soul?
Because I'm 3,000 years old and my spirits.
Okay, I'm understanding.
I'm not laughing at you, Karina.
No,
The way you
I
delivered that was just because I'm 3,000 years old, of course.
yeah. No, I'm starting to understand her way more now. Okay. I get you, Karina. I'm understanding it. What Karina practices, I get you.
Okay, no, because I am all in my reincarnations. I know Christian people say reincarnation is not real, but you coming, go, and coming back depends what you do in your life, in your karmas, what you do. And for this, I am saying I'm not Christian because Christian people thinking reincarnation is not true. You know the reincarnations?
Yes, we know what reincarnation is.
Okay. There's ours coming and coming back, like the business.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
So
But
do
it's
you
true.
remember? Do you remember what you were in a previous life?
Oh, yes. And I remember couple things. But when I am open my eye more, United States, he say, oh, let's go to this and this and that. He bring me to the psyche person, psychic.
Psychic, yeah.
And I know from my mom and history, but he say, oh, I know you and you are my wife long time ago. One time he paid a lot of money for the psyche and get everything together and said, yes, I am very older and very casual. I am in the Grammys in Hollywood, one time invitation for party, and 2-3 people for the MAGA come and said to me, you know, you are very old. You are more than 3,000 years old.
That's very interesting.
Interesting, yes it is. And the point I am say, oh my God, my soul is very old. What I do here still be here. What I do right now I am the poor lady survival. I don't care because I see when people, millionaires, I am looking at how, excuse me?
It's fascinating.
Yeah, fascinating. Because sometimes people thinking, oh, millionaires is wealthy, is everything. No, it's just like suffering sometimes and see, because I'm taking people, millionaires, in my job, because I'm working in hospitals and all this going on. And I see, and sometimes say, sometimes I am there when the body and the person pass out in the hospital. It's just weird, my situation right now here. I don't know where I am here. Maybe I am the person for help the person going to the tunnel.
Going to a tunnel? You're here to help them?
Yes.
Hospital.
Yes, that's what I am start thinking. I am there right here, right now.
Yeah, but if they're going to be reincarnated, why do you need to help them?
Yes, need to help, because some people just not wanna listen. Some people don't wanna. This is weird. When pass away, it's a lot of people wealthy and the poor people trying to get it. It's just like a between. You know what I'm saying? Wealthy people and poor people.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like sometimes I am there in the hospital. One time, I'm be telling you, I am there for visitation, the nursery, whole house for all people, and different people coming to me, like all members there say, "Oh, the angel coming here today."
So, go ahead, Morgan. Sorry.
It's she's talking about
Like suspicious, like how I say.
Hang on for
One
just a
time,
moment.
okay, I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Morgan.
No, it sounds like she works in palliative care, end of life services, has witnessed a few older individuals move on, and is associating what they say as they're moving on or in the last few days with them seeing something. Or does that make sense?
Yeah, she's saying that, but also that like it's the same between poor people and rich people. Like she's making like a distinction that like it's all the same between them.
Right. It doesn't matter that.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. They all end up the same way, is what she's saying.
Which is really, I think that was cool that she pointed that out.
Mm-hmm.
Karina, it
Yeah,
sounds like you have an interesting job.
Oh, yes.
But I want to know though, have you experienced seeing an angel?
I can hear you. I'm sorry. What did you say?
Oh, I said, have you experienced like seeing an angel or seeing these spirits?
Yes, it is. Sometimes I gotta, when coming back home, I gotta be careful when coming back to my house because I can feel somebody follow me after that.
So,
Feeling.
what are spirits if we get reincarnated? Who are these spirits?
I'm thinking I'm very old, very old. I cannot telling you right here. But I am the person pray to God, and God is between us inside our soul.
Yeah, but hold on one second. That's not what I was asking.
Mm-hmm.
If we become reincarnated, right? So I will live again in another body once I die. Who are the spirits that you feel are following you? Where do they come from?
Or sometimes it's people when pass away from the place.
Does that mean everybody doesn't get reincarnated?
No. Everybody sometimes had too much karma doing bad in this life.
Yep, she's talking
Stay
about karma.
here. Stay here. In the time I gotta be careful because spirits can follow me when I'm going home. Sometimes I gotta, yes, and sometimes can get inside in my house because I can feel it. And I am put candles and praying, and I am trying to get the Catholic situation. Pray, do
Karina,
the
really quick,
yeah.
I need to interrupt you.
Mhm.
Sorry for just a moment. I'm gonna mute you just so I can really quickly talk past you. I've got to thank Kyboshed, Cassia, also Morgan Le Fay, Shell, Robot Heather, and Cat DeWitch for helping with our previous goal. Also, definitely gotta make sure that they be for gifting the panel. You're amazing. Also, pretty sure I saw Kung Pao throw in some gifts up there too, so thank you.
Oh, I'm very sorry. I'm here. Okay, thank you. Okay.
You know how to mute? There we go. Perfect. Thank you, love. Are we introducing RC, or can I ask Karina more questions?
Oh, RC's an old friend. Go ahead.
Okay. So, Karina, I'm very interested as to why you believe in reincarnation, you believe in these spirits, but then when you get scared, you go to God, the God of Catholic and Christian. So I'm wondering, what do you truly believe in?
Because give me take it easy, and when I am get it and reading, sometimes I gotta read the Bible for the original Bible, the end, like the original Bible in the history. I have it, or somebody give it to me, and I got it like for no spirits coming to my house.
Espera.
Go ahead, Morgan.
Why do you go to the Bible when you don't believe in its God?
I believe in God.
But didn't you say the Bible it fell apart? The Bible was no good?
Yes, but I am with the old Bible, and my creation is the God between us inside. All this time, God talking to us in the movies and everything, God is inside to you in your brain, and your soul, and your spirit. God is between us. God is the universe. Okay.
¿Qué prácticas para iglesia o lo que mismo?
Well, Catholic people following the same religion is not correctly. Catholic is already broken. Catholic, in the same
Pero
Christian.
¿qué haces tú?
Yo sé que hay un Dios. Yo sé que hay un Dios que todo lo ve y todo lo escribe y está dentro de nosotros, en nuestro cuerpo y en nuestro espíritu.
¿Estás cristiana?
te lo estoy diciendo, yo no soy cristiana, te estoy diciendo lo que es en el universo y en el espíritu.
Okay.
¿Quieres que hable eso en inglés? ¿O me
No,
vas
I
a
understand now.
traducir?
No
Okay.
entiendo.
Can you translation,
Morgan,
please?
yeah,
Yeah.
Or
Morgan's
you
going to help
want
us
to
out.
me translation and talk?
Morgan will help us out. But thank you, Karina. Go ahead, Morgan.
So she's saying that she's not a Christian.
Okay.
And that Catholic has it wrong. They're practicing incorrectly because it's a universal. I'm getting like both omnism and like maybe Hinduism, sort of, or possibly
So she
Buddhism.
doesn't believe in the Bible?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Well, what I understood, if I was understanding her correctly, is that she believes the God that could be in the Bible, but that Catholics are doing it wrong. There's more to it than just what Catholics believe. Did I understand that correctly? Like she was saying there's more to the universe. God is the universe, but they're understanding it incorrectly.
Yes.
Yeah, so that's weird. So she like believes that there is a God and the God of the Bible to be true, but that they're not incorporating everything like a Buddhist would, like reincarnation. Like they're missing parts of it, it seems like.
Yes.
That's where the omnism comes in. Yeah.
Yeah.
But does she question the book?
For translation, I appreciate it.
Absolutely, Karina. Thank you answering the questions. I'm curious, do you question this? Can you be wrong?
No, I am not. Only
Not are you wrong. Can you be wrong?
wrong because I'm the human person, but God going be to assume, and God is our spirits. Everything was going on.
Maybe Morgan needs to translate, ask the question in Spanish.
Okay.
I understand what she's
Can
saying.
you be wrong? Yeah.
Yeah, be rude to me.
Yeah, we're not being.
No.
No, but Morgan, maybe if you ask the question in Spanish, maybe we get better answer.
Catfather, give me a second, okay?
Okay. And repeat.
No, está bien. No necesita repetir. Estoy. I'm putting it together. Give me a second.
Okay, it's fine.
Es posible que esas ideas.
¿Puede tu creencia estar equivocada?
Como tú comprenderlos, están incorrecto.
No, porque in between us going on for our soul and our spirit due to much karma, going be in the universe contamination.
Está posible que estás incorrecto. No está incorrecto, pero es posible. Hay una pregunta.
Okay, I'm be telling you something. When I'm working in spirits and bodies in hospitals, people pass away. In the time,
no es la pregunta.
Okay, what it is?
Es posible que eres incorrecto con esas ideas.
No.
Okay. No, she does not question.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also.
Karina, what makes you so sure that you are right?
Because universe put me here in this universe, coming back here for justice.
For justice. What is the purpose? Justice. What is your purpose?
Everyone not doing very good here, including like Jesus coming at this universe. That has happened one time, and crucifix. When God coming, people spill in his face and kill him. And after that, I am here and doing the same to me. At the point, I'm be telling you, universe going be coming back and worse and worse and worse. Right now, Donald Trump trying to bring monks to the walking in all United States for peaceful and everything, and never going to be changed when the people going to be changed and the spirit and his soul together.
Interesting.
Okay.
That
So
went somewhere else.
well, I understand what she's saying. That's the funniest part. Like, I get what she's putting down.
No, it's not funny, darling.
No,
It's
that's
not
not the
funny.
funny. No. That's not what I was saying was funny.
That wasn't why I was laughing either.
Yeah. No, Karina, I think how you see things is very interesting. And
yes, because I am the communicator telling you guys.
Wait, Karina, though. Hang on. I think Candace still had more to say.
well, I was just saying, I think that it is interesting, and she lives her life with purpose, that she believes she's helping people. So, you know, I would really like to see, Karina, if you have any evidence, like real evidence for what you're saying.
Or is it based mostly on feelings?
My feelings?
Like, is what you do based...
Okay,
like,
the normal feelings I'm telling you right now what's going on. In Colorado is not snowing.
No.
Right now. Second feeling, I'm be telling you, everyone, humans are kill ourselves every day. Mom and dad no respect.
That's something that you really shouldn't say on TikTok.
Okay,
I
I'm very
understand,
very sorry.
It's also not quite addressing
Okay,
Candace's question. Give it
okay.
just a second. Candace is asking. Actually, I'm going to let Candace speak for herself. Maybe one more time.
I kind of lost it.
Okay. It was about if you have evidence, Karina, for what you believe, or is what you believe more based on feeling. I added that last part.
En otras palabras, ¿tienes evidencia para lo que crees? ¿O es todo basado todo en los sentimientos?
Gracias, Solo. Karina, honey, you're muted.
Gracias, Solo.
Yes, thank you, honey.
Cállate, tu gringo.
That's not nice.
Hey, I'm be telling you something about Gringo again.
Did you hear Solo's question though?
Yes. Do you wanna know? Maybe you guys know. You are American, no?
Some of us maybe. Some of us.
Okay.
Not.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure.
You wanna
Sebastian's not.
you guys want something to learning about Gringo words?
No, we wanted to know if you could answer Solo's question.
No. Yeah,
Okay.
because somebody said to me, Gringo right here.
He wasn't saying it to you. He was telling because he was
No.
saying thank you, and it was funny. But before he said that, Karina, he translated the question that Candace has been trying to
Okay,
get.
I'm going to
Can
be telling
answer
you.
that question?
Yes, but I'm be telling you where is the Gringo coming from.
I
The
don't
name
need you to
Gringo.
give me a history of that word. I really don't. What I'd like to know is if you can answer the question that came before it.
I can't say again because I'm going to the bathroom and coming back, but the point say Gringo. Gringo is coming from, and I know what I get it. Gringo coming from Canadian.
I'm gonna
Okay,
give you
Karina,
this because
Karina.
No, I'm not crazy. I'm be
I don't
telling
think
you
you're
the
crazy.
truth.
I said,
Sí,
Remember
pero
what
estaba
the question
hablando con la persona arriba de usted.
Okay.
Tú no eres,
But
no eres la gringa.
no, pero gringo work. Gringo, my point, never the American people need talking like I just the gringo. Because gringo is bad word. It's
Okay.
coming from the green.
Sí,
It's green, the color verde.
sí.
Money. Green go. Green go.
Karina,
Sorry. I'm sorry.
the question that came before that about if you had evidence for what you believe.
No,
or-
not when I hear gringo.
Okay.
Ok, Karina.
Ajá.
Ok. Hay una pregunta para ti. ¿Tienes evidencia para para lo que crees? Ok. ¿Tienes
Ok.
evidencia para lo que crees o es todo basado en sus sentimientos?
No, es evidencia. Evidencia hasta evidencia con gente working in hospitals. People know me. If people hear me right now, working in hospitals when people pass away.
So the evidence we talked about earlier was when people pass away, and you said you saw physical changes.
Yes. Yeah, and I
But
know the
that tells you-
reincarnation.
How does that tell you that there was a soul there, and not just that the body has turned off?
No, it's the soul right there.
Okay. I think we've asked all the questions Karina's going to be able to answer. But I don't know if anybody else has another question we can try before we move on to a new guest.
Thank you for coming, Karina.
Yeah, Karina, I appreciate you being here. We're going to go ahead and set you down. Seems as though you're off app. So we'll go ahead and set you down while you're there. Oops, right as she came back.
She had to go to the restroom.
I know.
All right.
Figured we'd give her privacy. That was something. I don't know if we questioned anything, but it was something.
I learned some Spanish, though.
You learned some Spanish.
Yeah.
Feeling like you can tackle the next one, Catfather? Well, we'll leave it up to you.
No.
You ready to?
Not that good. No entiendo. Entiendo. Yeah.
Hello, soul brother. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I'm 64 years old.
Higher power or anything like that?
No, I just want to, the reason why I'm up here is because of that sister was talking about soul. One sister just came up and talked about soul. That's what interests me.
We were talking about soul, and it almost sounds like we were calling your name, but we weren't. What is soul to you?
Soul? Wow. Soul is eternal. Soul is eternal. That's what soul is to me. Soul. Wow. Soul is eternal. That's what I know.
What is the thing? What is the thing that is eternal?
What is what thing? There's no
You say
thing.
soul is eternal. What is it you're saying is
I am
eternal?
a soul. I am soul. I am soul. I'm in this body, this prison cell. This body that I have is not me. It's not me.
When you say
inside this
you are
prison.
soul,
Yeah.
Can you be a little more clear? Are you saying your mind is soul? Your
Listen what I'm saying.
Consciousness, your thought processes, your brain.
No. I'm coming from that one God mind. That's what I am. I am soul from the one God mind. infinite.
Your soul from a one God mind.
The one God mind. The one God mind.
And what is this God?
Why do you think?
Sorry.
That's all right. Go ahead.
What is this God mind?
One God mind. Source. Source.
What is this source?
Eternal, infinite simulation. Not this fake simulation that we live in. Infinite.
So you believe we're in a simulation?
I don't believe, I know.
How do you know?
Listen, man, too many questions.
Well, that's what.
So,
That's what we do.
So, brother, could I just? You realize that this panel is about questioning your belief, right?
Yeah, but I don't believe in nothing. This panel is not for me. I don't believe in nothing.
You're believing in soul.
Hold on a second, soul brother. You mentioned several times that you are a soul and the soul is eternal. So technically,
I don't believe that I'm a soul. I'm a soul.
right? So that would be a belief because, for example, I don't.
Don't put
Hold on.
words in my mouth.
So you've got to let her finish talking. Stop interrupting. I'm going to mute you so that she can finish.
Thank you, Thrayle. So, soul, I mean no disrespect, honest. I'm saying you're saying that you are a soul, and I would call that being a belief because for myself, I don't believe I'm a soul. I don't believe that there is something eternal that I can or I can't prove it. So I'm asking you, and that's the whole reason to come up on this panel is because we like to ask questions to get to know you and what your beliefs are. So
I think what he's trying to say is that he doesn't have a belief that he's a soul. He knows it, and knowing is not believing.
True,
Yeah.
true. I got that. Nose. So you're muted, hon. There we go.
Yeah, you want to question my knowings. Go ahead.
Well, thank you for that. I appreciate that. How do you know that you are a soul and that your soul is eternal?
Do you have an inner monologue? Do you have an inner monologue?
Oh,
yes. Yeah.
No, I don't.
I do big time.
Who said they don't have an inner monologue?
I
The
do.
question that I asked is to the lady. What's your name? Who asked me that question?
So why can't you answer questions without asking?
Well,
why do you have to turn it around?
Yeah, but I asked.
Inner monologues.
Bro, I asked if she have an inner monologue. That's what I asked her.
And what if she doesn't?
Yo, you don't answer for her. Let her answer for her.
I asked hypothetically.
That's a personal
I'm not
question.
answering for her. I'm asking hypothetically, what if she doesn't?
I'm talking to her, not
Okay.
you.
Okay, so there are two of us on this panel, and one of us believes that we do have an inner monologue, and Morgan doesn't believe that she has an inner monologue. What does that mean?
Well, what does that mean? If you have an inner monologue, you are a soul. If you don't have an inner monologue, you are a spirit. Zeros and one, coded.
What?
What is a spirit?
What's the
Zeros
difference?
and one.
Zeros and ones?
Yes.
What does that mean, hun?
That means that you are not infinite. You are
Right.
So you're saying,
That's the difference?
you're saying because Morgan does not have an inner monologue, then therefore she is not eternal.
She's not a soul.
But if Candace has an inner monologue, then she is a soul and is eternal.
Yeah, eternal.
It's okay, Morgan. You can have mine.
Aw, thanks, Catfather.
But you know what? You guys have a great day. You guys is not ready.
Whoa, Soul, I had another question. Can I ask you one more question?
Go ahead.
Okay, how does one attain a soul? Like, how do I, if I don't have the inner monologue and I want to have it?
Attain a soul. You can't attain a soul. A soul is one with source from creation, millions of years old.
So
Yes.
what's this? So what is this source? That's interesting that you say that. What is this source?
Coming from the one God mind, one God mind. Everything starts within the mind.
So like a universal consciousness?
No, there's no universe.
So, how do you know that we're in a simulation?
I know that.
How?
I know that we are in a simulation because nothing is real. Everything is fake.
How do we know that nothing's real?
Because we are in a simulation.
Sorry, I can't hear you. You're kind of
Is
distant.
he doing the dishes?
Yeah, I think so. Who
Simulation.
Who
Is this-
created this simulation? Sorry, Salvo.
No, you're good.
Soul, did you hear my question?
Yeah, you know who created? One of the creators is right. Is Elon Musk. He's gonna create level 8 simulation. Elon Musk.
Did you just say Elon Musk was going to create a level 8 simulation?
That's what he said.
Yes.
That's very interesting.
Fascinating.
And you will be a great alien. You will be a great alien. in
We'll
that
all be
simulation.
great aliens.
Yeah. I have a question.
Go for
Soul, would you go away?
What you said?
So wait. I want some clarification for.
You think you'll
So-
get it?
Probably not, but it's good conversation as far as I'm concerned.
I'll let you get a couple more questions, but I think we are going to move on in a moment.
Okay, so my question for you, Soul, is like, so how do we know for a fact that we're in a simulation? Like, how can we tell?
You don't know that?
I don't.
Shame on you.
What? Soul, be nice.
So, come
Shame
on, man.
you. Big college graduate like you don't know that?
What?
Wow.
A big college
I don't know
graduate
that.
like you.
Oh, well, thank you.
You just got a diploma.
I feel so proud of myself.
Yay, let's
Congratulations, RC.
I graduated at the very tail end of 2025.
So he
Have a lovely
he didn't really answer the
Have a lovely
question.
day.
No, he didn't.
Thrayle.
That was good. That was good. Thank you, Thrayle, for letting him stay. That was good.
Absolutely. He's been up here before, and that went about as well as any other time. So,
Hey guys, I don't have a soul. What does that mean?
congratulations.
You're a spirit. No,
You're just
you're,
a
you're
spirit.
just a spirit. Damn, that's a downgrade.
Condolences.
Oh fuck.
Oh, Morgan, I'm sorry, hon. I'll share mine with you.
Oh, you guys are
Yeah, I
so
already said.
Oh, yeah, that's right. That's right.
Throw this one up.
Whoa.
Hey, beloved, we
beloved.
don't need the narration there.
Beloved, can you talk normal?
It's just a recording, so we're just
Yeah.
gonna set them
Aw.
down. If they actually are there and are capable of questioning their beliefs, of course they're welcome to request again.
My ears.
Thank you, goddess.
Oh,
Thank you to all of the gifters who gave me things. I missed all of it because I was trying to translate. I'm so sorry.
yeah. Thank you.
Well, we do have the best audience on TikTok.
Almost 150k, maybe in a few seconds.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
There it is.
Tap,
150,000.
tap, tap, baby.
Yeah.
Appreciate all y'all tapping the screen. Everybody who hasn't already, thank you for sharing the live, which you can do in just a moment by going down there to that
Yeah.
looking arrow and hitting repost or sending it out to someone who might be able to question their beliefs.
Yeah, all the good stuff.
Okay, can I just say that the background,
The
like
prompt. Yeah, I was gonna say the prompt is still. What the
the
fuck
little
is
spirits in the background, they look like little fruity marshmallow peanuts.
Like little like circus peanuts.
Yeah, they're like little fruity marshmallow peanuts. Like, ooh.
I thought
Yeah,
they
kind of
looked
looks
more
like
like those
candy.
sour gummy worms.
Yeah, some kind of
Sweet,
candy.
sour, gone. Or
Makes
sour.
you hungry for spirits, doesn't it?
Mm.
Hungry for
Gummy
candy.
worms. Gummy worms, I would say, yeah. Sour ones.
Well, apparently I'm the only spirit up here on this panel, and I do not consent to being bitten, so...
What the fuck is Morgan?
We need to go to Source and get this worked out, Morgan. You gotta get a soul.
Where the fuck is Source, though? Where is it? I'm so confused.
What was the tastiest spirit you had, Morgan?
The tastiest spirit I've had?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Probably my ex-husband.
Damn.
That was good.
I actually can't stand the
Apparently, you can get a soul at Walmart.
Whoa!
I didn't know.
Wally World's got it all.
Wow.
Praise be to Walmart.
What if your Walmart doesn't have all the departments? Like it's one of those.
I will
like,
say, I
little
don't have a
neighborhood
super
stores.
Walmart. I don't have a supercenter near me, so I might not be able to get one.
Yeah, they don't have.
Damn, Morgan. You're just shit out of luck today.
I am,
They don't have
man.
a sporting goods section. It probably doesn't have the souls either.
But actually,
sporting goods section.
Morgan, if I could get a little bit serious for a second,
Absolutely.
Honestly, like, you don't have an inner monologue that goes on?
No, actually.
I was reading about this, that's like, because I talk to myself all the time.
How do you
And-
think? Oh, sorry.
So a lot of times I'll bring up not being able to picture images in my brain. That's not totally accurate. I think in a web.
Okay, so do you think, because when I was looking into it, they said instead of having like a conversation with yourself, they'll picture it as like in a movie.
Nope. Think of it like... Have you ever, so like in like school, like grade school, and you're like building out ideas and there's like the web map?
Yep.
That's how I see it, but I don't have, how can I articulate this? It's like I don't visualize words or anything. It's just they're concepts in my brain.
Right. Okay.
And
No,
I have no way to express how, because how do you express a manifestation of a concept without like assigning it to a physical thing?
So how does it feel like when you get a new idea? What exactly does that like translate to?
Oh, that translates to a rabbit hole is what that translates to.
A web?
Oh yeah.
What's the web? Can you explain?
Can you clarify your
some-
question?
Yeah, I just wanted to know if you could like explain what the web looks like in your head. That's probably
Ooh.
No, I can't.
right.
RC said, what the fuck is an inner monologue? So, RC, do you not have an inner monologue either?
I do. I'm just making fun of Thrayle.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Oh no, I talk to myself constantly.
Yeah, me too. But Morgan, people who don't have an inner monologue, do you think they're more likely to be atheists? Because just let me explain. Because my father, he like talks to God all the time. My father, and I believe that's his inner monologue. You know.
I agree with that perspective, and I see where you're going. I do think that people who do not have an inner monologue or don't think they have an inner monologue are more predisposed to atheism.
Right. That's what I believe.
Karina's back. She's in the comments.
been
Smile. Yeah, smile with your esoteric spirit, I guess. Yeah, and that comes from our body.
Smile.
Maya.
I love
would
that
be left
movie.
with the one question of what is spirit, but now I've got to wonder, how do they smile? Do they have faces?
Mine's got a face. I think it's great.
Would they only smile if they're on candid camera?
Do souls have emotions? Do they get happy to smile? Do they frown? Do they cry? Do souls cry? Karina, come back. We have questions.
So wait, so beloved, like what were you playing on the panel? Faith? Is that like a film or something? What the fuck is faith?
I do need a what the fuck is faith that only makes sense. That should exist.
I felt like the conversation with Karina was interesting but difficult to understand.
Yes.
Everything she said.
Some of it was language barrier, but some of it was also just the style of the belief system, which I think in English could have.
Because her English was pretty good, but her understanding of the concepts that we were trying to discuss was where it was lacking, I think.
Yes.
Yeah.
But she was super sweet. I liked her.
She was.
Yeah, she was.
And funny,
nice
too.
lady. Yeah.
She was funny. But if you have a funny belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, or a serious one, and you're capable of questioning that belief, then go ahead and request on up. We're not here to debate you or argue. We're not just a bunch of atheists waiting to pounce. We're looking to see if you can question your beliefs. And if you can, then what is it that you believe? And why do you believe it? TOS.
I'm 34.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
I do believe in a higher
power.
The closest thing that I can compare it to is just like this energy.
What is energy?
A positive energy, something bigger than myself. That's the closest thing that I can compare it to.
I'm sorry, what was the energy? What is energy again?
It's how can I explain it? Like when you meet someone, right? And you just feel this really good like energy coming from them. And you have other encounters, right? When you meet someone and they just really don't have good intentions, and you can kind of feel that negativity. That's how I sense this God. It's just energy, basically, for me.
So, I'm still not finding what the energy is. You're talking about how you feel when you meet somebody. What does that have to do with energy?
It's
or higher powers?
in this. I kind of feel like like you just know it. You can't really explain it. You just know that it's something bigger than yourself. I know it's really not very informative.
You see, you just know that it's something bigger than yourself. I'm not following. I've asked what energy is. We've gotten how you feel when you meet somebody. But what is any of that have to do with higher powers? And how is it that you just know something? And you see how it's not really following.
Yes, I understand.
Perhaps we could narrow it down. What is it that you mean when you say that something's higher?
I guess it also connects to what you guys were talking earlier about your inner monologue. I do believe that sometimes it's just yourself, you know. But there's other times that, for example, this is a very unique example. One of my friends, he invited me to his house, right? His uncle passed away not too long ago when he invited me. And one of the things that he was looking in the house was this necklace, right? He couldn't find it. And this was the first time ever that I went to his house. And somehow there was this voice that told me to go to this closet. So I just followed that voice. It wasn't mine. It sounded more like a male voice. So I just went. I asked for permission, right, to see this closet. And inside that box, it was this necklace that he was looking for. So
Did you
for
say
me, that
male
was...
voice?
It was a male voice.
Male, okay.
Yes. But it was something that really impacted me in that moment, because I just heard this voice and I just followed directions and I found what my friend was looking for. I really don't know how to explain in that situation, right, what really happened, but it's just, I don't know how to explain it.
So could you... So the question I asked was, like, what do you mean when you say something higher? Could you perhaps refer to something that is lower than you? I'm just trying to get some sort of an idea, like a metric of how you use the terms that you do.
All right. Honestly, it's really hard to explain. I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
So when you say that you believe in something that's higher than you, okay, I asked what higher was, and then we sort of got a story about the necklace, which was fine. I'm not complaining about that. And so, but I'm still not really getting an understanding of what it is you mean by something that's higher than you, right?
Right.
So when we're asking these questions, like, what is energy? You know, you say that it's something that's higher than you. And then I'm just wondering what it is you mean by that. And so I couldn't get higher, so I just decided maybe you could describe it by talking about something that's lower than you.
Okay. And in my experience, right, something that it's lower, it will be in that example, like that story that I mentioned. I feel like that voice that I see him as equal as me, right? Something lower, something more familiar. When it comes to something higher, that what happens with me in my case is just that this energy, it's really hard to explain, but I feel like this positivity, like it's a lot of positive, good feeling energy, and it doesn't really talk to me. It just sends me like flashes of images. In that situation with my friend, I could see kind of where the necklace was supposed to be. It's just a quick flash. So I feel like there was something bigger than me telling me where to go, as well as the uncle of my friend guiding me where to go as well.
So you feel like this? I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
So you feel like this is God talking to you somehow?
I feel like there's some like some
Guide?
guidance. Yeah. But I don't even know what God is, honestly. I just feel like I don't think it's a male or a female. It's just like something that I really can't explain. It's just an energy. I myself, I'm still looking into other religions. I grew up Catholic, but
Okay.
I honestly, I'm not very religious, to be honest. I don't go to church. I just don't.
But you need to have. Do you feel like you need to have some sort of faith in your life to make it meaningful?
It's just some experiences that I have had in my life that I see a death experience, and that really changed me on how I see, well, everything.
Candace, did you have a question?
Sorry, you kind of asked it about the feeling of faith gives her purpose. Like, I guess I would go along like, do you feel that your childhood Catholicism has played a part in your beliefs today, being it like energy or whatnot?
Yes, I do believe so. My parents were very Catholic.
Where do you believe this energy source comes from?
That is something that I'm also trying to learn from other religions. I'm still looking for that. At this moment, I really wouldn't know how to name it, honestly, because yeah.
Why do you need to look for it? Look for that, you said.
Since I was a little kid, I'm able to see spirits, people that are not here anymore. So it's
No, some faith you have. Why do you search for it? Isn't it okay to let it go and
yeah. There was a period where I really just was an atheist. I really didn't believe in anything. But this type of situations, like my friend, kept happening with my family members or other friends, that just made me question my beliefs.
You said you had an unalivement experience. What did you mean by that?
When I was younger, I hang out with the wrong crowd, and I almost overdosed.
Almost.
Almost.
So you didn't actually, like, your heart didn't stop. You didn't have an NDE.
I wouldn't know exactly to tell you what happened, but I could tell that I was having like something. What I remember is
Could it have been a reaction to the chemicals that you?
Yeah, that's a possibility. I do believe that was it, and what I was seeing right when I was dying, basically, it could be the effects of that, and it was just an illusion.
I'm curious about the feeling. So when you're having these feelings, do you like? Is it like a sensation you feel somewhere in your body? I know that sounds, you know, like I'm getting inappropriate. I'm not. I'm just curious. So you say you have this feeling, but what does that mean? Like, do you feel it somewhere in your body? Do you feel it in your gut, or do you feel it in your chest, or the back of your neck? What is this feeling you get?
You know what? Now that you mentioned, I kind of feel it like in my chest, and it makes like this really sharp. How do you say it? Like it goes sharp into my, like the top of my head. Like it's just, you can kind of say it goes through my chest, and then there's this string just going towards the top of my head.
Right.
Like a flow.
So I guess, like, how do you distinguish that kind of a feeling from another kind of feeling? Like if someone were to walk by and, you know, tickle your arm or poke you in the back, how do you make a distinction between the two feelings? Like
Right.
if you didn't have a chest, would you still feel it?
Yeah, now that I analyze it, I usually just turn where I feel something is like calling me. You know, like I don't know how to explain it. It's just like something magnetic just making me turn where I have to look. Sometimes that's the feeling when I see some of this ghosts. It's just I just automatically turn around and I see something weird, and most of the time I just pretend that I didn't see it, because honestly I also try to look at the scientific aspect of it.
Do you know what these ghosts or apparitions want from you?
Most of the time they just want to talk, but I don't want to. Most of the time they do send me images, like flashes of how they died, and they want to contact their family members, but I just turn around and walk away. I pretend that I don't see them.
Do you know where they came from, like their names, and are they usually friends of your family or family of your friends? There we go.
It can be random people. Sometimes I'm walking in the street and they can sense me and send me information, and I just try to ignore it.
Do you feel paranoid?
No.
That's interesting. Have you ever given somebody a message before?
Yes.
What was the message?
In the case of my friend, his uncle was telling me that he shouldn't worry about how he died. That it wasn't his fault, that he did what he could in his best of his ability in that moment, and he shouldn't be feeling down about it.
How did his uncle die?
If I'm not mistaken, he had a condition. I really don't remember his condition, but I didn't know this information from him.
Right. Well, that's interesting. Oh, there you're supposed to go. Sorry, guys.
you feel like you're being contacted and are able to relay these messages for these spirits. You don't tend to relay the messages. You walk away, you say.
Yes. I feel like it's just a huge responsibility, and most of the people, I mean, if I go up to someone and just let them know, hey, your that family member just told me this, like, I don't think they're gonna believe me, and I don't want to be disrespectful as well. So I don't say anything. I just move on.
Is it possible that these occurrences are happening within your mind and are not reflective of reality?
I have thought of that. I think of that most of the time.
If you're not following through and delivering the messages, how would you know what you're seeing is not a result of an overactive imagination?
The only times that I have tried this before, I do let the person know, like, hey, don't tell me anything. But can I tell you a message respectfully? Most of the time they will say yes. And I do tell them like what their family member wanted to let them know, and it's specific information that I didn't know from my friends. And they have confirmed it with me.
How many times?
More than 10 times. Easy.
Have you documented any of these?
On my journal.
And you've documented your friends' reactions to verify that the information you're giving them is accurate?
Yes.
Do you have your journal handy?
Not right now with me. Right now I'm with my family in Mexico.
I have a question.
Go for it.
Have you told your family who are Catholic that you see spirits?
Just a little bit.
What keeps you from telling them about this? I don't know what to call it, a gift or a plague. I don't know how you see it. Or a curse.
Yeah. Maybe because at the same time they're Catholic, right? I really don't want to open that door. I have told some things to my dad, but I really rather not talk about it most of the time. It's something that freaks me out as well. I do believe in being logical and realistic and scientific. Like, I always put science before any of this, right? But it's something that I'm trying to figure out, like, if it's a mental illness, like some of the people say here, or it's something that I have an ability.
If you put science first, how can you approach this scientifically?
Right. I feel like I can read people a little bit better than others, which might come from some trauma that I had before when I was a child. I can detect cues from a person. Maybe that's one of the ways that I can read someone better than others. But that doesn't explain the flashes that I have in my head of what people, well, the spirits tell me.
Do you ever feel like you don't have privacy because they could just appear at any time? Like, I'm just thinking about, like, am I ever alone? Do you feel like watched?
Yeah. Yeah. But like I mentioned, I try to ignore it as much as I can. You know, just have a normal life.
Your answer to my question was surprisingly thoughtful, giving yourself explanations that could in some way support your experience. You stop short with the things you see inside your head. Why do you stop there? Is there no explanation you can think of?
That's the part that I'm trying to figure out as well. Like, why do I have these flashes? Like, how do I know this information from the other person when they have never told me anything?
You were able to kind of give reasoning for some of that information. Social cues, perhaps, some way for you to intuit things, or even just make educated guesses of that information in a way that seems visual.
Probably. I'm actually an artist. I paint a lot. I draw a lot. And maybe it facilitates for me to do those types of things.
We were talking about inner monologues earlier, and that kind of relates to modes of thinking. Do you think visually? Like, can you?
Yes. I do understand that there's some people that literally can't. You tell them to imagine an apple, right? And they just can't. In my case, I can see an apple and I can't even see it in 3D. And maybe it's just...
You manipulate it, rotate it.
Yes.
Take a bite out of it.
Yes, I can see
Then
all
you
that
taste it.
should be. Yes. And I know that some other people, they can't. Like one of my friends, for example, he can't do that. He's very analytical, very straight, straight to the point. He doesn't have the imagination that I have. And that's...
Do you think it's possible that your imagination, your ability to think in visual modes, and your intuitions could combine in such a way that kind of fools you into thinking you have a gift, when really you're just processing information differently?
I do believe that I do process information differently. I do feel that there is some type of ability out there, you know, that I'm more sensitive to. I have developed it a little bit better than others, and that's why I can see this flashes or this monologue.
I don't mean this question insultingly at all, but do you want to feel special?
No. No.
Do you think that it's possible that rather than it being a supernatural ability, that this is just a mode of thinking, a way of processing information you've come across?
I do believe so.
I'm also capable of thinking in that mode. Where you can take the bite out of the apple, not just manipulate and see it in 3D, but experience it in your mind.
Can you even smell like the image as well?
I can imagine a smell.
Okay.
And remember certain notes to it.
I think there's an interesting question in the comments. Lady Huggy said, my question would be, as a kid, was it safer to stay in your imagination, or was it all you had?
It was safe. It was very vivid, I'm not gonna lie.
Have you ever seen the show Ghost Whisperer?
No.
Okay.
What is it about?
A tiny part of me wanted to make the joke just then and say you, but it's acting. But I was just kind of curious if you were influenced at all.
I've never seen that show. I don't know.
There's other media out there like that where people claim to be kind of followed or even approached by spirits to pass messages to the living.
Oh, okay.
Fictional shows.
Oh, okay, I see.
I kind of wondered if that kind of media was something you consumed and if it was something that influenced you in any way.
Maybe my culture itself. I'm Mexican American, but both of my parents are Mexican. But honestly, my parents never really liked any scary movies or paranormal. They never exposed me much to that kind of media. I do have like the journal that we were talking about. I have a page where I create monsters. Some of them I do use my imagination, but there's other ones that I have like seen, things that I have seen, and it's just like my little personal journal as well.
Created monsters?
Yes, I draw monsters.
And you believe they
Created
become
monsters.
right?
Yeah, it's the ones you say you've seen. I'm curious about.
Yeah, me too.
Some of them I have created with my imagination, and then other ones I have seen them. Like
when you say you've seen them, where have you seen them?
It's like the
in
flashes.
reality?
Yeah.
Oh, in your mind.
Yeah, they send me flashes of where exactly they are in my room, and that's how I know like how they look. In that aspect, I guess I can add that, like earlier, that when I do feel those things right in my room, I do feel a lot of fear, like a lot of darkness, not good intentions at all.
I'm so sorry. I'm getting text messages from my daughter who possibly is in labor. So I'm gonna have to drop Thrayle, but this has been interesting.
Good luck, Candace.
Appreciate you,
Good luck.
Love you guys. I'll talk to you later, Thrayle. Bye, guys.
Bye.
Bye, Candace. So, Fabi, can I call you Fabi?
Yes.
Someone in the comments said something interesting. They said, "I wonder what they look like the monsters you believe are real."
Mm-hmm.
Can you explain how?
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Can you explain what they look like? The ones you're thinking is real?
Yeah. I don't know how to send pictures. I don't wanna.
Just try to explain with words, maybe.
Okay. One of the most recent ones. I just saw like this really tall shadow figure. It was like bigger than my room. It was so tall that it was just like, how do you say it in English? Like when you lower yourself into like, yeah. And it only had red eyes. I really
Red
couldn't
eyes?
see red eyes. I really couldn't see its face. But it would
Demonic
start.
looking?
I
Demonic?
wouldn't say demonic because I couldn't see the face of the creature. It was just super tall, skinny, really long legs, really long arms. My room
With red
was already
eyes.
black, but that thing was even darker. And it had red eyes. It was just like red light coming from its face, like the two little eyes.
Okay. And this one you believe was real and not in your imagination?
I do believe that it can be my imagination.
Okay, so you do question it.
Yes.
That's good.
All the time.
You see, that's what we do here. Question stuff.
Mm-hmm. And I do appreciate the questions that you guys have made me, because that makes me question as well some of the things that I have never questioned before.
But you do have a faith in a God, right?
I do.
But what would it take for you to lose your faith, you think? What would it take?
I think, to be realistic, I feel like if I am diagnosed with a mental illness or...
Okay, you don't need to share that, but thanks. So yeah.
I mean,
what would it take?
I kind of feel like I'm being realistic, that if I do I'm diagnosed or something with a mental illness, I think that in a way will make me feel a little bit better than...
Have you ever spoken to a professional about it, Fab?
Right now, I finally have insurance, so I'm trying to get that help.
Mm-hmm. I think since you have the ability now, that would probably be an interesting avenue to pursue, to see if, I mean, you think that it might make you feel better about the situation, because then the things that you've thought you saw, you would at least know are likely not real.
Correct. It is not something that I live with peace. I want to feel peace. And if it's something that I'm diagnosed with and I can take meds, I'm more than glad to take it. Because I just want to be normal.
But I asked you what it would take for you to lose your faith in God, and you said something about getting undiagnosed. Wouldn't that like amplify? Sorry, Thrayle.
Being diagnosed.
Oh,
What
being.
Fab said. Mm-hmm.
Oh, I
So
thought it said yeah. Okay.
Yeah, if Fab were diagnosed, they say that they would likely lose their faith in a God, because it would give them reassurance that the things they've seen aren't real.
Correct.
Okay, so
I think it's a very reasonable answer.
Yeah, it's a good answer. Thank you.
Can you think of any other things that might persuade you with absent a diagnosis? Do you think it's possible that people can experience things like that without a serious mental illness? Through stress or anxiety, fear, even excitement?
I do feel that anxiety can make you feel paranoid, as well as sleep paralysis. That can be the scientific way of why I was seeing that creature.
That's what came to my mind. What about sleep deprivation as well?
Yes.
Have you ever?
Yes, I feel like sleep deprivation increases stress. Your mind is not thinking correctly. There was I used to have a job before. It was very stressful, and there was one time that I had to be awake for 67 hours, and that's when I experienced like a lot of voices just talking and talking and talking. But it's something very dangerous, and I do consider sleep deprivation, it can be a cause, you know?
You said 67 hours, is that what you said?
Yes.
That's quite a few.
Yeah.
I take it then that you've probably done shorter bursts of like 30 and 40 hours.
Yes.
Do you think that kind of lack of sleep might be potential to build up and
Yes.
make
I
these
do.
things more likely?
Yeah. I mean, it's scientifically, science have shown us that your brain does go, like, it has a tremendous amount of stress, and you can hallucinate.
The brain is very powerful, yes.
Right.
Fab, you've been great. I really appreciate you answering the questions and giving them honest thought. I don't know if I have too many more questions for you. Most of them have been answered, and the panels asked lovely questions that helped too. But I guess the last couple questions I'll ask.
Okay.
If you were to find this reason not exist and that the spirits aren't contacting you, do you think that that would change the way that you live your life?
I think so.
In what way?
I feel like I would be more oriented to a scientific explanation, which makes it more something more reliable, more realistic, more something that you can prove, right? Compared to the other things that I have experienced. So, and like we mentioned before, it might be some type of ability that I can read someone better. You know, there must be a reason why, you know, maybe it hasn't been discovered, but yes, everything. And maybe that will be the only way that I will be a little bit further away from the God that I believe, right?
I see.
Does a God have to exist for the God to be meaningful?
I guess it depends on the person, the reality that they want to manifest. I think for me, in my case, it will be either way. If it does exist or it doesn't. I just wish that I knew like exactly what is that is going on with me most than anything. There's a lot of other things as well that has happened in my life, and you can tell that, well, maybe yeah, it might be something paranormal, but at the same time I feel like you just haven't discovered that yet, you know, like germs. You don't see it, but they're there. Or gravity. You can't physically, you can't see it, but you can feel it. You know, there's like other types of explanations for.
Did anybody else have any questions for Fab before we move on?
No, I just want to say I really enjoyed talking to you and listen to your story. You're one of the better guests today, right, Thrayle?
Oh, yes, absolutely. I appreciate you, Fab. Thank you for answering the questions honestly, openly, giving them really deep thought. I hope that you keep asking questions, and if you find some more definite answers, then absolutely bring them back, and we'll question those too.
Thank you.
And good
I
luck
appreciate
with
the
everything.
questions as well. I'm a very shy person, and it's something that I love learning. I love experiencing other perspectives, and I like when people question my beliefs as well, because that's the only way that one can grow as well. And it's just, I appreciate people with other perspectives more than anything.
Well, thank you, Fab. Thank you for sharing your perspective, and I hope you keep asking questions. I'm going to go ahead and set you down. But can I get some W's in the chat for
Take
Fab?
care.
Because absolutely great questioning. And we
That's
lost
great.
Solo and Candace along the way, but I really appreciate their questions as well.
Catfather, I have a moderately more specific explanation of how my brain works. So, nothing for me shows up visually,
the ideas just click into place based on how they relate to each other.
Nothing visually, but can you repeat that? Sorry.
Nothing shows up visually. The
Right.
ideas just click into place on how they relate to each other. It's kind of like a switchboard.
Okay, so that's the web you were talking about.
Yeah.
The web. Okay, cool. Thanks. Also, it's a shame we lost Candace because I was questioning her and her story, but I guess we'll catch up later.
Absolutely. Yeah, Candace has shared her story up here a few times.
Yeah, she has a similar background as me, so it's extra interesting for me.
But much more recent.
Yeah, much more. 2 months.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I think we need to question Chalk and Cheese. He was making some claims in the comments. Did you see the comments?
I have not for a while. To be honest, I try to keep up, but I can't always do that.
Yeah, that's fair. He said something about why we have a powerful brain.
Chalk and cheese is unquestionable.
Of course you
the
are.
person making predictions is unquestionable.
Yeah, he's firm.
What will I be preaching in, 39 days? 38?
Right.
I've lost track.
I think I have 100 days left to something. I don't know. Hope it's not my life.
I haven't seen the numbers in a long time.
I did see the number
40 days.
Today. 40.
40 days.
Wow.
Apparently.
Guessed.
Hello, Jubest. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
They muted?
They muted and typed they be live in Jesus.
Oh, yeah, live in Jesus.
Live. I'm not sure what bliving is, but can you give me your age? You're on panel. You'll have to unmute.
He's answering in comments.
I mean, if you want to answer in comments, that's what the comments are for. Request up if you have a belief in a god or a god's higher power or anything like that. You're capable of questioning your belief. We did have another request, if they're still there. Hello, Reese. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Hello.
Yeah, I'm 19.
What year were you born?
2005.
That's kind of not how math works.
Sorry.
What day were you born?
5th of May.
Yeah, that's not how math works.
Tiny says, don't do it, and then, okay, do it.
Maths is hard.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll do it. Now that you're back, can I get your age for TikTok TOS? I thought you wanted to talk about how you believe in Jesus. Okay, well.
Oh?
That's a shame.
But if anybody does have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, or if it's a belief, either way, go ahead and request on out.
Thrayle, you have no audio, bud.
Thrayle.
Can't hear us, I think. Yeah. Jesus. I'm trying to stop him.
Thrayle, we can't hear you.
Beloved, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Thrayle, we can't hear you.
Morgan says I have no audio.
Beloved, can we get your age for TikTok TOS?
No.
Barely.
It's still very low.
Very low.
I love how we answered the "can you hear me" with no.
Yeah. There we go.
That's better.
That's much better.
Beloved, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yeah, I tried to ask him that. Doesn't answer.
Okay. Will?
I just wanted to sit in the chair.
People often want to do that.
Yeah.
Drew Best is asking for one chance. You've had two, and you didn't speak either time.
Maybe his mic is not working or something.
Mine didn't work one of those times, so we can try, I guess. Third time is a charm.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Are you there? Hey, we
Hello.
actually hear you this time. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
What?
Can I get your age?
Can I get your age?
Are you just gonna repeat back to me my questions?
How old are you?
44.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
I'm believing in God. I believe in Jesus. I believe in Jesus.
Have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
What? Say it again?
Have you read the Bible?
Yeah, I read that. I read the Bible.
Have you read it all?
What? Have you read?
Have you read the whole thing?
Yeah.
Do you believe it all to be true and literal?
Yeah, I believe in Bible.
You believe all the stories?
Yeah, I believe in 6 days.
Global flood.
Yeah.
Yeah, the first story in the Bible. You believe all that to be true. Why? Why do you believe that?
That's the word of truth, and it is the word of God or the word of Jesus. The Bible is the word of Jesus.
Why do you say the Bible is the word of Jesus?
Yeah, Bible is right on the.
Why do you
The Bible is
believe
right.
that it is the
Holy
word
Spirit.
of Jesus?
What?
Why do you believe that it is the word of Jesus?
Yeah, he says true way. He's a way to go to heaven.
I see. See, you're not really understanding my questions, and that's not your fault, but I don't think we're going to be able to have a conversation.
Yeah, my English is very, very bad. I'm from Ethiopia.
You're doing well at speaking it. I just don't think you're understanding as much. But I appreciate you coming up and sharing. But I'm not.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm not so much interested in the sharing as much as the questioning. I appreciate you, Jubez, but I think we're going to wait for somebody who can question their beliefs. And I feel like we're just going to get frustrated.
Good call.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of feel like he's not going to question, and there's a language barrier, so it's difficult. But keep asking questions.
That's right.
And tapping the screen.
And tapping the screen. 154,000 likes. Appreciate all, 99 of you for tapping the screen. Everybody sharing out the live as much as you have. And if you haven't, you can always go down to that little crooked arrow down there and click the repost button or the add to story. Or just share it to somebody who believes in a God or God's higher power or anything like that and might be able to question their beliefs. That is, if you know anyone like that.
Did RC fall asleep?
Very possibly.
Yeah. And I thought I heard some birds at your place, Thrayle. Is it morning?
Yeah,
The morning birds?
It is morning, and I think RC has likely passed out. We'll set you down, RC.
I like the crows more, Thrayle. It fits more to the theme of your live.
I think I have a button on one of these devices that does that. I mean...
Do you? The crows? Cool.
There are real crows, but I have a button in the meantime. Since they're not out there screaming.
Can we hear?
I'm looking for it. It's been a while since I used the button. I don't know if it's still here.
I see.
Yeah, it might not be. They might have moved it from this app. Oh, we lost the music. That's what happens when I look.
Oh.
No, wrong birds.
Can you create some ambience? Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
Yeah.
Is that like in your TikTok studio or something? I haven't hosted lives before.
No, this is the music app.
Yeah.
Hey, it's Dion.
Hey.
Hello, Dion. Did you mean to request up? Sometimes happens by accident. Are you there? Nope. Sometimes happens by accident. We appreciate Dion, though. We appreciate all the sleepers.
Sleep request. yeah, appreciate them all.
Should be crows. Oh wait,
there we go.
There's real crows out here.
Oh, that was real?
Right. Yeah, no, that one wasn't. Right when I muted real ones, it was outside the studio. It was the same time.
Cool. Someone's writing something in the comments.
Someone's
I
writing
don't understand.
in the comments.
Yeah, something not understandable. No Nintendo.
It looks like they said, "Peace
Arabic?
be on you, Adam."
Oh, thanks, I guess. Adam?
I don't know who Adam is. Unless they mean a character from the book.
Yeah, like in Adam and Eve. Are you an Adam? And I'm an Adam?
I don't know. Now they're asking how we are. We're doing
Alive.
all right. Right. We're doing all right. Just waiting around
Yeah.
for someone with a belief in a god or gods or a higher power or anything like it who is curious enough or courageous enough to question their beliefs. We are all human. I'm definitely not going to argue with that, as far as I can tell. I mean,
Thrayle is all bones, right?
But are they human bones?
Right? Are they
Yeah,
human
probably.
bones?
Probably.
Are you sure about that?
Anderson says, imagine being so lonely and bored. Have a miserable life. That's why you are doing this.
Wow.
I don't think I have a miserable life.
I think this is a really nice space. What?
Such a
We have
loving
very
Christian.
pleasant conversations.
Very loving.
Redwood
I'm
Dragon's
guessing-
got it.
Oh, our friend speaking the other language said there's a translation mistake. That's just the translation it's given me. Leave it to. Interesting.
Maybe Anderson needs to question his beliefs. But
Sorry.
probably wouldn't go too well. But
Anderson says, move on. God is real, and there's nothing you can do about it. Just accept your punishment.
Wow.
Where's your proof, though? Proof either way. I don't care. Like, just something substantial and empirical and repeatable. Fuck.
And what am I
not
getting
demanding.
punished for? Why?
I'm definitely not demanding proof. Oh, did we lose the gift goal again? Thank you, Jade, for letting me know. That happens sometimes now with the new layout.
Thrayle, how do you feel? Anderson says we're getting punished.
Anderson says we're getting punished.
Yeah.
Can you take me to dinner first? Sorry.
At least take us to dinner first.
That means I missed a... Did I miss a list? Did I thank Cat DeWitch, Bratty B, and Cassia? Did I thank
No.
Morgan Le Fay? Oh, no, I didn't. Then I also gotta thank Robot Heather and Kibosh and Shell. Because you guys are awesome.
No, Anderson. If you show me proof, I would believe.
I'm not even demanding proof. I just wonder if they can question their beliefs. What is it that convinces them to believe? Convince others.
Yeah.
What convinces them that convincing others is done by threatening and ignoring or
Aggressive interaction.
yeah, ignoring the topic and just assuming that we're here for some nefarious purpose.
I just don't know the answer.
He thinks we're leading people astray, Thrayle. Leading them.
You're making a lot of assumptions, my friend.
This is where you become self-confident, but in the outside, y'all seem ridiculous.
What a nice Christian.
That's your opinion.
In the outside. What does that mean?
Maybe a typo for on the outside? Maybe? I don't know. Maybe I just have too high of hopes.
We seems ridiculous.
We seems. Yeah.
Y'all seems ridiculous.
And also, isn't Christianity about love? I mean, at least when
Love
I
thy
grew up.
neighbor.
Yeah, when I grew up in this faith, I was taught to be loving and kind and follow
Treat others
Jesus.
how you would want to be treated.
Yeah.
Mm.
This guy is just hateful.
It's interesting.
What is?
That they're supposed to be loving and kind, and this is the demonstration we get.
And the most common one as well.
Yeah, Happy New Year, Anderson. Thank you.
I guess.
Oh, is that the kindness now?
Yeah, I just had to remind him. You know.
By the way, Happy New Year, y'all. God bless. I don't know, something about it. Just
Yeah, Southern accent. Yeah. At least he ended it on a good note.
Don't get offended. Truth can't be silent.
Oh, never mind.
Yeah, you're right. Truth cannot be silent. How do you know it's the truth?
But if anybody does have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, you're capable of questioning your beliefs. Go ahead and request on up. Kat, you didn't realize that trolls had southern accents. I think most of them do. That might be a stereotype. I could be wrong. Good morning, Jimmy.
Good morning.
Hey.
Catfather, Morgan, Thrayle.
How are you doing?
I'm well rested, thank you.
Nice.
You really think of yourself to be something when y'all really have nothing.
Thrayle, you stop.
Oh my goodness.
Tell me I'm wrong.
You're not.
I might be giving him too debonair a southern accent.
I'm trying to put it in a Boston accent, but the phrasing is wrong.
Well, yeah, it has y'all in it.
Yeah, Boston, y'all, but it's an uphill battle.
Wouldn't it be yous?
Yeah, no, that's New York.
Ewans.
Pittsburgh.
Yous guys.
More New York, I think.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I'm from Texas.
I'm trying to think.
Spamming the comments.
Oh, because we've got a great mod on top of it. Hell yeah. There's no need to spam. That won't get you anywhere.
I think he uses Brooklyn and Queens.
I proclaim the name of Lord Jesus Christ, and by the grace of God, y'all will not dominate. What are we trying to dominate?
I mean, remember you're the devil, right, Thrayle?
Well, I mean, I do get called that at least once a day. Oh shit, accent sticking.
Did you watch any chess World Cup? Did you see Magnus Carlsen?
I didn't.
He won. Both.
Well, I'm not terribly surprised.
Right. He's insane.
I like playing chess. I'm not much of a spectator.
Oh, I see.
I mean, I like watching my friends play each other, seeing who's gonna win.
Yeah. I like both playing and watching. At least when it's Magnus Carlsen, but you know, he's a Norwegian, so
games at that level go very fast.
yeah, and I guess I'm biased because he's from my country, so it's fun.
wonder if Anderson or anyone else with a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that is capable of questioning that belief and might hit one of those request buttons, or the two little blue and pink people down next to your chat. Or am I going to have to start preparing bad poetry?
I think
I would analyze it right now and tell you why it's bad, but
don't spoil it.
no, I'm not going to spoil it. I can blame it on AI, at least a good majority of it.
You could do the "Do not go gentle into the good night." That's not AI.
Read that one. It's not AI. I read that one a few times, and I've read a lot of like real poetry. I've read some of my own poetry, and I always have a hand in the ones I read.
Okay. Sorry, I'll stop.
But Do Not Go Gentle is a good one. There are some better ones. Do you know Invictus?
No, I don't know too much poetry. That one is mainly because Interstellar is one of my favorite movies. Yes. Yeah. But do you understand the ending of Interstellar? Or how do you see the ending? With the bookshelf and he's going into the other dimension, you know?
Lazy writing. I'm just messing.
I thought.
Lazy writing. That's a good one.
It could have been better.
Yeah, I realized that's probably the weakest part of the plot. But I still love the movie. Part 2, good. I don't know.
But if you have a belief in the interpretation of the end of Interstellar or 2001: A Space Odyssey, and you want to come up here and tell us about your God belief instead and how you can question that, go ahead and request on up. That's kind of how I see it, is a lot like the end of 2001: A Space Odyssey. It's a lot of
Should I watch that movie?
yeah.
Alright. Space Odyssey. I'm making a note.
Also, The Expanse, if you haven't seen it.
The Expanse?
The Expanse.
It's a series, isn't it?
Yeah, it's long.
Okay. Thanks.
Delilah's Scissors asks, Thrayle, will the new year bring in new questions? I think it might. I mean, can you question your beliefs? This is kind of always underlying, but I think I might have another way to ask.
Maria, yes, me.
Believe it too is requesting it. Let's see. Hello, can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Gonna guess not. I'll go ahead and set you back down.
Are they talking in Morse code or something?
They might have been.
I just heard something. Yeah, I'm tapping.
Translating.
Tapping the screen.
I have no idea. Yeah, tapping the screen. Well, you didn't respond to us, that's why.
Yeah.
If you're not up here to talk verbally, it kind of doesn't make sense to be up on the panel. But if anybody does have a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, and you can question that belief, go ahead and request up. We didn't hear you talking. You can try again, but didn't hear you speak at all.
No, you didn't hear anything.
I've already answered one. Actually, we did a whole round of this earlier. But we can put this up for a little bit. See if that maybe brings anybody along who's interested in questioning the questioner.
Maria in the comments says she's in the process of deconstructing, but she can't come up right now. That's a shame. We would love to talk to you.
Yeah, but no worries. When you can come up, it'd be great. I'd love to ask you a few questions about your questioning, but no pressure. Believe it too. If you'd like to request backup, you certainly can. We just didn't hear you when you were up here, so didn't make much sense. But if you fix your mic or I don't know, talk directly into your phone next time, we can see if that works.
Hey, Thrayle,
No.
can you? Thank you.
So long.
You almost got me singing.
Okay, so Thrayle and Jimmy, if you want. If religion and beliefs in God disappeared from our planet tomorrow, do you think the world would go insane or be a better place?
Disappeared in what way?
Like everyone stopped believing and stopped, basically became atheistic. And organized religion stopped in all our lives, everywhere. Would it make a huge difference?
I think it would make a huge. Well,
Yeah.
actually, hang on.
I think it would make a huge difference.
How?
It would be harder to motivate people to go to war.
Right.
This is the one and only life you have. There's no afterlife waiting, no Valhalla, no
Yeah.
heaven, no glory.
If everybody believed this, how would the world change, you think?
I know a lot of people would say that it would be anarchy and people would pillage and plunder each other. I don't.
People say that.
Well, they wouldn't use those words. I was being TikTok
Well, what about
friendly.
you? What do you think?
I think faced with the realization that this is the only life that we have, and that the consequences matter, and that what matters is in it, I think people would very likely treat each other more kindly and take things more seriously and have more fun.
Do you think people... Oh, sorry.
Yeah, well, and just, I think they would live more fulfilled lives, or try to.
And do you believe people would be more... Some people maybe be nihilistic and depressed?
I think for a while, there would be a period of chaotic.
In the beginning of the realization.
Yeah, just like people who deconstruct some go through a phase of nihilism.
Yeah, I've been there.
Why does anything mean anything is this idea. When, of course, there dawns a realization that everything means everything. And it doesn't depend on someone handing out meaning.
I do feel like religion gives people comfort, and even if it's not true, that it helps people who are struggling with maybe with mental health and stuff, loneliness, to believe in God.
Lore Father in the comments asks, do you think people who believe lead unfulfilled lives? No, I don't. I don't.
No, I'm not saying that.
I think that people who don't believe value this life, potentially value this life more. I'm not saying they all do. But it seems more likely to value it again.
Yeah, I like the analogy with the pile of gold pieces that's limited versus infinite gold and the value of it. I like that. I don't remember who said it, but it was a good one. Probably in here, someone said it. Maybe it was Cat.
Might have been
Yeah.
Cat.
That's a good one. Because I believe... sorry, go ahead.
Oh, sorry, I just a thought occurred and I started speaking.
Yeah, that's good. Keep speaking.
Okay. No, I think there would still be traditions to turn to, like Stoicism. And it may not be a bad thing for people to come to terms with their mortality without the cope of an afterlife.
because
The Stoics believe that, that you have to accept that your life is temporary in order to live in a fulfilling way.
Yeah, I would agree about that. So Jimmy, because you believe death is the end, and you don't believe in afterlife.
I'm becoming increasingly unconvinced that consciousness vanishes entirely on death. But
Could
it's
it
not
be
dependent on the God.
right? But could that be wishful thinking on your part?
It could be. It certainly could be. What I'm wrestling with is called analytic idealism. It poses some arguments that are compelling, difficult either to prove or disprove, but it does increase skepticism and what's called, I hate this word, physicalism or materialism.
Sorry, I'm not laughing at you, Jimmy. It's the prompt change.
Oh yeah. Oh well, this is the ultimate. What the fuck?
What the fuck is self?
Oh, is self? That's a good one.
Oh, is this new? Is this new, Thrayle? It's a brain in a vat. Did Cat make this?
No. Inspired a little, but
yeah.
I've done a few.
Jimmy inspired as well.
Oh, thanks, because I did a few lives, and that was my question. I should do those again. They're really hard. It just
when did you do live?
Oh, I don't know, like months ago. I stopped because they're just difficult. I don't know how Thrayle does it. But that was my question.
Insane.
What is the self?
I don't know how we do it either.
So I turn it on you now, Jimmy.
Oh, what is the self?
Is self?
Yeah, at root level, we can imagine self as raw awareness, but it lacks all the attributes that we tend to attribute to ourself. I think ultimately self is a model we have based on our desires and past actions. And it's changing and does cause suffering. When our actions don't line up with the model, or situations don't line up with the model, we think it's wrong, so we suffer.
One thing, Jimmy, that I can't wrap my head around on the self is like, who or what decided that this one is gonna become me and my selves? That because they're conscious creatures and they have lives, but like, just how to understand why.
There's a paper a while ago called What It's Like to Be a Bat that posits that our understanding of consciousness and maybe a little bit of the understanding of self is based on the idea of what it's like to be. That seems to be as close as we can get to a definition of consciousness, what it's like to be. What is it like to be your cat? We can imagine.
Yeah.
But we can't actually see it or experience it.
Right. And why did I become myself, my awareness at that point, and why? And not someone who was born like 5 years earlier or later? Like, why? Why then, you know?
Well, I'm in California.
It's weird.
It's interesting because I'm in California visiting my mom, and we've had discussions about, people that she dated in high school that she might have married. Now, would that necessarily mean I would not be? I would certainly not be me, but would there be anything like to be me?
Mm-hmm. That's funny. I also had a conversation like that recently with my aunt, talking about our, I'm sorry, my English, ancestral tree. Like, yeah, my parents and the grandparents and all the way. I think we tracked to like the 1700s. In the end, there, people I have no idea who they are. But if they didn't meet, then if they didn't meet exactly that way and, did the stuff they did, then I wouldn't be here now. So that's so strange to think about.
Yeah, it's an interesting
I feel
contemplation.
lucky. I feel lucky to be alive, and I appreciate it. And I think we all should be very thankful, because it's basically it was a very low probability to exist.
Yeah, gratitude is transformative, I think. I wonder if in a world without belief in gods, whether there would be more or less gratitude.
That's a good question.
Where would the gratitude go? Who are you grateful to? Or do you need someone to be grateful to feel grateful?
Yeah, I'm grateful to my parents that they met and, had their little time. But yeah, other than that, I don't know. I'm just grateful in general, not to any specific god or anything. I don't know.
I've had discussions here. I suppose I have a question for the questioner, but we have a guest.
Hello,
Oh, hey.
Bobby.
Hello, everybody.
Can I get your age
Hello.
for TikTok TOS?
I'm 39.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like
Uh,
that?
well, I was born like believing like in Catholic, but to be honest, I have no idea.
So you don't know what you believe now?
No, I believe in like I think you're right. Like there is no aftermath. Like once you go to sleep forever, and that's it.
Is that your belief?
No, like I have nah, like whatever the host said, like I agree with that. Like there's no heaven, there's no hell, it's just darkness. Is that bad?
I'm not here to tell you whether it's good or bad.
Nah, I just really don't really believe in anything.
Do you believe that you'd be aware of darkness after death?
Nah, just if it happens, I
Nothing.
don't exist anymore.
Do you believe there's no afterlife?
Yeah, exactly. Like,
do you believe that? Do you believe that there is any kind of creator or mind or spirit?
Nah, like I believe in like like the Sopranos when he passed away, like it's just dark.
Right, at the end.
Yeah.
And you don't think there's any god or anything like that?
Not really, to be honest. Yeah.
Do you have any beliefs at all, Bobby?
Well, yeah, like just treat everybody with respect and kindness.
Mm-hmm. Why don't you believe in a god or an afterlife?
Well, cause if I answer truthfully, like my pops passed away when I was a kid, and then I seen the only father figure in that casket, and I was like, oh shit, this is like what death looks like, and you know, people cry, but at the like 3 hours later, like they're either eating or drinking. So I was like, oh shit, there's nothing to it.
Why
Huh?
exactly is that oh shit?
I don't know.
Is it the lack of, is it the loss of the hope for something more majestic?
Oh, like the lack of empathy. Like I just don't care. Like, come on, you guys agree? Like when somebody passes away, like there's always a party after, you know?
Well, we
You mean that
continue to
people,
live.
yeah,
Huh?
that people have like a wake or a funeral or a gathering, a party. In some cases, is that what you mean?
Yeah. Like yeah, that's what I meant. Like my stepmom, she passed away. Like everybody made a big fuss about it, but then like 10 hours later, like everybody just went out about their business. I was like, oh shit.
I'm sorry, man.
No, it's cool. You know, like it is what it is.
Yeah, it's a part of life, right?
Yeah, that's why everybody said like fuck it, but everybody just like left. So I was like, oh, nobody really cared. Like, I was like, all right, whatever.
Does it make you feel depressed or numb?
I think more numb to like fuck it.
Yeah, I see.
That's why I heard somebody say Valhalla. Like, I'm not military, so I was like, you know, I don't think I deserve to go to Valhalla. So, you know,
Valhalla. Yeah, I see.
like, yeah, like I never. My cousin's from the military, but he deserves it. I was like, all right, whatever. I'm gonna just go into purgatory.
Because you grew up Catholic, right?
Yeah.
And how old are you now?
Oh, I'm 39. I'm about to be 40.
Right. Oh, congrats. When did you lose your faith of the Catholic
Maybe when I was
faith?
like 15 or 16.
15 or 16. Okay. What made you lose your faith?
When my stepmom passed away,
Oh, right.
I just gave up.
You gave up? What do you
Well,
mean?
yeah, it was Jesus or Jesus Christ or, you know, like.
What do you think might convince you that a God or Jesus were true?
I don't know. Just like I guess like people's emotions, they're fleeting. Like, they're just here, and then I don't know where they're like, fuck it, they get buried. Like nobody visits my mom's or
Bobby,
my
I
stepmom's
was asking
graveyard, you
you.
know.
I was asking you what might convince you that a God was real.
Oh, I guess just a belief. I guess you're Hispanic and you have to either be Christian or Catholic.
I don't think that was quite the answer either. Not that there's a specific one.
So I'm hearing you use kind of apathetic terms, but I'm actually hearing a lot of anger toward the people who have disrespected your mom.
Well, not anger. Just like I'm the only one that I guess cared, and
Sadness, maybe.
Well, yeah, there's a lot of sadness, but I'm not angry. Like, just I guess how else can I say it? Like, just I just try to be a good person, and that's it.
How do you go about being a good person? And I'm not saying that in a skeptical way. I'm just asking.
Let me see here. I guess just be nice, like just be courteous, and just like if an old person falls down, I guess I'll try to help them out if they need it. Sometimes they're like, "Oh, don't touch me." I was like, "All right, whatever." I was just trying to help out, but I guess like they just said like, just leave me alone. I was like, "All right, okay, my bad."
Of the people who don't visit your stepmother's grave, are they all Christian?
No, they're I think Catholic as well.
I always consider Catholic Christian. I know some people don't. But...
Yeah, no, I agree. I agree with you. Like, cause it's a fine line, like Christian, Catholic. Like, I don't know. It's just a trip. I just like the vibe right here and the music, and Thank you guys for hearing me out.
I appreciate you.
Yeah, no, you guys are cool.
Yeah, Bobby, appreciate you coming up and answering the questions. I wonder if it matters to you at all if a God exists or not, if an afterlife is real.
Well, to be honest, like, see, that's where I get confused, because, like, fuck, like, I kind of hope there's a higher power, like, but nobody ever knows, because if you pass, like, nobody can.
I know how you feel, man.
Nobody can tell you, like, oh shit, there is a God.
Yeah. Know the
So
feeling.
Like, that's why, like, just hopefully I'm kind enough if there is a God. Hopefully he lets me in the pearly gates.
Would you spend your life kind of seeking more and more compassion for other people if there was no reward for it afterward?
Wait, can you rephrase that?
If would you, let's say, like, dedicate your life to being compassionate? You were saying to be nice, I think, but if something like deeper, more like loving your fellow person.
Yeah,
would
like
you spend a life doing that even if there were no reward given at the end?
Yeah, I think I would if I have the capability of just you guys seen that movie with Keanu Reeves, like he's a fallen angel?
I think I know the one.
Like if I have the capability of if I have the capability of granting people's wishes, like I think just it depends on the wish. A little kindness sometimes. Is that bad?
Great answer, actually.
Yeah, like I don't know, I can try to pretend like, oh yeah, that gives me meaning, but I don't know.
I don't know is honest, and it keeps the question open.
Yeah, like, I can't give a definitive answer, Yeah. I don't know.
It's my favorite answer.
Is it like just it's an open-ended question. Like I know that.
I don't know is the only way to win.
Right?
Because this isn't a debate.
That's cool.
When someone comes up with a belief, we're not here to take it from them. We're not here to tell them what to believe or what not to believe. Just to see if they can question it. And if you can question it, then you win.
So I won the newcomers question or what?
Well, you already question what it is you believe and why you're open to understanding.
Well, yeah,
that
because
you could be wrong.
Yeah, no, I could be wrong. Like, yeah, like any person that's actually willing to learn, like you have to understand, like, your beliefs can be wrong or it could be right. Like, we just don't know. Like an educated guess, like, you know what? Just don't know. Nobody has
I think Jimmy had a question.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, no, actually I didn't. I was just giving W's.
Hell yeah. But if anybody does have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, you're capable of questioning your beliefs, go ahead and request up. We're not here to debate you or argue or tell you you're wrong. We just want to know if you can question it. Then what is it that you believe? And why do you believe it? But Bobby, I appreciate you coming up. I do.
Oh, no. Thank you guys. Like I said, like, thank you for hearing me out. Like, fuck it. I believe in the power of the sun. if that makes any kind of sense.
Oh, the sun, our star.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Take care, man.
Appreciate you, Bobby. Yeah, I think we are going to move on. I could question the power of the sun. But I do want to see if anybody does have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that before I decide to shuffle off this conscious coil for the day.
He was chill. He was a chill dude.
Yeah, he was.
the first one that I've heard who's dealt sort of directly with just the problem of mortality. It was very raw.
Hello, Marlo.
Hi, how are you? I just wanted to tell you I'm feeling better today. I think I'm doing better on this new medication.
Well, that's good. I'm glad to hear that.
Oh my God, it was horrible. I felt so bad. I ended up not being able to go to work yesterday.
What was that, Sebastian?
I just said hello.
Hello.
And I said Marlo for some reason. I read the H's and M. Harlow, you've been up here before, though, right?
I came up yesterday, but I didn't feel the best, so I kind of got back down because I was like trying to go get coffee and I was super dizzy. They changed my medication for my RLS and it just really messed with me, so I didn't do very good with that. But I did end up, funny enough, I ended up in like a deconstruction live yesterday for like 4 hours, and oh my gosh, like I'm so confused on my own beliefs right now. Like I've just basically got to start over and do some research and some soul searching, I think.
What is a soul?
What is this? You know what? I don't know anymore. I think I want to start from like ground zero and redo them. I really don't know anymore after some of the stuff that I researched yesterday. Because one positive thing about being in the bed all day is that that's all you can do is research, right? And I'm like, oh my goodness.
So, if you can remind me, well, you don't even have to go all the way back. Where you are right now, or most recently, did you have a belief in a god or gods, or a higher power, something like that? How did you answer that question yesterday, and how would you answer it today?
I do have a belief in something, but it's based on Mother Earth, like that is our creator because we come from Earth. So that's as close as you can. I mean, I definitely appreciate the beauty of the natural world, for sure. But
So Mother Earth is God, creator?
more like, you know, I mean, if we, from my perspective, I'm like, we came from Earth, you know, like we were born of this planet. So on some level, the Earth has the ability of creation. So if there were some sort of creator, I would say it would have to be Mother Earth.
Is there a distinction between coming from Earth and just being part of the Earth?
I don't know. Like, you know, when you said, what is a soul? I guess the closest answer I could give you is maybe the essence of that person themselves. Like, what is that person? You know?
What is the self?
I know. So we could do this all day. It's like, what is self? Individuality. You know, who are you as an individual, I suppose? What do you mean? What does your life mean?
Those are a lot of questions.
I know that, and I could listen to Thrayle talk all day. I love his voice. So I don't know actually how to properly pronounce your name.
It's Thrayle.
Thrayle. The creator is consciousness. Perhaps. I mean, that's a good explanation. It's consciousness.
What is consciousness?
Oh my goodness. Oh my.
What is consciousness? That's a good question.
Perhaps
really graphic.
Yeah, perhaps the art of just being.
Can you say that again?
So maybe just perhaps the art of just being, of just existing. Maybe it really is that simple. Maybe we are just existing.
The art of existing.
You know, like the art of being a person, like your kindness. You know, who are you?
I guess an art.
Oh, did you say arc or art?
Art. Art.
Yeah.
I have a very artistic personality, so I'm going to say art. The art of being you. I'm like, you know, you are completely different from me. So what makes us different? What makes us alike? What makes us kind or what makes us not so kind? You know? What is important to us? What do you want to accomplish while you're here on this earth? I guess what is your meaning?
Arlo, you have many questions.
I know. I guess I'm just talking with you guys, you know? You're kind of, I'm definitely writing some of this stuff down because I'm definitely on a different path of study now. Because I mean, I'm a scientist by degree. I'm a biologist, so of course I want to figure it out, right? You know, I have to have some scientific research, some scientific answer.
You heard that phrase?
I have not heard that phrase. Could you please tell me what it means?
Well, there's an idea that consciousness, and I think it's the prevailing idea that consciousness emerges from the complexity of the chemical interactions in a brain.
I like
Is
it.
that where consciousness comes from?
Almost as if we have hot wired a car or started a car in some way.
Yeah, that's. Is that a
what you
belief?
want it? Is that what you want it to be? Is that what you want it to mean?
No, I'm asking, is that your belief?
I want to believe that there's something more to consciousness, but yes, the fact that you wake up and your brain wakes you up makes you conscious. So, you know, the electrical impulses of your brain is what makes you live. What makes you conscious, what makes you think, what, you know, all the things. I mean, that comes from the brain directly, because without that, nothing else works. So that could be your simple engine is your brain.
But do you mean that when you're asleep, you're not conscious, or do you mean something else?
Well, you're certainly at rest when you're at sleep. You're kind of rebooting if you were a computer. So that would be your reboots, I suppose.
So, if there's no consciousness when you are at rest,
I wouldn't say that there's no consciousness. I would not say that, but you are certainly, you know, like a fish never sleeps, right? Because if they did, they would stop breathing. But they slow down. Their consciousness slows down to rest. So I'm going to say it's something similar to that. I mean, you don't ever completely shut down, but you do gear down in order to rest. You know, because one must eat, one must sleep. There's two basic human needs that we can't ignore. We're also herd animals. We need each other. Living in isolation is not very good for a human. Although for me, a day or two in the woods with absolutely nobody and no electronics and just me and my horse is a fabulous break from the world.
that sounds very nice.
Oh, it is. I go do a little hunt with my crossbow and just kind of like we call that rewilding. So sometimes when I'm in a spiritual mood, I call it earthing to a certain degree, where you just kind of walk around and just appreciate the natural world, or at least that's what I do. Or, you know, moon bathing, or just being, I'm very connected to wanting to be outside. and wanting to touch, everything from the tree to the stone, to the water. Get in the water if I can.
So let me ask you a little bit more about the car analogy and your idea of the art of being.
Okay. I will try to answer it to the best of my ability because I just answered those questions on the fly.
It's good though. The art of being is really, it's a new one. So is the idling engine, let's say we turn on the car's ignition and say, this starts the art of being. Is it a sufficient answer? Does it explain your experience of being?
I would say no. I think what I just described to you describes me as a being. These are the things that I want and I need, that I crave. These are the things that make me me. Being outside, touching nature, just that would be a description of me. Where you might be more of a concrete cowboy, so to speak, and that's where you find your peace. Or that's where you find your being. We're still humans. We're just completely different.
Right. We have separate experiences.
By choice, yes, absolutely. So perhaps that's the art of being, is you as an individual thing.
So if I notice you're being on a horse in the woods, and to me you look like a running car engine, and to you I look like a running car engine, is it a sufficient explanation for each of our individual experiences?
I don't know.
Or is there a gap somewhere there?
I would think there's a gap because I don't know if I saw you walking in the woods, if I would compare you to something mechanical. Because if I saw you walking in the woods, I would compare you to something natural. Like, does your energy flow like a river, or is it chaotic like a storm? So I wouldn't pick up the car analogy if I were in nature. Now, stuck in the city, I might absolutely think that way. But I would be outside in the woods all the time if I could. So the likelihood of running into me there is not very high. Not unless you can go to the places that I can go. So the first thing I would wonder would be how you got there.
Was that a cat? Is that a cat purring into the microphone?
I don't know what that was. That was a weird, it sounded like a little vibration. Pardon? That was a cat? That was a big cat.
Yeah, it was my cat. Sorry.
Oh, you hear him. He's just a purring.
Did you have more questions, Jimmy?
No, I mean, the word energy came up, but I don't know that that's fruitful.
I like that word. I know that you guys don't, but I do. I like the word.
What is it you mean by energy?
Maybe that's what I mean by soul. Your soul, your aura, your vibration. What I pick up from you. What I pick up from you. What I sense from you. Do I sense that you're a good and kind creature, or do I sense that you're a threat? Do I want to commingle my energy with yours, or do I want to get away from you? Because I choose
still don't know what the energy is that you're commingling.
Well, that could be a lot of things.
Does a river have energy?
Absolutely.
How so?
It's a feel, a smell, a scent, a beauty to it. I want to get in it. Like if I'm envisioning right now talking to you, if I'm envisioning a beautiful river that's clean and not rageful, like first thing I want to do is get in it. Like I want to feel it. I want to feel, even if it's cold, I want to touch it.
So there is like an anticipation of sense perceptions that arises when you see a river.
Yes, I get excited. It would probably be like one of you gentlemen seeing a brand new sports car.
That's totally not me, but
I'm just saying in general. I was just kidding.
Me neither.
Yeah, a guitar, maybe a guitar. A river too.
There you go.
So,
River. So yeah, I mean, that's what I want to do when I see a beautiful river. Yeah, or the ocean.
I'm just trying to separate what you described and the anticipation of sense perceptions and this word energy.
Right.
Are they the same?
I suppose they could be. You might consider it one thing and I would consider it another.
But that's why I'm asking you questions.
I know. Perhaps it's because you're male and I'm female. Our senses, our desires are different. I guess let me ask you this: what would you do if you saw the beautiful river? What would you think? What would you want to do? What would your experience be?
I did see a beautiful river yesterday.
What did you think?
I thought that it was beautiful, and I stood by it for a while.
Nice. Did having that experience make you happy? Did it bring you peace? Did it make you more peaceful?
Yes, more peaceful.
Nice. To me, that would be the energy that you got from the river. The energy you got a positive experience from that. And that's just how I think. You didn't have to think the same way I do.
Oh yeah, no, I'm just wondering, did I, in your imagining of me, did I gain something from the river, or did I uncover something in myself?
Perhaps you did both. Perhaps the river giving you energy allowed you to understand yourself better. Certainly does me.
So the transmission from the river to me is an emotional one?
Not necessarily. It doesn't have to be emotional, but it definitely is a transference of something. You gained something positive from that experience. So in my world, in my spiritual world, that you picked up a positive energy from that experience.
I'm still not sure what you mean by energy.
It's okay. I mean, maybe I don't fully understand what I mean by energy. Perhaps that's just the word I'm choosing to describe it because it's the word that makes more sense to me. But I certainly feel something.
Can it be an emotion?
Possibly.
Does it exist beyond your mind?
I mean, not for you. I mean, because you're not inside my mind, you wouldn't have the same experience I would. So it would be my personal experience. And besides, the gentleman should never want to know everything that's going on in a lady's mind. It might scare you a little bit.
Well, I do think I've asked all the questions I have for you, Harlow, and I think we're going to move on to a new guest, but I appreciate you coming up and answering the questions that you did.
Well, as always, I have enjoyed it. I will listen to you guys for a bit, but thank you for asking the questions and just spending a little time with me today. I appreciate it. We're going to get ready for a big run this weekend, so I'm going to start getting packed up for that.
I'm glad you're feeling better, Harlow.
Thank you. I will tell you, it's a rough disorder to have. But nothing's always perfect, is it?
Appreciate you, Harlow. I hope you take care and keep asking questions. And W's for Harlow. I mean, she is questioning, and that is a brave and bold thing.
Yeah. Seems like a nice lady.
And if anybody else does have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power or anything like that, go ahead and request on up. We're not here to debate you or argue with you. I'm not interested in burgling your god. I just want to know if you can question your beliefs, then what is it that you believe? That is what the fuck we're talking about after all. There it is.
There it is. Nice.
I'm gonna have to change that picture out. Having Santa behind Thrayle kind of looks like devil horns. It was even more so like when we had the Santa hat there.
Yeah, the Christmas is over too, so maybe it needs to be on the side now.
Maybe the alien should be standing up in the middle.
Ooh, yeah, that would be something. Was my cat loud? Was it loud purring?
Yes.
Really loud.
Very loud.
Yeah, she's cozy sometimes.
Sounded like a helicopter.
All up in my face. Yeah. She had enough now.
Oh, hell yeah. W's to the last amazing chat. Well, amazing last chat of 2025 in the Batcolyte. We will be back more than likely tonight, but I don't know if I'll be at the usual time. I might be a little late, ringing in the new year with my wife, of course.
Understandable.
I think this is where I'd like to be, New Year's Eve.
Yeah, I'll more than likely run alive after the New Year, if not before. I mean, there's every chance that I'm here before, but we'll see.
Well, I'm in an advantageous time zone right now, so.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, me too. What time is it for you, Jimmy?
It is 8:25.
8?
Yep.
PM?
8 in the morning.
8 in the morning. Oh. Wow.
Yeah, when does the first New Year's hit? How many hours?
Isn't it in Australia or something? I don't know.
I forget where the international date line is. It might be somewhere in, is it Kamchatka?
Japan?
Somewhere on there. Is Hawaii on the late side or on the early side?
Hawaii?
Yeah.
I don't know. We would have to ask Kat or Google.
I think it is East Russia, Lady Huggy. It's not England. It's not GMT.
No.
Hawaii is last, says Aaron. New Zealand is first, according to Boa Bob Rob.
Thrayle, somebody said it was a horse when my cat was purring. Someone in the comments. It's a horse.
It did have a little bit of that sound.
Wow.
And the guests have
Intense.
been talking about horses.
Right.
If anyone is here from New Zealand, let us know what time it is there. Or if somebody can look it up. I like the idea that the year changes gradually.
Oh,
5:30.
That's great, Huggy.
Yeah. Y'all still here? Why? Why y'all still here?
Why?
We still here because we are asking what it is you believe and why. If, of course, you can even question your beliefs. And if you can, then go ahead and request on up. Hit one of them buttons up there on the screen. Says request on it, or the pink and blue purple people down there next to the chat box. That's why we're still here.
Is the name God still bothering in your mind, Thrayle?
Not bothering me at all. Which name? Is God a name or a title? Is it a noun or a proper noun?
See Huggy's comment. Maybe you should do that, Thrayle. Voice
If we
acting.
know the name of God, could we speak it?
If we know the name of God, could we even speak it?
Thrayle, why are you acting like a mean character, bro?
I don't know how I'm being mean. I was just reading the text.
Yeah.
I have nothing to gain from what I'm doing. Don't get offended. What do you mean I have nothing to gain.
I think this live is very interesting. And many people do. So
we've built a community.
Yeah. He's probably gonna call it a cult, but never mind.
I don't know.
It's a fine
question.
line.
It is a fine line, and I do question that. I think it's worthy to question. But if anybody does want to join the Discord, there is a link tree in my bio or the Batcolyte's bio. You'll just have to read the rules when you get there. Of course, if you can agree to those, then you should find out that you're not alone. But I do have to thank Jimmy B, Morgan Le Fay, and Kat DeWitch for helping with our previous goal. Thank you guys so much. I think we might have run all the believers off. Questioning is too hard for some.
Oh, man.
I'm always impressed when people can come up and question.
Me too.
And I mean that I respect the process. It's not easy.
Anderson, it's 5 p.m. where I am. I can still celebrate New Year's later. So.
Yeah, it's 10 in the morning. Why would I be celebrating New Year's Eve in the morning?
Right. In the morning.
Hell yeah. One of my favorite names to say on TikTok, Chirotera Nocturnus. Good to see you.
Oh, that's a difficult name.
I love that name.
Yeah, that's
my fellow bat of the night. It's the Latin name. Well, Chirotera.
Thrayle, what do you think about Christians who spread hate and are rude?
What do I think about Christians that spread hate? I mean, it's their choice. I'm not a big fan of hate. It doesn't really seem to help conversations.
Agreed.
I think it's mostly a defense mechanism to keep them from questioning.
Yeah. He seems very hostile and defensive. Good morning, Saska Bush. Are you tired, Thrayle?
Yeah, I'm starting to get there. We're up to 11 and a half hours. So
Wow.
yeah, I'll probably be ending very soon.
Thrayle, as much as I'd like to sing off this time, I should go get some coffee and leave you to the great sandwich that is.
The sandwich that is the closing poem. Yeah, absolutely.
The great sandwich.
Appreciate you, Jimmy.
Take
Appreciate
care,
you.
Jimmy.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. What does that mean? 11 and a half hours. Are you okay? Of course I'm okay.
It's just nothing new.
He's perfectly okay. Time doesn't exist. Thanks, Askabushi.
Yeah, time is an interesting topic. Have you read any books about time, Thrayle?
No. Not specifically about time.
No, me neither. Could be interesting though. Like a science book about time and theories about time. Like the bee theory. Saska says time is the experience of change between events. Yeah, I've heard that one before. Noctis in the chat.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah. The scary one.
The scariest. I don't think we're gonna. I mean, I'll take them if they come, but I don't think we're gonna get any more believers requesting up. I think we're coming up to the poem.
Mm-hmm.
But 12 hours, I mean, it was a good live. I think we had a lot of good conversations.
Yeah, it was kind of weird and strange in the beginning and the first half, but then
it goes that way sometimes.
It got better. Yeah, I think. had some good ones. That was just a chair, by the way.
I believe you.
if you heard, yeah.
There we go. I was just reading through the poem and I'm like, this is feeling very familiar. I don't like this. It was the same poem from yesterday.
Oh shit.
Yeah, proofreading the wrong poem.
It's a good thing you checked. The last end of the year.
They ring similar, often hitting a lot of the same points.
Yeah.
But it was too much the same.
Is the AI poems based on the live today, or is it something you type in? Or is it a secret?
I mean, I give it a prompt and ask for certain points to be hit.
Right.
Certain questions or certain ideas. And then edit whatever comes back. Usually poorly, hastily, and while having a conversation.
Mm-hmm.
Hello, Noctis.
Hello. And early Happy New Year to you.
And to you.
And to you.
And to your family.
Yeah. You're
How
late.
are you both doing? I'm not late. I need to
the
quote
live.
Gandalf right now.
All
the
right.
wizard arrives precisely when he means to.
Yeah, that's a good one. Maybe Thrayle needs to do a poem based on Lord of the Rings or something someday.